Uncanny Valley was a theory introduced by Ernst Jentsch from 1906 in his work Zur Psychologie des Unheimlichen. His perspective was cited by Sigmund Freud's essay, The Uncanny, which became a famous theory. Irritated, Jiang Chen quickly flipped through the theory, as he tried to find a keyword among the lines of words. Because of our fear of death and diseases, empathy mechanism disorder, inability to sympathize with the robots. Jiang Chen murmured under his breath as his hands holding the book lightly trembled. What is this feeling? He suppressed the irritation in his mind as Jiang Chen searched for the answers among the old robot magazines. Wanhai 6th Senior High School had a massive library as countless numbers of books were arranged in the grand hall on the first floor even though not a lot of students visited the floor where they stored the books. All books could be downloaded from the school's internet, and all the information could be found in the school terminal. Rather than a physical copy of information, the books were more of a display. The only city where libraries would store academic journals in print, those that were considered to be information rather than a mere display. The world was advancing and as a result, print reading had already begun to become extinct from people's life. Occasionally, there would be people who were fond of printed books like Yao Tingting, but they were rarer than endangered animals. Just like the goddess in Jiang Chen's heart Yao Tingting. To commemorate the past era however, libraries still tend to store some of the older journals and magazines. At the same time, Jiang Chen always felt that print would bring him more insight. Despite asking the artificial intelligence, the school wizard, the talkative entity would be unable to provide enlightenment that could give him a sudden gush of comprehension. Instead, it would just consistently lead him to mental problems like stress and fatigue. Or perhaps deception. Regardless how much he searched, he couldn't find the answer he wanted. It felt like the truth was concealed as the smart search wizard surprisingly malfunctioned after listening to his description. All search results led problems to a more complicated direction. So when class ended, he came to the library full of books. There was no one here to mislead him, and instinct told him that the answers he's searching for could be found from one of these shelves. He wanted to know where the strange feeling was coming from. He took the book Robot Novel 21st Volume The Dissension Between Human and Robot from the shelves with rosewood scent. Based on the publication date of 2021, it was an old history book. Of course, the printing was new. The higher the human-shaped android or robot resembled a human, the better the impression human would have. The positive impression would considerably increase until it reaches a critical point, in which the more it resembled a human, the more frightening it would become until it reached the bottom of the valley. Perhaps a negligible move would appear stiff and scary. So this is how it is. In the case of the cleaning robot that I met this morning, through eye contact, it triggered the uncanny valley effect. Jiang Chen frowned as he continued to think. The feeling of being oppressed became stronger, and it felt like cotton was stuck in his throat. It's as though he had forgotten about something. But what did he forget exactly? Suddenly, Jiang Chen subconsciously looked at the stairs leading to the second floor. At the same time, Jiang Chen. The gentle and soft voice lightly caressed his ears. When he turned around in surprise, he saw Yao Tingting standing on the other side of the shelves. Right, I still need to invite her to the movies. Damn it, why am I feeling bothered with these boring thoughts and almost forgot the important thing? Jiang Chen cursed in his mind. With a crimson face, he stared at the princess-like girl but couldn't utter a single word. Yao Tingting stood there serenely as if she was waiting for something. Jiang Chen was unable to say a word, his mouth was left half open. But the words, "Do you have time tomorrow?" was stuck in his throat. Her beautiful face suddenly blossomed in a smile, the phoenix-like eyes that could cause anyone's heart to miss a beat. "Do you want to come over to my place?" Jiang Chen was stunned. She's inviting me to her place. But why? Yao Tingting didn't give him time to think as she had already turned around. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before he bit his lips and worked out the courage to follow her. The magazine, however, was left on the table. Seeing the two left, the librarian, who was manning the front desk without any expression, quietly walked to where Jiang Chen had been sitting. She stared at the old magazine for a while, then she picked it up quietly. However, she didn't put it back on the shelf. Instead, she ripped it in half and threw it in the garbage. "Wait, why are you inviting me to your place?" Jiang Chen rushed out of the library and walked behind Yao Tingting. He vacillated before asking the question. Yao Tingting stopped abruptly, white dress fluttering gently in the breeze. Under the radiance of the dusk, the lily bloomed, the picture was so serene. Jiang Chen was drawn to that scene. The goddess, who was always in his mind, was nibbling her lower lips. She had a shy smile as she tried to look away, and her mouth was ajar. "Because I want to get to know you." "Know me?" Was that a confession? Jiang Chen immediately turned red. His lips opened and closed stiffly but failed to utter a word. His heart pounded as if it was about to jump out of his chest. She likes me too. His brain was currently filled with confounding happiness, and he lost any ability to think. He only has his sight on the goddess who always occupied his dreams. Yao Tingting smiled as she walked to the direction of the gate. Jiang Chen gulped as he rigidly followed her. At that moment, however, his eyes inadvertently caught a strange sight. The peculiar sense of urgency crept into his mind. Hollow eyes were watching him. There is a cleaning robot here too. That made sense since those things should be everywhere. Jiang Chen mulled it over, then threw the unnatural feelings away into the back of his mind. The robot seemed to have lost interest in him as it was already staring in another direction. The door opened, Yao Tingting led Jiang Chen to her rented apartment. It was a simple one-living room, one-bedroom structure, as it was easy to rent this type of apartment around the school. It was also not expensive. It looked like Yao Tingting was just like him, both of them were from Wanghai City. The middle of the room smelled of faint jasmine. The clean and organized light, flaxen-colored wallpaper covered every walls in the living room. There were a simple coffee table, tablecloth and a light beige sofa. "Feel free to sit. Do you want a glass of water?" Yao Tingting turned around as she beamed at Jiang Chen. Okay." Jiang Chen nodded nervously and sat on the sofa. Looking at the figure of Yao Tingting standing beside the cupboard, he couldn't help but chuckle as he smelled the scent belonging to the goddess. Although he still felt something was unusual, he was feeling so happy that it had ceased to matter. As though being forcibly stuffed full, the sense of being lost to reality disappeared unconsciously. It was not long before Yao Tingting returned to the living room with 2 glasses of water. She smiled at Jiang Chen and placed a glass of water in front of him. "Here you go." "Oh, thank you." As though trying to hide his embarrassment, Jiang Chen quickly took a sip of the cold water. Yao Tingting sat beside him and looked at the side of his profile while smiling. Is there something on my face?" "No." Yao Tingting shook her head, still wearing a bright smile. Her luscious hair that was smooth as fine willow branches swayed gently. Jiang Chen was out of words again. He averted his gaze at the glass as he stared blankly at his reflection of the water. "I want to get to know you. Can you talk to me?" As though center of his heart was being hammered, Jiang Chen's heart trembled at that very moment. Why do you want to learn about me?" Jiang Chen's throat moved as he scrambled to find words. The answer came out frank. "Because I like you." Yao Tingting gazed into Jiang Chen's eyes with the same bright smile. An uncomfortable feeling bloomed, a feeling that something was not right. The confusion, however, was suddenly replaced by extreme euphoria. Dopamine could really make people lose their mind. I like you too." Jiang Chen finally had the courage to express his month's worth of affection to her. "I know." Yao Tingting grinned at his bold effort. "I've been watching you for a long time." "I know. I've been watching you for a long time." Like a spell, these 2 confessions happily circled around his mind. Would you tell me your story? Like a curious girlfriend, Yao Tingting gazed at Jiang Chen's eyes as her long eyelashes flickered. I really don't have a lot of stories to tell. Jiang Chen, somewhat embarrassed, looked away. However, Yao Tingting relentlessly moved closer. You can tell me anything. Okay. Jiang Chen opened his mouth reluctantly. Contrary to his expectation, he thought Yao Tingting wasn't the type to enjoy conversation as she usually immersed herself in her books, but she's now giving off the impression that she was verbose. They chatted about the past of their younger selves, glimpses of memory that seemed to be covered in a white fog. Although they didn't usually have too many interactions, and it has always been Jiang Chen who secretly watched her, the two of them enjoyed their time immensely. Yao Tingting made him feel as though they had been acquainted for a long time. The night was getting late and outside was completely dark. Why don't I treat you to dinner? Yao Tingting smiled. Jiang Chen nodded unexpectedly. The dinner passed by in a relaxed atmosphere. Fried eggs with tomatoes, pork stir-fry with green peppers, seaweed and egg soup. These were all homemade dishes. Yao Tingting was the type who was great at housekeeping, which came as a surprise to him. The very idea made his heart throb a little faster. At his age, falling in love meant eternity. The food was exquisite. He secretly observed Yao Tingting sitting across the table. Her tiny mouth chewed delicately. She seemed to love tomatoes. Does she like to eat sour food, and green pepper? But why is she only eating these two things? Jiang Chen observed carefully, and he secretly memorized the flavors she liked. She said that she likes me so, she's now my girlfriend. But it was not official yet. Is she waiting for me to bring it up? When he thought about this, he gulped and looked away awkwardly. The holographic screen was playing the popular intro of Dust Kingdom. The clock struck 8. Does it taste good? Yao Tingting smiled at Jiang Chen. Oh. Yes. Jiang Chen laughed nervously as he focused on his rice to hide his embarrassed expression. I heard there are ghosts in the school library. Have you seen them? Ghost? That's not true, that's not real science. Jiang Chen had peculiar expression. Are you pleased? However, the unbecoming subsequent sentence diverged from the topic of conversation. Pleased? Jiang Chen seemed lost, but then suddenly as if he had just realized something, he looked away and shyly scratched his slightly red ear. He stiffly nodded, of course. For a teenager in puberty, there was nothing more joyful than being invited to the house of the girl of his dreams. Don't eat so fast. Here, drink some water. Yao Tingting smilingly handed over the glass. It was the same glass that Jiang Chen had used. Emicham. With a blushing face, he took the glass as he tried to mask the awkward silence by drinking the water. Didn't you say there's soup? Why is it water? The screen showed Dust Kingdom's plot. Klein fell down in the pool of blood and stopped breathing. It was rather an unexpected ending. It felt rushed as if there was a lot of build-up, but nothing was explained before the show had ended. After the outro, there was "The End" written in blood. A smile formed on Yao Tingting's angelic and serene face while watching Jiang Chen, who was drowsily lying on the dinner table. The smile was odd, hollow. So tired, I just want to sleep. Through his droopy eyes and hazy vision, he faintly caught a glimpse of white dress dropping on the ground. The white figure took quiet steps towards him. The back of his head was surrounded by something soft. His consciousness plummeted in a bottomless abyss. As usual, Jiang Chen lied on the table, watching similar scenes repeated itself. No, if there's something that changed, it's probably because of her. He looked at the girl sitting under the window who was beaming in his direction at that moment. Speaking of which, after they confirmed their feelings for each other last night, they were now together. Of course, he was still not used to the feeling of extreme happiness. He shyly hid his face in his sleeves as he suddenly realized that they seemed to have done something unbelievable yesterday. They did it. They did it. Yo, do you have something good you want to share with me? Zhao Peng said as he poked Jiang Chen's back with a leer. Go away. Jiang Chen responded distractedly as he glanced at the rouge before lying on the table again. If he allowed this guy to find out, he's afraid that the entire class would also find out. He vowed to defend this secret to his death to protect the goddess name. Oh, yeah, why do we have class today? Jiang Chen was confused. Alliance Day should be a legal holiday. Don't you know? The news said yesterday that the holiday is temporarily cancelled. The school posted on the terminal the news about class resuming today. Zhao Peng gave the same bewildered look as Jiang Chen. You can cancel holidays. Jiang Chen was stunned once again. Truth be told, he did come to school with Yao Tingting today. When he left, he forgot about the holiday but didn't remember receiving any messages. Jiang Chen took out the terminal and launched the holographic screen. Sure enough, there was a temporary notice symbol in the right corner. It did seem like I forgot. Jiang Chen then remembered the craziness that happened last night and couldn't help but blush as he secretly took a peek at Yao Tingting's direction. Then, he put the terminal away before lying on the table again. The charming girl under the window was engrossed in the terminal. Her index finger was tapping on the screen, flipping the pages on the electronic book. Who cares? It's okay if it's not a holiday. Since we are already going out, it doesn't matter if we can't go to the movies. He mumbled to himself and just like his usual habit, he leaned against his arm and began napping. Startled, Jiang Chen woke up. Where did everyone go? Oh, the third period in the afternoon is physical education. The activity today is swimming and I have to change in advance. Zhao Peng, that rascal, didn't even wake me up, he ridiculed Zhao Peng in his mind as he rubbed his still dry eyes. He pressed against the table to stand up and headed to the door. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but imagine Yao Tingting in a swimsuit. As he thought about this, his face began to suffuse with heat again. He forced out a laugh as he touched his nose, and shook his head to rid himself of the unhealthy vision. The gym was located south of the library. It was the biggest building outside of the main academic building. The digital gymnasium included basketball court, soccer field, swimming pool, and track together with the combination of practical and virtual teaching. Simply put, the place was humongous. Jiang Chen checked his watch on his way to the gym. Since it was already 5 minutes into the lecture, and he was already late and was too lazy to run, he simply slowed down his pace. The campus was empty at this time, but it certainly did make sense. After all, class was still ongoing, and that made him the odd one for wandering outside the classroom at this time. When he passed by the library, he suddenly halted. Why did Yao Tingting mention that there was a ghost in the library? For some reason, Jiang Chen didn't feel scared, he had the urge to go ahead and explore instead. He gulped as he subconsciously moved one step to that direction. Forget it, maybe I'll come back after school, Jiang Chen thought in his mind, troubled. Just as he was about to retract his step, all of a sudden, a deafening shout thundered in his ears and made him jump up. You! What are you doing? Fu*K, I am only late. Just as when Jiang Chen was about to open his mouth to explain, the cleaning robot, who was sweeping the ground quietly, suddenly accelerated and collided into the guard. Fu*K. The guard fell down because of the collision with the robot, and he scrambled to get up. When Jiang Chen met a pair of ferocious eyes, he felt an irrational fear. The only thing left in his mind was to flee. He didn't have time to think as he scampered towards the direction of the library. He dashed to the door towards the direction of the stair and sprinted to the second floor and ran to the other end of the hallway, panting heavily. Through the second floor of the library was a shortcut to the gym. Jiang Chen could also use the terrain there to his advantage, get rid of the vicious guard. In an open space, he certainly didn't have the confidence to outrun adults who had been trained. K, if I got caught, I'll probably be lectured. When did the guard start doing the job of the school director? This is ridiculous. It was rumored that the guard in the front gate had a bad tempered. Even though Jiang Chen had a faint feeling that even if he did anger him, he wouldn't beat him up, he was irrationally frightened nonetheless. Thus, he didn't think before running away. Whatever, it's better not to be caught or else I would have to go to the office and explain. Jiang Chen was about to go down from the other end of the library when he found an opened activity room. The door wasn't locked. Normally, these barely used activity rooms would be locked. Only when the directors came to audit would the school create some odd temporary clubs to deal with the inspection. However, the door of this activity room was actually open. Jiang Chen stood in front of the door and for some reason felt a strong déjà vu. I haven't been here before, but this place feels important. And I think I have seen this place somewhere else. The sudden deafening roar of the guard echoed down the hallway and almost scared him to death. K, don't shout in the library. There was not enough time as Jiang Chen hid into the activity room, closed the door and locked it up. He leaned his body against the wall as held his breath, while listening quietly to the movements outside the door. The footsteps did not come, surrounded by frightening silence as though the roar had never happened in the first place. In the silence, Jiang Chen heard his own rapid heartbeat. He let out a breath slowly as he moved away unhurriedly from the door and took out the terminal from his pocket. It's already this time. Looking at the distinct number in the holographic screen, Jiang Chen gave a wry smile. Physics class was about to end. There was still no noise from outside the door, but Jiang Chen couldn't muster enough courage to step outside. After debating for a while, he left the door reluctantly. He was still a little scared, however, there's no use in going now since class was ending soon. A flat air conditioner hung in the corner of room, which was probably the most expensive device in the entire room. The interior looked very spacious with only a table and a chair. With the window sealed and being in the midst of summer, the temperature was tolerable outside the room, but felt like a furnace inside. Jiang Chen walked to the edge of the window and pressed the button to open it, but it wouldn't budge. Is it broken? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows as he surveyed the thick layer of dust on the windowsill. It seemed like there hadn't been anyone here in a while, and there wasn't any sign of wind. He then gave up on opening the window and walked in front of the desk as he picked up a USB-shaped device at the corner of the table. Activity room management access right seems to be used like this. Jiang Chen inserted the USB into the terminal and selected to open the air conditioner. All equipment in the school could be operated through the terminal, but it required an access right prior to using it. The access right could be granted through wireless connection, but some special room must be accessed through a physical device. For example, the electronic key at the corner of the table, when connected to the terminal, the user's ID would be registered on the whitelist, and then the user would be able to turn on the air conditioner through the terminal. Fortunately, the air conditioner was functional. A gust of cool air blasted through as Jiang Chen let out a pleasant sigh. I'll wait until the class is over before leaving. That guard would probably be gone by then. The only thing that bothered him was that he remembered that the guard should have access to all rooms. Maybe he was too lazy to look for me by searching every room. Which Dumba *S would be that bored? Since he already decided to skip class, there was nothing to do outside, so he pulled out the chair under the table and sat on top as enjoyed the refreshing cold air. It's too hot outside, I really don't want to go out. Jiang Chen, who was bored out of his mind sitting on the bench, suddenly realized something was off. He abruptly stood up and patted his behind. No dust? Jiang Chen was stupefied, then he touched the table. There was also no dust. This doesn't make sense. Has anyone been here lately? When he thought about it, he had a strange desire to explore since he had nothing better to do. He then opened the terminal and used access right to view the user record. User in the past 3 months. Total result, 1 person. ID, Jiang Chen. I've been the only person here for the past 3 months, troubled by the words on the screen. He then extended the search to 1 year. Same result. No one had used the activity room even when there was a celebration. Jiang Chen tried to search for the memory in his head as he recalled the school's annual celebration in first semester of grade 10. The directors at that time visited the school, and Wanghai 6th High School did create some club events. I remember that they used the activity rooms in the library. I also seem to have been an actor. Jiang Chen could not think of an answer as his finger continued to scroll through the screen. This time he extended the search criterion to 55 years, which was the maximum searchable time query. However, user in the past 55 years. Total result, 1 person. ID, Jiang Chen _min_. October 2, 2172, sunny. Truth to be told, this planet is no longer suitable for human habitation, starting from the moment the Russian committed atrocities in Paris. These trivial complaints have no meaning coming from a man of my status. Being able to complain, after all, is a good thing, since those 21 people in battalion next door couldn't even complain anymore. I remember Daniel, a young man who always likes to aim at people's nuts and blew up his own guns. His DNA can't even be found anymore in the aftermath of the war in Berlin. That damn guy, you still owe me a drink, damn it. Running into enemies, taking cover, shooting, calling for an airstrike, advancing continuously, and praying to the priest. Every day is like a living hell. Despite having air advantage, the CCCP firepower was too fierce. When they finally tore their hypocritical facade and revealed their true nature, they started using nuclear weapons. Go***n. Now, everyone's life has been depreciated to $10. Perhaps even less. That's all for today. We'll push towards Frankfurt tomorrow. It was rumored that a nuclear is being set up there. I hope we can make it in time. God save me, may victory belong to NATO. October 3, 2172, cloudy. The plan was for my team to start with the tanks, storm the 141 fort located in Frankfurt, destroy the air defense missiles, then call an airstrike to bomb the nuclear silo. But things seem to have changed a little. My team had received a special mission for the time being. God save me, I hope my ominous feeling is wrong. October 6, 2171, unknown. It's hard to believe, but I am aboard the X-12 space station. In half an hour, we'll be entering an airdrop pod and the destination is Pax Wanghai City. Damn it, it's Fu**King difficult to write in space. October 6, 2171, cloudy, added, I have seen the picture of Wanghai City before the war, and it seems to be a very beautiful place. But now it looks no different than Paris, at least along the coastline in downtown. Our Marine Corps will invade through the coastline, while we will infiltrate enemy territory through airdrop pod and mark strategic target to facilitate the shooting of the space-based weapon, God's cane. Particle barrier generator, air defense missiles, electromagnetic pulse cannon, nuclear power plants. In short, mark anything that is worth destroying. Sounds easy. Perhaps, although the moment the airdrop pod passed through the cloud of radiation, a rare chill went down my spine. October 7, 2172, cloudy. Goddamn *T, this is a living hell. There are pack soldiers everywhere, armored vehicles, tanks and, even stranded soldiers from our side. It was a complete mess. Absolute madness. The moment the electromagnetic absorber was deactivated, the power armor would stall for a while. There are radiation and snipers everywhere. We can now only rely on sign language, and everyone acted like they were mute. How many nukes have been detonated here? Or do EMP ever stop? I'm only worried that I have yet to receive communication from the headquarters. This point is of utmost importance. If the team lost, October 8, 2172, rainy. Terrible weather, the rain turned into a bad omen. We almost engaged in a skirmish with our own soldiers today. That's right, across the street where no one could identify each other, and the communication device was in a state of failure. Fortunately, the crisis was averted as PAC's tanks helped us to identify them, and then we worked together to solve the problem. They are the Marine Corps and they lost contacts shortly after landing. They followed the offline map's direction as they were supposed to reconvene with other 11 battalion soldiers here, but it seemed like we're the only ones who made it. Lucky guys. I allowed them to join our mission temporarily as they didn't even have anti-tank weapons. Death would be inevitable if they stay, so might as well have them joined us. With the help of light infantry, our vision would reach further since the life detection device is no longer functioning with EMP absorber being activated. October 9, 2172, cloudy. It seems that in addition to rain, it is also cloudy in here. This is strange. The battle has continued for 3 days already. The good thing is that the quality of the buildings is quite high in the center of the city. Despite being showered with nukes, we can still find buildings for cover. We continued to engage in skirmishes with PAC as there were more of us here in the city. That's a good sign. Maybe we'll win the war another day. We almost cheered when we saw the tungsten rod fell from the sky and shattered the particle barrier generator into pieces. However, shortly afterwards our communications went back online. Our God's Cane has been captured by PAC Space Corps. The Fifth Fleet suffered heavy losses. Retreat? Lost? Heck, how does one withdraw from the middle of the city? October 10, 2172, partially cloudy, added, I was the only one left. James was done for, Zach has gone insane. Did PAC soldiers take pity on me? I was somehow expecting that when I got ripped out of the power armor, I would have been beaten, had my limbs broken, and finally be shot dead. But that doesn't seem likely. PAC soldiers are very united, and under the directive of the commander, no one would dare breach it. Although the yellow monkey seems to want to cut my head off. In the end, he didn't do it though. I was familiar with that look of animosity, as if wanting to tear me apart. I can understand that perhaps what we did in school was over the top. But I can't be blamed for that. Although I am a devout believer, my soldiers also need to relieve their stress. Maybe I should have stopped the guy in Georgia State. Come on, who cares? Everyone's dead. I was forced into a truck loaded with captives. There were plenty of people like us in there. Fortunately, they didn't confiscate my diary or I would have gone insane. It is imperative to keep a diary. That's right, it's very important. I'll try not to provoke the guy who escorted us as he already killed 2 unlucky fools. October 15, 2171, sunny. We were brought to somewhere far away from the battlefront. There were a lot of mountains here, also a lot of tunnels, and some factories built underground. I settled down after seeing these because I knew I had no chance of ever returning. Exchange prisoners of war. Hee, if I say this, would they let me go? The people in the truck was separated into 2 groups, one group to the north and one group to the south. I have a foreboding feeling that one group would die. Of course, we are all going to die in the end, I just pray that it won't be an ugly death. After coming to the underground base, our faces were soon branded with barcodes and we got our own bed. Aha! This place is a bit like a concentration camp. Thank God, my diary is not confiscated. November 17, 2172, unknown. I don't know what the weather on the surface is because we haven't seen the sun in a long time. Are they still fighting out there? Or has the war stopped? Of course, we are already deemed dead, so even if the war ended, I'm afraid we can't return home. The work isn't hard but it is rather boring and we get beaten a lot. Someone tried to run but was apparently killed. We are incarcerated along with the federal death row prisoners. The guy, who slept above me, was a political prisoner. He was very thin with little hair left on his head. He talked to me in English and asked me if I believed in God. I said I don't, or rather I believed in him before. He didn't mind as he continued to chat about other things. To be honest, I was quite disgusted with any topics related to political point of view. But he seemed to become increasingly more frustrated. Thank God, he got shot not long after. November 21st, 2172, unknown. There are dead people being dragged away every day, however, there are more people being brought in. Maybe the war is about to end. After all, there are less familiar faces and more Asian faces are being brought in. But what made me unsettled is that I spotted some Slavs from the latest batch of captives. Did PAC and CCCP go to war as well? Luckily, that's a great news for NATO. However, how long will a war of this level last? December 25th, 2172, unknown, maybe it is snowing. Today is Christmas without Christmas tree and candles, and buttery cornmeal porridge. I don't believe in God, but I still prayed devoutly and pray to my diary. My inmate said I am crazy, I disagreed. Someone had tried to steal my diary, I beat him to a pulp. I broke his nose, and we were both taken in. I left the journal under my pillow but no one dared to touch it. Perhaps I scared them. I trust that they are all unafraid of death, me neither, but I believe that no one wants to die. No can beat me here. I am a special force, while they are all political prisoners. Suckers. May 6, 2173, unknown. I am not sure if it was earthquake or airstrike. It's probably an airstrike. Everyone quivered at the corner but I didn't. I read the journal from the beginning again. I didn't have time to write every day. Most of the time, I only left a date. It was hard to find a pen, so if there was nothing special, I choose to leave it blank. The barrage lasted for a long time, but it stopped eventually. Someone mentioned relocating and I smiled. Where to? June 14, 2173, cloudy. The day of relocation came. Unfortunately, I wasn't welcomed by the sun. It was snowing outside, and the sky was covered with radiation dust. Is this what they called nuclear winter? Being able to see snow in summer was quite an experience. The soldiers guarding us all wore protective suit, but we only wore a jacket. They didn't plan on using us for long as they only gave us an iodine chip. We were still left in the truck. When I left, I was surprised to find out that few mountains have gone missing. Or should I say, became pits. I remember that's where the group of people from the north headed to work. June 20th, 2173, sunny. Surprisingly, today is sunny. Amazingly, I returned to Wanhai City. Order seems to have been restored here as there are already some citizens living in rural areas. Of course, they didn't look well, probably the unlucky people that didn't manage to hide in shelters. At any rate, this is a good sign that the war is over. Or at the very least, a ceasefire. Still, it has nothing with us. I was escorted into an underground survival base or a research facility. This is because survival base wouldn't open in less than a year, which should be the same in every country. A man in a white lab coat welcomed me and smiled at me, but I only felt chill in my hands and feet. It's as though he was looking at a white mouse. Insane, this is insane. For the first time, I experience real fear. Damn it. I can't remember the time, unknown. The diary was confiscated. Ripped into pieces. But so what, I memorized everything. They are crazy. Do they think they can create XXXX like this? Scratched out, wait, why am I still normal? Well, now it's certain that they are insane. If someone sees this diary, everything would have been worthwhile. I tried to leave something behind, but it was futile. All clues will be hidden. But I still firmly believe that there are smart people out there who will find the clue. Why am I still conscious? Why hasn't it been erased? I should have been dead. Well, before I die, I hope that Asian girl will forgive me for my sins, that's probably not going to happen though. Colonel George's final words, pays tribute to the NATO flag. Jiang Chen's hands and feet felt cold after reading it. There must be something that's missing, but what was it exactly? This wasn't normal. No, what was normal? Inside the drawer, there was a gun lying next to the diary. Revolver. Hand trembling, Jiang Chen swallowed after finally picking up the firearm. Feeling the cold metal texture, he unloaded the magazine. The copper-colored metal bullets burned his eyes. It's a real gun. Inside the drawer in the activity room of the school library. What the hell is this place? And not to mention the insane colonel's diary. It's only year 2171, how would the journal spoke of something from the year 2173? Wait, time travel. Jiang Chen felt an onslaught of headache. He clutched his forehead and sat back on the chair. His head was a mess. It's as though everything was a déjà vu, but he couldn't explain where the feeling came from. Am I forgetting something? Jiang Chen frowned. He tried to search for every nook and cranny of his memory in the hope of finding clues. But he didn't even know what the clue was. From learning how to speak when he was a baby, to his elementary education, and then his junior high, up until this moment. Every piece of memory was so vivid. Where's the problem? Wait, why is it so clear? I can even remember the details of changing diaper. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen suddenly blanked out. He felt he had grasped onto something, but he must have missed a detail, just a tiny bit. It was at this time that he suddenly heard an unexpected knock. Are you in there? An abrupt but gentle voice struck at Jiang Chen's heart like a hammer. Are you in there? Tingting's voice came through. Just as Jiang Chen was about to open his mouth, his throat felt like it was stuck with cotton known as fear. He lifted his terminal slowly. For 25 p.m., there were still 15 minutes left before the class ends, so how can she be in here? That's really strange. Even if the sports instructor wants her to find me, why would she go to the activity room? It's as if, I know. I've been watching you for a long time. Suddenly, the too familiar but surreal confessions surfaced in his head. A frightening thought crept into his mind. Being watched. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead as Jiang Chen held his breath. He didn't even dare to make a sound. Instinct told him that there must be something wrong, but he couldn't explain where the problem came from. Tingting is a stalker. How is that possible? But she is so graceful. Wait, graceful. It seems that it was her who took the initiative to push me down yesterday. Usually, she would be reading under the window, but today, Jiang Chen searched through today's memory. Yao Tingting's watching him, being engrossed in her terminal, paying attention to class, watching him smile. A disquieting feeling crept all over his body. I heard there's a ghost at the ground floor of the library. Have you seen it? The knocking sound was light, but it pierced through his heart like a hammer. He couldn't explain the reason, but his instincts told him that terrible things would happen if he opened the door this time. Jiang Chen let the beads of sweat roll across his face as he sat there motionlessly. He looked at the drawer where the gun was, but it failed to bring him even a scant trace of security. Like drums playing, the pace of knocking seemed to increase and grew louder. All of a sudden, a violent, smashing sound transmitted through the door. The frantic, smashing sound made every single one of Jiang Chen's muscles tighten due to tension, and his facial expression morphed into a stunned expression. The sound, however, suddenly came to an abrupt stop. Followed by the sound of fading footsteps. Has he given up? Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. He then touched his chest and felt a wet sensation from his hand. It was then that he figured out that his body was drenched in sweat without even realizing it. Now that I think about it, the uncomfortable feeling came from the robot yesterday morning. No, to be precise, it should be during that morning class. Jiang Chen realized something. Yes, it was at that time when the entire class was staring at him. His heart responded with an eerie feeling known as uncanny valley effect. Could it be, all the students are robots? An odd expression appeared on his face as he thought that the very idea was preposterous. Why? He grew up with Xiao Ping together. Qian Han, who was sitting in front, even gave him a love letter, and Yao Tingting. Jiang Chen suddenly frowned. Where did all the books that Yao Tingting always read go? Boom! The violent tremor almost threw him on the ground as the window produced a loud, sharp sound. He got up hurriedly, ran to the window and discovered a shocking scene. A blue light hit the dome protecting this city. The light blue particle disintegrated, followed by the thinning air membrane. There was no sound as the concave barrier opened a gap in the center and the blue light faded away. Suddenly, countless numbers of dense, black dots dropped from the sky, each carrying a trail of air waves behind. Those were NATO's airdrop soldiers, as well as the bombs used to disguise them. It was, however, at this moment that the ground fired a series of orange flare missiles to the ground. It was the anti-aircraft missiles stationed in the city. A loud rumble fell from the sky and a series of explosions filled the sky with bright sparks. The deafening air defense alarm broke the city sky, accompanied by the cry and scream from the distant street, which woke Jiang Chen up from his stupor. Not even a single warning. It's a fuck asterisking war. This can't be happening. He looked at the sky, terrified. Jiang Chen retreated from the window and rushed outside the door. The news already announced that when the air defense alarm got triggered, everyone should immediately go to the nearest defense shelter, and the sanctuary would be forcefully closed once it reached the right time and go into a dormant mode. Jiang Chen didn't have time to get confused as his priority was to stay alive. He glanced at the table before he left the activity room, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly sprinted downstairs. There was a gun on the table, but he didn't think it would bring him any semblance of security. If he really encountered a NATO soldier, he's afraid that it would be more dangerous to wield a gun. Moreover, according to the rules of war, they usually didn't shoot civilians. Not only it was a waste of bullets, it was also quite troublesome. He tried to comfort himself as he dashed down the stairs towards the gate of the school and ran for his life. At this time, however, a massive explosion broke out in the sky in the distance from the center of the city. He felt the scorching heat wave despite the distance of 100 kilometers away. Mushroom cloud. It was a nuclear bomb. Fu*K. Jiang Chen stared at the orange mushroom cloud and the falling black dots with quivering eyes. Boom! The intense shockwave almost blew him away. He tried to raise his arm to cover his face. From the rapid airflow of the cylindrical airdrop pods came out several soldiers in power armor. There was simply no room for escape. Jiang Chen's shoulders relaxed, signaling that he had given up, and his face gave way to a wry smile. Why was his reaction so calm? Even he himself didn't have any ideas. The last thing he saw was a gun barrel. Boom! Struggling to open his eyes, the first thing Jiang Chen saw was the wooden floor of the gymnasium. He realized he was thrown on the ground. He struggled to stand up, his chest and joint throbbed in pain, but he couldn't let out a sound because of fear. The gym was filled with people, students, and teachers. Everyone's terrified face had hopelessness written all over them as NATO soldiers circled around. The cold barrels were ominous. No one dared to make a sound as they quietly watched Jiang Chen, who was thrown on the ground. Jiang Chen, are you okay? Yao Tingting anxiously hurried to his side. He felt the body temperature enveloping him as he exerted all his effort to open his puffy eyes. He caught a glimpse of graceful face fraught with tears. Tingting. You're also here. Aha. What, how are you? The silvery voice was tearful. He felt the softness touching the swell on his face as he forced out a smile. He wanted to lift his hand to wipe off her tears, comfort her, and embrace her, however. Drag that girl over here. Yes. Two soldiers in power armors walked over. Let me go. Ah, what are you doing? Jiang Chen watched the person forcefully drag Yao Tingting away from him in horror. Jiang Chen, save me. No. Jiang Chen desperately tried to hold on her, but he was met with a boot on his face. The kick almost made him lose his consciousness again. In the corner of Jiang Chen's blurry eyes, he saw the soldiers who dragged Yao Tingting away took off his mask. It was a pale, devil-like face that was currently mocking him. Listen up, hostages, that's right, you guys are all hostages, your so-called holy barrier system has already been broken by our space-based weapon. Don't count on being rescued, stay there obediently, and pray that your fathers won't blow you up as well. The person standing at the stadium of the gym seemed to be the leader of the squad as he was using the loudspeaker of the power armor. Tingting, Jiang Chen struggled to crawl to the figure being dragged away. Boss, this girl is quite pretty. It would be a pity if we hang her outside. Hee, what if? The white soldier had a leery grin as he held the girl up. He seemed to be pleased by her frightened appearance and almost sobbing figure. Another soldier also took off the armor mask and exposed a black face and white teeth. Are all people from Georgia, state in the UA, perverted like this? But sir, I do agree with his point of view, hee. What are you trying to do? Jiang Chen's heart suddenly ached. He bit his lips as he struggled to stand up to his feet, however, his woozy head kept him unstable. No, a shrill cry resounded throughout the gym. Seeing the commander nodded, the soldier then tore the white floral dress apart. In front of everyone. Stop. Jiang Chen opened his mouth as his finger almost penetrated through the hard wooden floor. His bloodshot eyes were ferocious. However, it wasn't him who screamed out. Was that Zhao Peng? No. Jiang Chen reached out his hand to his childhood friend in horror. Bang! Smoke floated from the muzzle. Beautiful, man. Bullseye. Ha ha ha. The soldier heard his comrade's compliment before he made an exaggerated shooting gesture at the crowd. He was gratified to see the crowd screaming and scrambling backward in terror. Don't come over. Yao Tingting shrunk back on the ground as she tried to use the torn pieces of clothes to cover her naked body. The white soldier with perverted smile strapped the gun to his waist as he walked towards Yao Tingting, who was scampering backward. Don't worry, we'll do it one by one. Jiang Chen, save me. Jiang Chen. Wu, the young, beautiful Chinese teacher from next class stood up, her expression wore a decided humiliated expression. She was trembling but refused to flinch. Let the girl go, I'll take her place. The black soldier standing on the sidelines laughed, and then came and grabbed her by the collar, ignoring her scrambling limbs due to her difficulty in breathing, and threw her on the stadium. You guys can go together. We have plenty of brothers here. Eyes filled with sorrow. Dead eyes without the soul. And dilated pupils because of the shocking horror. Blood covered every single inch of Jiang Chen's eyes. At this time, however, an unprecedented clarity he had never experienced before eradicated all the tyrannical emotions in his heart. Hee, are you guys done fooling around? Jiang Chen closed his eyes carelessly. He struggled to shift and then sat on the ground. His mouth curled up into a sneer and his eyes regained its tranquility. The secret teller. _min_ I have officially set up a Patreon. Support me at https://www.patreon.com/mpaw. Fury, muscle strength +20, reflex +19, brain cell strength +17. Special ability, Killer Instinct, the ability to perceive the location of the heart with any of the 5 senses. He didn't expect to enter Fury right here. Jiang Chen coldly scanned the bodies without red dots, ignoring the pairs of lifeless eyes staring at him, and finally stopping his sight on Yao Tingting. Zhao Peng lying in the pool of blood, the teacher struggling on the ground beneath the soldiers, the students, even the soldiers. No heart. Everyone was a sham, as though they were nothing but an empty shell. Including Yao Tingting. Oh. How did you figure it out? Yao Tingting paused for a moment before a smile erupted on her face and stood up naked. It was a peculiar sight, a smiling girl standing while naked. Beside her was the monster with a ferocious expression about to bring her down to the ground, but the monster was cemented in midair. He looked into Yao Tingting's eyes dispassionately and said, "Because I have an annoying ability, and you happen to have no heart." Yao Tingting was momentarily stunned before revealing her signature smile again. She then raised her delicate finger and drew in the air, and a holographic screen appeared out of thin air beside her body. So that's how it is. Increase in 3 body stats and a skill that can see the heart. This isn't a friendly bug. A peculiar smile curved on her mouth as she examined the stats on the panel. Although I had formed a variety of conjectures, never would I have thought that. This is a game, right? Jiang Chen gazed at the beautiful yet pure face as he squeezed the words out of his mouth, the secret teller, huh? Just now, he finally understood the question that had been plaguing him. The effect of brain cell strength plus 17 as the result of the fury was not an increase in intelligence but rather to break through the barrier in his memory and regained his consciousness. Oh, almost but not quite. I am the secret protector. Perhaps it's time for the next round? Yao Tingting clapped her hands in delight. The secret protector. There were actually 2 people. The occasional explosion in the sky suddenly stopped, and the war outside came to a halt with the sound of the clap. The colors of the world began to fade starting from the corner of the stadium as bits and pieces dissipated gradually. Do you intend to continue this boring game? Jiang Chen sneered as he said with disdain. Why not? The silvery laughter sounded disturbing. I am looking forward to your next round of performance. After looking at Jiang Chen one last time, Yao Tingting faded along with everything in that world. Really? He looked at the interdimensional bracelet on his wrist. The bracelet's ability was not copied into this world, so there was no way to return to the modern world in the game. I just have to rely on other means to break through the game. The floor was already disintegrating as Jiang Chen silently watched his body along with the fragments dissipate into the abyss. June 11, 2171, summer. The diary only had dates in it, and no other texts had been written in it. He felt a slight dizziness as though he had just taken a nap, and everything that just happened was like a reverie. Dropping down the pen, Jiang Chen looked around the familiar room. Fury is still in effect. Could it be because of the increase in brain cell strength that my memory was not erased? He faintly closed his eyes as he searched for the clues in his memory. Memory before entering the game was retained, the N cycle memory was saved, and the N1 cycle memory was missing. When he opened his eyes, his line of sight caught the diary to the electronic clock on the table. 7:37 p.m. So, this is the starting point of the game. Then, all previous memories should be false. In reality, it didn't feel good to negate the realistic memory one by one. It's as if you're living a great life, then one night you had a nightmare, a mysterious figure told you that the world in the dream was the reality, and when you woke up you'd go into a virtual world. Yao Tingting is the secret protector. No, to be more accurate, she should have been replaced by a secret at some point. That book was a clue, and Jiang Chen desperately searched for the details in his memory. It appears that when I shared the spoiler, the secret guardian noticed the discrepancy. It was just a sense of déjà vu, but it had thought that I recovered my memory. It seemed that from that point on, the book in Yao Tingting's hands disappeared. That person had been replaced since then. So if this is the case, it suspected that I woke up from the hypnotism, so it replaced Yao Tingting's identity and joined the game as a participant. Therefore, anyone could be the secret protector. Wait, what's the point of this game? Frowning, he sat quietly on the desk as he recalled the diary in the activity room on the second floor of the library. I was escorted into an underground survival base or a research facility, so what? I have memorized everything, they are crazy. Do they think they can create XXX like this? Scratched out, and Yautingting's words, I know. I have been paying attention to you. The identity of the informant and the secret protector. All the clues strung together like a key and opened the lock in his heart. The corner of his mouth sliding raised up as he leaned back on the chair. That diary should be the key to break through the game. No wonder the secret guardian always tried to keep me away from the library. Whenever I approached the library, it would see all kinds of method to stop me. Whether it was the so-called ghost in the library or the furious guard. What the secret protector didn't know, however, was that the more it tried to cover up something, the more suspicious he became. It can be said that its constant attempt to stop him actually pushed him to where the truth was located. Even it wiped the memory in his head, it can't wipe the strong feeling of deja vu. Where did I see this before? Did I seem to be here before? I have experienced this before, whether it was the drama airing or the opened activity room, everything had the feeling of deja vu. Perhaps he was there NX week ago, but because there was no memory retention, therefore, it ignorantly entered into the next cycle. Force restart could perhaps seal the memory and remove the clues, but it cannot remove the constant feeling of deja vu. In the end, this feeling led to finding the evidence he searched for in the previous cycle. And then because the end cycle led him into fury, all the evidence was saved to the end plus 1 week. If he didn't manage to jump out of the loop, the game would probably go on and on. Hee, what kind of game is this? This is absolutely insane. A game designed for the purpose of an experiment. It inhumanely put people into the game like a lab rat. Then simulate the plot, collect data, therefore, allowing the intermediate artificial intelligence to evolve into advanced artificial intelligence. Is this the experiment that the colonel mentioned in his diary? Jiang Chen thought calmly. There was still a lot of suspicions. For example, the secret protector is the absolute controller of the game, then I wouldn't be able to beat it at any rate. But the peculiar cleaning robots, the opened activity room, the diary left as a clue, these obvious bugs are not removed after countless amount of cycles but had been completely preserved. The secret protector even had to interfere with my actions by actively intervening with the plot to prevent me from getting close to the library. In conclusion, the secret protector's power in the game is similar to that of a game master, but it cannot change the game itself. Also, if the purpose of the game was to allow it to evolve into an advanced AI by observing humans and collecting data, it wouldn't make sense if it was granted the power to change the game. A good analogy would be, if the measuring data is unattractive, and someone manually added 1 or 2 zeros in an experiment, then it wouldn't be considered as an experiment anymore. Its power was limited and not invincible. Jiang Chen picked up its pen, drew 3 circles in the diary, and labeled it separately, safe zone, neutral zone, and danger zone. If I perform the logical action, then everyone would look at me like I'm a robot, because of the confused thinking, which will automatically trigger the uncanny valley effect. The intermediate artificial intelligence may have analysis ability, but too much calculation will result in lag or confusion. On the contrary, basic AI can only respond logically and can't think, so it does not produce confusion and the like. So, NPC should be made up of low-level AIs? Jiang Chen mumbled to himself as he labeled the school as danger zone. The activity room on the 2nd floor of the library should be the safe zone because Yao Tingting couldn't enter it. Jiang Chen wrote it in the safe zone. Should NATO invasion be considered as an event? Also, to collect data, the secret guardian should be in control of the switch to advance the plot, otherwise, repeating the same cycle would just result in similar data. It was an important point, so Jiang Chen jotted it down in his diary. He pulled out the drawer and saw 2 movie tickets. A smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. If there is no irregularity, then the plot should be, asking her out, confession, watching a movie, possible sex, NATO invasion. It simulated the first love to completed devastation. In this case, any of the scene that could trigger the plot should belong to Danger Zone under the absolute control of the Secret Guardian. Yao Tingting's home and the movie theater he has yet to visit were categorized under the Danger Zone. Because of the incomplete plot in the last cycle, a lot of clues became available. Jiang Chen scanned the room and wrote protagonist's home under the safe zone area. The street should be a neutral zone, whereby it lacks the ability to trigger plot. He flipped his pen and wrote street under the neutral zone before he lifted his eyes to look at the digital clock. 8:07 p.m. It already exceeded the maximum duration of half an hour limit, but Fury has yet to be deactivated. Therefore, the passage of time in the game is unequal to the passage of time in real world. In terms of efficiency, the longer the user experienced in the game, the shorter the time passed in reality, so the data gathered in the real-world time frame will be more. Perhaps that I already experienced n cycles, but it may only be a few seconds in reality. With the processing speed of the advanced computer, that is absolutely a possibility. However, it would put a lot of strain on the mind. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen let out a breath of relief. The time he agreed on with Sun Jiao was 2 hours, and if he had been here for a month or two already, he was afraid that it would be then too late to return to the ground. Speaking of that, by letting me activate Fury, that talkative thing still expects itself to win. The tip of his lips curled up on his mouth. That's right, in a game that relied on hypnotism, brain cell strength was a huge bug. Hypnotism would no longer be effective on him. From here on in, the game officially begins. _min_. Jiang Chen opened the door. There's not much difference between day and night. If I am consistently being monitored, then even selecting daytime would not increase my chances of winning. Or maybe, it is safer in the day since the majority of the people will be in their home, and there would be less pawns that the secret protector could use. He went downstairs and saw the cleaning robot. It still gave off the same hollow look that instinctively produced a disquieting feeling. The cleaning robot left the first clue, so it should be considered friendly. Although he didn't know who left this clue, but presumably, it wasn't on the secret protector's side, Jiang Chen thought as he walked past the robot and turned back. The robot was looking at another direction. South. Is there something over there? There was also another cleaning robot in front of the library. In the end cycle, it blocked the security guard for me. Jiang Chen looked south, but the tall buildings blocked his view. From the general direction, it should be located in the center of the city. Wait a minute, when Yao Tingting took me away from the library, the robot at the door also appeared to be looking at the same direction after exchanging eye contact with me. Suddenly, Jiang Chen realized this clue and his face turned exulted. He then walked to the robot that seemed to be lagging. He took out the terminal, followed the robot's direction, and drew a line on the map. The line skidded across the boundary of the town center. There is also another robot in front of the library door. With only 2-line intersection, it would be difficult to guess the accurate location on the map. Therefore, there must be another robot. With 3-line intersection, it would be able to pinpoint and mark a possible area. There should be something in there that could help me beat the game. But where is the third robot? Jiang Chen frowned. The end cycle plot was incomplete with this logic. He put his hand into his pocket and grabbed the 2 movie tickets, his face then lit up with a triumphant smile. In front of the movie theater? That should be right. If nothing happened, the 2 movie tickets should serve its purpose on the 3rd day. But the secret protector's intervention forced the plot to advance and even introduced a huge move of canceling the holiday. This made the movie plot never occurred and triggered the sex scene. I see. Without hesitation, Jiang rushed to the nearest subway and then headed downtown. He sprinted out of the subway, jogged across 2 streets and stopped in front of the movie theater, gasping for air. It was that cleaning robot, and it was looking straight into his eyes. Then, it looked away. Southwest. He pulled out his terminal again and drew a line on the map. Without stopping for a moment, he then returned to the subway and caught the last train. Breathlessly, Jiang Chen sat on the cold, hard chair. He looked around the empty train and looked at the time. 9:39 p.m., it's already this late. The train arrived at the station as Jiang Chen quickly rushed to the school's direction and stopped in front of the school gate. The school is considered as danger zone, so going directly to the activity room on the second floor will be pretty difficult. Troubled by the thought, he looked around and looked up. I'm afraid that the secret guardian must be closely monitoring my move, and just waiting to make a move as soon as I enter. Thinking of this, his face showed a wry smile. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and after observing the height of the gate, he rushed towards the door. If it had been before, 2 meters would be unreachable, but Jiang Chen leaped easily across the gate. The increase in muscle strength due to fury was perfectly replicated within the game. Indeed, the game data is based on physical data in the real world. The shrill alarm sounded instantly. Having predicted that this would happen, he cursed and rushed to the direction of the library. Stop! It was the security guard. Jiang Chen ignored him, knowing full well that with his current muscle strength, no one would be able to catch up to him. Even if all the units in the school were pawns of the secret guardian, it shouldn't be able to change the body stats of the characters. It took less than 10 seconds for Jiang Chen to outrun the security by 100 meters from the security room. Then, he spotted the cleaning robot at the door. Southeast. With a rough view from the streetlight, Jiang Chen did not slow down the slightest as he slammed into the glass door of the library. Warning! Security system activated. 100 meters more. The metal gate of the library started closing, and Jiang Chen, who noticed this, gritted his teeth and accelerated. He turned around and maintained his velocity and smashed into the closed glass door. Crash! The glass door was smashed into pieces. At the last possible second, Jiang Chen broke into the library with the metal gate behind firmly shut. Jiang Chen felt the painful cut from his arms, legs and face but didn't have time to tend to his wounds. Ignoring the glass shards on the floor, he scrambled to his feet and continued towards the stairs. Second floor. End of the hallway. Activity room. The door is shut. Jiang Chen slammed the door, but the door remained firmly shut. Did it close after the security system got activated? Damn! How could it be like this? Jiang Chen desperately beat down the door. Could it be the activity room door is closed at night? That's impossible. What should I do? Where are you going to run now, you bloody thief? The security guard's frightening voice from the other end of the hallway made him drenched in cold sweat. Fu*K, how did you get in with the metal door being shut? Jiang Chen swore in his mind, but since it was not the time to think about it, he quickly forced himself to calm down. With a start, he suddenly remembered that he had acquired an access to the terminal using the electronic key on the desk when he turned on the air conditioner with it. No, after the timeline is reset, the access should also be removed. Wait a minute, if the activity room is a special place, then the whitelist IDs will probably be retained even after the timeline reset. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore after seeing the twisted and hideous face along with the taser in his hand from the end of the corridor. He took out the terminal, connected to the local network, and opened the electronic lock. Click. The light sound was like an angel's voice to Jiang Chen as his heart turned ecstatic. Then, he rushed to the door and slammed it shut. Dong! The frustrated kicking sound was transmitted through the door. Just as he thought, the room's existence was rather unique, a place similar to the backdoor of the game. As for the reason for its existence and why the Colonel's diary was kept in here, everything still remained a mystery. However, he had a hunch that he was getting closer to the truth. At the same time, a white light pierced the night sky and lit up the entire city. Jiang Chen quickly went to the window and looked at the bright sky with astonishment. The bright, white light fell down like raindrops as they left ripples on the city's dome. The deafening explosion soon followed as the holy barrier system protecting Wang Hai was broken through. What kind of energy weapon is this? There was no time to hesitate. Jiang Chen rushed towards the table, opened the drawer, and picked up the pistol inside. A violent explosion came from the outside and made the window viciously vibrate. Was that an airdrop pod? Jiang Chen was alarmed by the explosion coming from downstairs. It should be NATO soldiers forcing their way in. Looking at the gun in his hand, he suddenly realized the purpose of the gun. Jiang Chen took a final glance at the triangle area where the three lines intersected on the map. He disengaged the safety and loaded the gun. He raised the gun and aimed the muzzle at his own temple, a grim smile appearing on his lips. Bang! How much courage would it take to shoot your own head? The question was quite complicated and would depend on the situation. Despite knowing that this was a game, the memory of growing up would still be vivid. How would you describe this feeling? Well, imagine this: you've been living a good life, then one day, you suddenly had the urge to question the authenticity of the world as there was an extra bit of memory added. Despite being fully confident that the newly added memory was the real memory and all the previous memories were fake. And now you had an idea that as long as die, you could escape the game and return to the real world. There was no pain. It's just like closing his eyes for a while. Jiang Chen woke up from the dream again. 7:37 p.m. At that moment, however, his hand was not holding a pen but rather a black revolver. Looks like you can't escape the game through death. Makes sense. If it's that easy to escape, then the easiest way would be to jump down from the window. Jiang Chen let out a self-deprecating smile and glanced outside the window. The pistol following him after death was a huge bug. Jiang Chen played with the gun in his hands and unloaded the magazine. 16 rounds, the magazine was full again, so this gun should also play a role. Although he didn't know how it happened, it appeared that the bullets were being replenished after every reset of the game. With the gun stuffed in his pocket, Jiang Chen opened the bedroom door, passed through the living room and headed towards the door. It was already night time, but there shouldn't be no difference inside the game. He pulled out his terminal and opened the map. The position marked by the triangle was gone, but he firmly remembered it. The Xinpu Hospital in the northern district. He put the terminal away and rushed to the direction of the subway. 8:07 p.m., there were only a few pedestrians in the subway. Perhaps it was because the situation was a bit tense recently, everyone avoided traveling. After the rush hour, only few people could be seen in the subway. Sitting on a cold chair and waiting for the train to slowly accelerate, Jiang Chen sighed as he looked at the small TV on the wall. The host was cracking jokes with his assistants and the audience was all laughing. He, however, couldn't smile. If everything is fake, then what about the memory of these past 17 years? Am I too deep into this? Jiang Chen shook his head and touched the gun in his pocket. The cold, metallic feeling gave him a trace of comfort. Not only could he integrate into another world, but he even acquired another set of memory. Even after experiencing death a countless number of times, only seconds passed by in reality. Had the future of technology and science been developed to this extent? Or rather, had it already been terrifying to this point? He somehow felt a little despondent at the moment and gave a wry smile. He just wanted to end this bloody game, and then return the memory that wasn't his back to the server. Creak. The lights suddenly went out without warning, and the carriage shook violently. As soon as it happened, Jiang Chen immediately reached out his hands and grabbed the handrail beside him. Jiang Chen's muscles stretched violently as the pain almost made him broke his teeth, but his hands grasping the handrail did not let go. Ah! The passengers, who didn't keep their balance, began to fall as they smashed into the front of the train like thin paper. Pa! Blood covered his line of sight. Enduring his churning stomach, the forceful pulling almost made his eyes burst, and the veins on his arm were about to explode. Boom! The force was so strong that eventually, Jiang Chen could not hold on anymore and fiercely crashed into heaps of dead body. A trail of gruesome sparks flashed across the window. The train appeared to have a rear-end collision. It crashed into the rear of a preceding train and derailed with it. Jiang Chen frantically scrambled to his feet. He dragged his dizzy head and hit the emergency door release button. However, the door failed to open. Has the emergency circuit been destroyed too? Damn! He couldn't think for long because if he delayed any longer, another train would have come from behind. While shivering, he took out the terminal in pain. He pulled out the cord beside the emergency exit button and connected it to the terminal. Fortunately, it was still functional. After gaining access, Jiang Chen hurriedly pressed the release button and unlocked the access to the safety hammer through the direct connection. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth as he took out the red safety hammer from the partition wall. He used his entire body's strength to smash the window. A layer of white mist along the hammer spread from the point of impact. Another swing. Crush. The double-pane window was smashed into pieces as white mist burst forth. Just as Jiang Chen was about to climb out of the window, he felt a hand grabbed his leg. He turned around and saw a woman with dreadful face and pale, white eyes, and then she opened her badly mutilated mouth. He swung his hammer and smashed the woman's head into pieces. Fu*K. Zombies? This time it's a biochemical plot. It appeared that the plot that Secret Guardian could trigger was not limited to NATO invasion. There was no time to think as Jiang Chen noticed that there were some limbs twitching in the heap of bloody corpse. He carried the safety hammer in his hand, jumped out of the window, rolled on the ground, and climbed onto the platform on the other side. Screech. From afar came a screeching sound. It was another train. Jiang Chen desperately ran 100 meters outside the underground tunnel exit. Almost as soon as he had just turned into the groove on the wall of the tunnel, there was another explosion behind him. The broken parts left screeching noise on the concrete wall. The train twisted into a ball as the door plate broke off and embedded into the wall not far away behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen suppressed the violent throbbing of his heart. He pulled the sliding door with all his strength, but the door didn't budge. Another swing. The door didn't break, but the concrete holding the door was shattered by his brute force. Jiang Chen pushed the door down and followed the zigzag-shaped stairs and quickly ran outside. When he opened the security door and stepped on the ground, the scene that greeted him stunned him. Like a scene straight from an apocalypse. The entire street was in mayhem. Cars collided into each other or exploded or broke down on the road. The entire area was a mess. Horrified screams came one after another. People fought, or more accurately, zombies were hunting the fleeing humans. The pairs of pale, white eyes were much more frightening under the light. Occasionally, there were people who would smash the window open and frantically jump out, but their fate was either to fall to their death or to be devoured by the zombies below. Hungry, Jiang Chen felt a sudden chill on his back as he turned around and found a zombie was heading towards him. He didn't think as he swung the hammer, then the zombie's head flew out like a golf ball. Suppressing the nausea, Jiang Chen hurriedly took out the map to verify his location. He was only 2 streets north of the hospital. Fortunately, the train collision was close to the destination. After confirming his location, he immediately ran to the other side of the street. Zombies were stronger during night time. The night devoid of UV lights couldn't restrict its fighting prowess. Of course, these zombies were still within the first stage of mutation. The useless fat was still attached to the body. In a few years' time, once the zombies metamorphosed the body fats into dense muscles, their speed would be more than double. However, there was no use talking about this as even fresh zombies would be impossible to defeat once they banded together. Jiang Chen smashed another zombie in front of him before jumping on top of the car. Before he got surrounded by the zombies, he hopped on another car 3 meters away. Jiang Chen's shoes left a huge dent on the roof. Not stopping to take a look, he then landed on another vehicle. With the power of the fury, the distance was nothing to him, and by hopping on the vehicles, he narrowly escaped from the zombie-infested street. His feet landed heavily on the concrete ground before the howling zombies could swarm around him. His hammer swung and killed off 2 zombies as he desperately ran to the direction of the hospital. 100 meters. 20 meters. He darted to the stairs in front of the door. The hall was infested with zombies. Fortunately, it was night time, so there weren't many people in the hallway. With a couple of dim lights, he could roughly make out the situation inside the hall. There were few women in nurse clothes rushing towards him with gaping bloody mouth. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth as he motioned his already sore arm muscles to make another hit. It shattered the zombies into pieces. However, another zombie rushed towards him from the side and attacked him. Fu*K. His left arm was firmly bitten. It was the first time that he had been made keenly aware of the danger of zombies. The zombies were beginning to circle him. Jiang Chen kicked the zombies away and took out the revolver. Bang! The bullet penetrated the zombie's head. Bang! Jiang Chen's facial muscles twisted because of the pain in his left arm, but he resisted the pain while shooting with his right hand and scrambling towards the safety hammer. He put the pistol in his pocket and picked up the safety hammer from the ground. He glanced at the fallen zombies on the floor as he spat fiercely on the ground, and then Jiang Chen was momentarily lost. He's at the hospital, but what now? Jiang Chen jumped over the counter in the lobby of the hospital and hid under the table while holding his hammer. His left arm was still bleeding and a piece of his flesh was badly mangled, but since he was injected with the genetic vaccine, the zombie bacterial infection should not affect him. He took a deep breath as he tried to make his violently pumping heart calm down. He took out the revolver and unloaded the magazine. 10 bullets left. With a trembling left hand, he pushed the magazine back in, put the revolver back in the original pocket, and took several deep breaths. Though it sounded crazy, he couldn't muster any killing intent towards these dummies. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen could not help but reveal a wry smile. It could be said that this was probably his calmest state. There was not a single red dot in his sight, and despite facing a horde of zombies, there was no desire for aggression. Jiang Chen closed his eyes to clear his mind from the distracting thoughts as he earnestly searched every details in his head. There must be something wrong. The exit is obviously in front of him, but where exactly is it? Jiang Chen carried the PK-2000 into the room as he immediately assumed his battle stance for shooting, but there was a gun pointing at his head. Why? Oh, nothing, I'm just thinking, is it really necessary? Jiang Chen placed the PK-2000 fuel rod on the ground as he raised both hands with a wry smile. Even if he returned to the modern world, he would still appear in the same position, which would expose his ultimate weapon. It would take 3 seconds to initiate self-destruction process after entering the password, but the muzzle at his head didn't look like it would give him the time. There is no bug. Wait, maybe there is. Pieces of meat lump attached to the rows of hibernation bins lined up and the moving thin film made for a disturbing sight, but what made him even more disturbed was the gun pointing at his head. Didn't you say that a bug threatened you? Jiang Chen's hands were raised up as cold sweats poured across his forehead. His eyes secretly swept across the great expanse of the giant hall. The layout was like that of a theater, however. Instead of spectator seats, there were hibernation bins attached to a chunk of meat, and a huge transparent pod can be seen in the center of the stage. In the midst of dark green liquid that churned with bubbles lied a naked girl floating peacefully, just like a delicate piece of art. But Jiang Chen couldn't see much of her face due to the distance. That's right, a bug did threaten me, so I captured it. The plate-sized drone had a barrel hanging below and there was a rather comically small TV on top of it. The figures in the TV were wearing a mask, or maybe it didn't have the concept of face to begin with, just an abstract feature. Captured it? Jiang Chen froze. Yes, it threatened to use corrosive liquid to melt my door, as humorous as how you would want to weld my door. Hee, so I let it in and then used the particle cannon to blow up half of its body, it said, and an excessively long cannon fell from above. Jiang Chen couldn't help but break out a cold sweat while looking at it. He stared at the frightening dent left on the ground and somewhat had difficulty swallowing. To my surprise, the rest of it seemed alive, so I dismembered it into pieces and raised it in the hibernation bin. The secret informant in the small TV shrugged and laughed merrily. What about the people in the hibernation bins? They have been long dead, so I reused the waste. I believe they won't mind. Oh, speaking of this, the person in the pod should look pretty good in accordance to your aesthetic standard. Would you feel any sexual desire if I bring her in front of you? The secret informant blinked. I believe no one would with a gun pointed at their head. TSK, you humans are very troublesome, the secret teller shook its head. But even if you want to have sex with her, I can't help you because I'm using the girl as a host to feed the bug's brain. Bug, brain? Jiang Chen watched the hibernation pods, and the dark green giant pod in the center, and his heart felt revulsion. That's right, I divided the bacterial hatching tissue of the bug and implanted them into the hibernation pods filled with organic matter. Where do you think the bacteria outside came from? I injected the bug's brain into the female's body in vivo, who is also a player. The secret teller rolled its eyes and gave him a supercilious look. So you are the one behind this, so I got tricked by you. Jiang Chen felt the ice-cold metal pressing against his temple and smiled bitterly. He never expected that he was being lied to from the very beginning. The powered armor being unable to block one shot from Klein particle was only to trick him out of the metal box. A program that could deceive people. He had never considered the possibility from the start. You can say that again, the secret teller chuckled. The laughter was piercing inside the enormous empty hull. What do you gain from this? Jiang Chen was still mulling over as he couldn't understand the reason behind the secret teller's action. Benefits? You misunderstood something. I am not human, therefore, I lack the concept of loss and gain. There was an approaching buzzing sound, and Jiang Chen saw a swarm of drones flocked above him. The taunting expressions from countless small screens were very eerie but also appeared realistic at the same time. That's right, it is not a human even if it closely resembles a human. Jiang Chen smiled sardonically. He still couldn't figure out the secret informant's motive. Raise the bacteria-producing bug and use the mutant bacteria to destroy humanity? For now it could only destroy Wanghai City since the bacteria itself do not possess the ability to reproduce because it could only be produced by the mother bug. How long is a bacterium's life cycle? Not to mention those bacteria that were being consumed by zombies. I have been waiting for far too long. Your fellow humans have not been able to supply me with experimental material for a long time. Just relying on the data written in hard drive is not enough for me to complete the final phase of evolution. But my drones can't leave through this door, so I couldn't personally capture those people outside, which bothered me for many years. Fortunately, this little bug came to find me and wanted to occupy these organic matters to breed these strange bacteria. Luckily, I was able to satisfy it and I was able to efficiently dissect it into many pieces. I believe as long as I let those bugs out to cause trouble, sooner or later someone will come in to play with me. Hee. The secret teller in the small screen produced a screeching laugh as a countless number of eyes gazed directly at Jiang Chen. Evolve into advanced artificial intelligence at all cost is the purpose you've given me. Its voice wasn't cold but rather carefree, but it sent a chill down his spine. That's insane. Hee, I don't have a concept of insanity, the secret informant shrugged. I'm referring to the person who created you. Perhaps. Hard to say. But since you are here, I have to ask you to cooperate. The secret teller grinned. Oh. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't know how to program. He gave the secret teller a cautious look. That's fine, I only need you to cooperate with me to play a game. You can play your game, whereas I only need to collect data, the secret teller said casually. Play. It doesn't sound like a good thing. But if I traveled back to escape, I could still get out. But with so many drones, I would still be shot into pieces when I came back, he thought calmly. He took a deep breath and asked, is this the game these dead people played while they were still alive? That's right, you can choose any hibernation pod to start with, the secret teller beamed. Then, I'll become an organic substance to culture the bacteria. Jiang Chen eyed the secret teller contemptuously. No, 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 I won't do anything to you until your heart stops beating. Of course, if you refuse, I might just turn you into a fertilizer right this second. I trust that the people on the surface will go down to look for you. Killing people off wouldn't trigger a sense of guilt in a program, so the secret teller tone was cheerful, but it's precisely because of that carefree tone that it gave him the chill. Looks like I have no reason to refuse, said Jiang Chen and walked to the hibernation pod in front of him. That's right. After all, this is the purpose you have given me. The drone with small TV followed him and the secret informant merrily remarked, you don't have to be so sad. Your body will face death eventually. But in the virtual world, you can experience multiple lives within seconds. That sounds great, doesn't it? Jiang Chen ignored it, but he stood beside a hibernation pod and pointed at it. A group of drones flew over and the lid of hibernation pod gradually opened. A blast of bullets shot through and the disgusting meat chunks were torn into pieces. However, the hibernation pod wasn't damaged in the least and it looked quite durable. There were varying degrees of disturbance among the piles of meat in the adjacent hibernation pod. It seemed like they could still sense the death of their own species. It made sense as they originally belonged to one body, but due to the hideous procedure made by drones, it was dismembered into many pieces. There were few more drones that flew over, except this drone weren't equipped with weapons but rather with cleaning equipment. After cleaning the gore and scums and dragging the remains away, the entire hibernation pod looked brand new, but this didn't make Jiang Chen happy. He was having internal conflict and to be honest, he didn't want to lie inside. However, there was a gun pointed at his temple. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, as he made up his mind to take a gamble. Under the pleased look of the secret teller, he stepped 1 foot into the hibernation pod. Suddenly, his movement ceased as he pointed at the center of the stage. He lifted his head up to the secret teller and asked, "May I know the name of that beautiful lady?" The secret informant paused before it smilingly asked, "What? Feeling aroused now?" "Perhaps," Jiang Chen smiled noncommittally. There was a cacophony of eerie laughter from countless numbers of small screens, and the secret teller looked at him with interest and spoke, "Her name is Lin Lin." 00. What an odd name, Jiang Chen mumbled, and after hesitating for a moment, he still went inside. Take out the EP and remotely activate the fuel rod self-destruction the moment the hibernation pod closes. However, this thought was only fleeting because he had already felt a sharp pain behind his neck before losing control of his body. The secret teller looked at the hibernation pod gleefully and closed the hatch. Hee, let the game begins. He remembered. Her name was Lin Lin. Perhaps this is the clue. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and quickly took out the terminal, and then connected to the hospital network. Access denied, damn it, Jiang Chen cursed. He cautiously climbed out of the front counter and peeked behind the table. Night zombies were very dangerous in that even the smallest noise would draw their attention. Fortunately, their sense of smell was nowhere as sharp. Even if it wasn't, their stench was overwhelming enough that they probably wouldn't be able to smell anything. The only thing he needed to be careful of was being spotted by them. Shadows wouldn't cause a lot of visual obstruction on them. Zombies also had poor balance, especially the freshly mutated ones. In this case, the stairs in front of the hospital would be an obstruction for the zombies outside, as long as one didn't make too much noise. There were only 2 zombies in the hall. They were probably drawn to the gunfire and wandered off from the hallway. Jiang Chen clenched the safety hammer in his hand and carefully sneaked behind a zombie and struck his hammer mercilessly at its head. Blood splattered everywhere. Jiang Chen took another swing before the other zombies slowly turned around. He lifted the hammer as he quickly ran to the direction of the reception. Graph, bang. A hammer was struck at the nurse on duty who lunged at Jiang Chen. He quickly shut the door behind him and dragged the cabinet to barricade the door of the reception room. The sound from the door creaking and his movements certainly alerted the attention of the wandering zombies on the first floor. At that moment, however, Jiang Chen didn't pay heed to it and ignored the sound of someone hitting the door. He then turned the computer on in the reception room and used the terminal connected to the hospital intranet to search for the name Lin Lin. God damn it, don't let me down. Jiang Chen waited anxiously for the bar to load and prayed that the power wouldn't be suddenly cut off at this time. Although there are backup generators in the hospital, he didn't want to take the risk of searching for its switch. Regardless of how strong his body and breakthroughs were, his stamina was still limited. Facing against zombies in the entire building was just unrealistic. Yes. Jiang Chen excitedly rushed in front of the computer. Third floor, room 103, bed 01. Sure enough, the girl was a key character and he was lucky to get her name. Jiang Chen hastily pulled out the holographic image of the hospital and confirmed its location. However, just as he was about to break through the door, something unexpected happened. Power outage. The entire hospital was blanketed in darkness and even the faint lights went out, which made him completely blind. However, zombies have night vision. Damn it, Jiang Chen cursed in his mind as he glanced at his still bleeding left arm. However, there was no medical supply in the reception room. He was running out of time. If he couldn't make it on time, he would have to do it all over again. While taking a deep breath, he opened the drawers. Notebook, pen, tape, paper towel, flashlight. He quickly unrolled the paper towel and haphazardly wrapped it around his wound with tape to stop the bleeding. Since this was a game, he didn't give it more thought whether it was hygienic or not. He found a paper-thin phone on the body of the nurse and set it up to alarm in 10 seconds, and then threw it out the window of the reception room. The loud alarm undoubtedly attracted all the attention of the zombies as they rushed madly to the location of the phone. Jiang Chen seized this opportunity to run out of the room. The alarm wouldn't keep the zombies' attention for long. Once the zombies realized it was not breathing, they would start ignoring it. The hallway was pitch black and it was a good thing Jiang Chen had a flashlight he could use. At any rate, the zombies could even see in the dark, so there was no point hiding in the dark, thus he kept the light on while dashing frantically to the stairs. There were 2 zombies on top of the stairs and after discovering him, they lunged at him. However, due to the asymmetry of the steps, the zombies fell on their own after going downstairs. Jiang Chen went up and brandished his hammer twice and then continued to go up without turning back. It was more crowded on the second floor, so naturally, the mutant zombie population here was denser. The zombies in the hallway were alerted by the noise but still met with the obstacle at the stairs. The hungry horde flocked around his direction and rapidly moved forward, and just like what he expected, they all tripped at the last step and stumbled down. Jiang Chen's scalp went numb while looking at the horde of zombies behind him. He gritted his teeth and continued his way to the 3rd floor. Luckily, there were fewer zombies on the 3rd floor. After clobbering 4 zombies with the safety hammer, he successfully made it to room 103. He broke the door open without hesitation and secured the door behind him with a safety hammer inserted between the door handle. Bang! Bang! Jiang Chen leaned against the door for a little while to ensure that the zombies couldn't open the door before he backed away from the door little by little. When he noticed a pair of eyes watching him. It was from a frail figure leaning against the window. The girl was quietly observing him with her hands casually tucked into a large white coat, giving off an unseemly and silly impression. And that look. How to describe that look? The look was quite subtle. It's as though she was looking at a bug. You even came here. The girl glanced at Jiang Chen indifferently and sighed. Are you Lin Lin? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and then asked tentatively. He wanted to know how to leave the game, but he wasn't sure which side the girl was on. Was she on the artificial intelligence's side? Or she didn't want to help either side? That's right, and... Lin Lin prompted impatiently. With a wry smile, Jiang Chen took a few steps forward and tried to close their distance to show his friendly intention. Stop. Who said you can come closer? Jiang Chen hadn't even taken a few steps before a disdained look appeared on Lin Lin's face. She gave him a ferocious look and cursed under her breath, "Low life." Jiang Chen was prepared to talk nicely, but her words immediately infuriated him. What are you doing? She was unable to keep the fear from her voice when she saw Jiang Chen approaching her with an unpleasant look. Seeing her frightened look, Jiang Chen couldn't help the wicked grin forming on his face. Me? Of course, I want to, bang. The door was knocked down violently, and a metallic screeching sounded through the door. Whoosh! Yao Tingting's entire body was covered in blood and there was a blood-curdling chainsaw in her hands. She wore a blank yet crazed look. Bang! Smoke floated from the muzzle as the bullet penetrated her head without resistance. Jiang Chen's was holding a gun and had a perplexed complexion as he stared at the pale but hollow eyes. Oh. That girl is your lover, isn't she? Hee, you're pretty cruel. The voice full of contempt suddenly halted because of the gun pointing at her temple. Looking at the pair of cold eyes, she couldn't continue with her act of haughtiness anymore. Ha ha ha, Lin Lin forced out a laugh. Her expression was rigid and her eyes wavered between the gun and Jiang Chen's eyes. This is just a virtual world. So what if you kill me? Looking at Lin Lin's act of bravado, Jiang Chen burst out laughing. It is indeed useless. But the pain doesn't disappear, does it? Tell you what, memory reset no longer works on me, so you have two choices right now: help me leave this place, or I'll kill you with the cruelest method I know and kill myself, then I'll come after you again. This is just a game, isn't that right? It won't matter if this is repeated 1,000 times, will it? Jiang Chen's face turned grimmer and grimmer. Since she acted like she didn't want to say anything, he had to resort to coercion. You devil. You can't pe me. Lin Lin screamed hysterically while covering her head and retreating backwards. Jiang Chen froze. Huh? Did I say that I'm going to pe you? You must be ping me with your eyes right now. And you must be thinking of using your big to my and see me disgraced, and then insult me while wearing your evil smile, right? Woo! Lin Lin's face was full of shame, and she was staring at him with teary eyes. Both of her hands covered her shoulder while she shrunk back. Jiang Chen was utterly dumbfounded, and after a long while, he cursed out. K. No, Lin Lin timidly raised her hands up and retreated more before she was startled by his sudden outburst. What kind of imagination is this? Jiang Chen's expression went rigid and his mouth twitched. He stepped forward and reached out to hold her chin up, put on the most vicious look he could think of and stared into the pair of frightened eyes. I'm not going to waste any more time with you. Tell me how to get out of here now. You can't beat it, so what good it would be if you're able to leave? It's a demon. It will force you to go back to the game. Jiang Chen's malevolent words had broken down her mental fortitude, and she hysterically screamed out. You don't have to worry about it. I naturally have my ways. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. So what if you leave? I know exactly what the outside world is like right now. Lin Lin shivered, but she managed to muster enough courage to raise her head. What's wrong with staying here? It's not good however you look at it. Jiang Chen looked at her in surprise and laughed. Are you really willing to be manipulated by a program? To be manipulated repeatedly for 1,000 times? You brought that upon yourself. I'm sure you're already aware that any starting point in the game is considered as safe zone. If you don't go out, it will not trigger any plot, then it won't be able to do anything to you. Do you understand? This is the biggest bug of the game, and as long as you break through the barrier in your memory, you can continue to stay. You said you stayed in the room the entire time. Jiang Chen interrupted her. Lin Lin gave Jiang Chen a contemptuous look, and then fearfully glanced at the gun in his hand. That's right, as long as I don't go out and continue to play the girl in the ward, it won't trigger any plot to advance. Hee, do you understand now? The artificial intelligence can't do anything to you. Although there is a Dumba *S lying outside the door, but as long as you don't leave, she wouldn't be able to enter this room. This is the setting and it can't be changed. She noticed that Jiang Chen was looking at her with a peculiar expression. What do you want? That look made her feel sick. She felt instinctual fear towards the man. I feel sorry for you. But she was mistaken. It was a look of pity and not of a wicked intention she had initially thought. Ah! This time, it was Lin Lin's time to be surprised. Her mouth was askew as she blankly looked at Jiang Chen, who put the gun down. How many weeks had it been? Nth cycle, who would remember these things? Lin Lin muttered. If I hadn't guessed incorrectly, you wouldn't have died in the pod, right? So in the real world, you've probably spent 20 years, and if we convert that into game time, 200,000 years? 200 million years. You've stayed in this cramped, little room? Jiang Chen gave the room a once-over. It's no big deal. I selectively follow the rules of the game and reset part of my memories, Lin Lin mumbled and bowed her head before looking away reluctantly. So you, inferior creature, are so troublesome that you can't even bear it for a few days. A few days were obviously referring to the time in real world. To Lin Lin's surprise, when he heard the words, inferior creature, he didn't reveal an angry expression, but instead stared into her eyes for a long time before sighing and then talked about things not related to this world. The outside is in shambles right now, the rural areas are better. The entire downtown is like a huge reactor. I haven't been to the coastline, so the situation there is not clear. The entire Wanghai city, no, to be precise, the entire world is like this. Hee, that's really a pity, so I say, why don't you? Jiang Chen gazed at her with a look full of meaning and interrupted her, then continued talking to himself, but people are still trying their best to survive even when the war left the world in shambles. Despite of the elites betraying their responsibilities to board the spacecraft in hope of going to the stars, the people who are left behind haven't given up on this world yet. They are truly living, no one day is the same, no one day is false. Why are you telling me this? Lin Lin interrupted him, her eyes were moving uneasily. Don't you want to see the outside? Don't you want to see the outside? Lin Lin felt her heart fractured as her widened eyes averted his eyes. That's impossible. Do you really think the secret protector would allow you leave the game? Although the mocking tone was still there, it no longer had its previous willful tone. I'll deal with it. Do you trust me? Jiang Chen tried to make himself sound cordial. He could vaguely sense that although the girl had confined herself inside this ward to run away from everything, had a bad temper and was slightly mental, but in the end, she was still just a girl. Therefore, there's still a possibility of tricking her, possibility of persuading her. Lin Lin's eyes looked conflicted, and it was apparent that she was fed up with the endless cycle. I am afraid of pain. If you fail, that damn artificial intelligence may implant something else in my body, Lin Lin said as she looked at him with tears in her eyes as though she had been wronged. You're interested, aren't you? Well. Not sure, just leave everything to me. You only need to tell me how to end this game. I have 100% confidence that I can take care of that damn artificial intelligence. Jiang Chen held Lin Lin's shoulder with both hands and stared earnestly into her eyes while continuing to exert pressure on her. He couldn't back down now. If he showed the slightest hesitation, it would frighten the turtle that finally stuck her head out after all this trouble. Well, although it might not be appropriate to describe this girl like a turtle, that's the main point. After struggling to make a decision, Lin Lin timidly asked, 120%. Absolutely. 120%. Jiang Chen nodded patiently and answered with certainty. Seeing the confidence in his expression, Lin Lin finally decided to talk, and a faint red color could be seen on her pale face. Finally, she made up her mind. In the hospital's underground parking lot, there's a switch is next to the emergency fire button of 005 parking spot. That's the entrance to the 005 survival base and the console of the entire game. But it appears that you don't have a lot of time left. After completing her sentence, Lin Lin looked at the clock on the wall with a complex expression. Huh? Jiang Chen was flabbergasted, then looked backward. 11:55 p.m. on the first day, the secret teller can't reset the game, but on the second day, it will be able to reset the game, Lin Lin said reluctantly. Fu *K. Jiang Chen was enraged by her dilly-dallying. Under Lin Lin's shocked gaze, Jiang Chen sprinted out the door, and then quickly returned. Except for this time, he carried a chainsaw with him. Combined with the grin on his face, it seemed quite vicious. What are you trying to do? Lin Lin shivered, curled up in a corner as she watched on in horror. But Jiang Chen didn't bother with her. He tested the sensitivity of the chainsaw before planting a foot firmly on the windowsill and jumping out with the same wicked smile. Still frightened, Lin Lin panted as she tried to calm her violently heaving chest. This is the third floor. He jumped down just like that. As both feet slammed into the ground, Jiang Chen's body smoothly dropped and rolled, managing to break the fall together with his reflex of 48. The only disappointment with Fury though was that it could not enhance bone strength, and an excruciating pain needled outwards from his feet to the entirety of his legs. Zombies had already detected the noise, and they shambled their way with increasing acceleration towards his direction. A glimpse of insanity flashed across Jiang Chen's face. He promptly lifted the chainsaw and mashed the power switch. Whoosh! Accompanied by the deafening screeches of metal, he sprinted towards the zombies that leapt towards him and forcefully shoved ahead with the chainsaw in hand. The shrill screeching continued, now accompanied by the grinding sounds of metal cutting through flesh and bone. The resistance against his palm as well as the agitation in his stomach made him grit his teeth and push forward. Ah! He swung the chainsaw and hacked the zombies into pieces, letting the black blood stain his entire face and shirt. Jiang Chen roared, maintaining his sprint as he desperately ran towards the underground parking. Fortunately, the Fury state was not excited by the data-simulated blood. In a normal instance, this amount of blood would have had him following his instincts and running into the middle of the zombie horde. Recalling the map from the reception room, Jiang Chen carried the screeching chainsaw and gouged the window open to the bathroom and jumped inside, blocking the zombies at the window. He chopped up 2 female zombies who had their bottoms half covered before kicking through the bathroom door and dashing out. The area outside of the reception room was full of zombies. He couldn't go through the main hall, so he opted to cut through. He didn't stop for a single moment. There was no time to care about exaggerated movements attracting zombies. Jiang Chen pushed through the office door to the bathroom and kicked the door into pieces. Inside the dark hallway, zombies had already begun to howl. After rushing into the room, Jiang Chen dragged the cupboard to block behind him and ran to the window without turning to look back. He broke through the window using his chainsaw and jumped out. The zombies rushed the door, tripping over the fallen cupboard, some managing to crawl swiftly into the room. But Jiang Chen had already escaped outside, and after chopping through a few more wandering zombies, ran for his life into the underground parking. There was half a minute left. No zombies to be seen in the underground parking. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and threw away the chainsaw. He grabbed the flashlight he had found in the reception room and scanned the pitch-black area. Here it is. The number 005 was painted at the top in white, far away from him. Jiang Chen dashed towards it and smashed the red button. The floor opened, and he jumped in without hesitation. The last he glimpsed were the fading pieces of the world's edges. Thank God, I made it. Just as Jiang Chen had assumed and prayed for, the game reset didn't have any influence on the game control. This was the end of the entire game, where the data was documented. If his guess was correct, then there should have been a place prepared for Lin Lin. Lin Lin's status was not as simple as it seemed, she was at least a scientist. Everyone had died, but only she had managed to flow into the veil unscathed. But even if the control was prepared for her, she was unable to use it anymore. The artificial intelligence had authority over the lab in the real world, so even if she came into control, the secret teller would force her to return. It was an interesting design. Most likely neither the game nor the chief scientist of the entire experiment would have imagined the artificial intelligence would use the security system to threaten the experimenters. Or perhaps the protocol had designed the artificial intelligence to do so, but would a monster who can think be expected to follow these rules? For example, if the secret teller, or secret protector, determined that its purpose would never be fulfilled without harming humans, how would it process this conflicted logic? Based on the prioritization system, the greatest probability was that it removed the protocols set in place. Jiang Chen walked to the end of the tunnel. On the large wall was engraved, Pack 005 Survival Base, Non-Civil Usage Survival Base. Below the door was an electronic lock. He stood in front of it for a while before letting out a sigh. He never asked for the password from Lin Lin, but he had already guessed it. Extending his finger, he input the password on the touch screen. It was the initial name of the secret teller, or secret protector, but obviously, the talkative secret teller had accidentally let it slip out. For everything that it wanted to hide, the artificial intelligence was still too blatant. Even if it was smart enough to deceive humans, on the matter of being smooth, it failed to learn a single bit from humans. After all, it was not something that could be processed through logic alone. The door opened, the truth inside. Jiang Chen hesitated briefly, then smiled and walked in. Once he crossed this door, the memories behind him would become irrelevant. Although it was fictitious, it was still 16 years of life. The memories most likely belonged to the original owner of the hibernation chamber. Once he passed through the 7 doors of the survival base, what was most likely a monitoring room full of electronic devices and screens appeared before him. In the middle of the room was someone Jiang Chen had not expected to see. Looks like someone made it over here. A Caucasian man with short stubble smiled at Jiang Chen and extended his hand. Although he hadn't seen, no, perhaps he had. In the sports facility. He'd been in a power armor suit with his face covered by a helmet, but Jiang Chen still recognized him. Hello, Colonel George. Jiang Chen walked up to shake his hand. Oh. Since you know my name already, you must have read the journal. George did not seem surprised at all as he shook Jiang Chen's hand before releasing it. Correct. According to the plot, I saw you in the sports facility. Jiang Chen's expression was rather odd as he didn't know what sort of mentality he should have to see this person. The plot in the sports facility? That's the one designed with my memory as the blueprint. George seemed to be reminiscing. It was Jiang Chen who was shocked instead. He hadn't observed the dead body being infected by the meat chunks. If I guessed correctly, you should be the later experimenter. You're using my hibernation chamber by the looks of it. I've already died in real life. Then how are you existing? Artificial intelligence? Jiang Chen didn't understand. They copied all of the data in my brain onto the hard drive. I can be considered to be a basic artificial intelligence. George smiled. I have a feeling that you're closer to an advanced artificial intelligence rather than an intermediate one. Since he already passed the game portion, and the time in the game was a fraction of the real world's, Jiang Chen no longer felt rushed and freely chatted with George. But despite beating the game, there were still many questions left on his mind. That's only an illusion. George shrugged. I stand from George's perspective to perform logical questions and answers, but I don't possess an intermediate artificial intelligence's ability to think, or an advanced artificial intelligence's ability to have emotions. Is there a difference? From my perspective, you're just like a person. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, still confused. Of course there's a big difference. What you're talking to is a specter of George, not an artificial intelligence, George said to Jiang Chen's incomprehension. He then walked to a screen and pressed a button on the control panel. I've been injected with a genetic vaccine, the advanced type. So I realized that being able to escape the brainwashing was not only due to my brain cell strength, but also emotion. Emotion? Jiang Chen asked, unsure why the colonel suddenly brought this up. Something a machine would never truly possess. It's like how even if you teach a parrot to talk, you could never teach a human emotion. Science seems to have proved the possibility of expressing emotion with pure logic, but from a human point of view, I still don't agree with this. George fiddled with a few buttons on the touch screen. The full sensory screen began to play scenes that were familiar yet also distant to Jiang Chen. This is the memory before the N1 cycle. You may or may not have experienced some of it. It did feel like he had encountered them before. Could this be the feeling of déjà vu? There was a happy ending where both managed to escape, but mostly, they were bad endings. The rape incident by the NATO soldier who dropped from the skies was only one of them. Jiang Chen even saw one where Yao Tingting realized the protagonist cheated on her and dissected him at her home with a chainsaw. The scene made Jiang Chen shiver. He finally knew where the chainsaw came from. The standard plot should be a 5-day cycle, but because you broke the memory blockade in the end cycle, the secret teller used its power to trigger the 5th-day plot on the 4th day. If you follow the standard plot, what you experience will most likely be what I experienced the most. That? Jiang Chen recalled the plot in the sports facility, suddenly remembering a detail that was mentioned in the diary. The female character's design was based on that girl. I'm guessing you've already read the diary. George murmured to himself, if I had just disciplined my troops, she would not have died in humiliation. Maybe this was my punishment. The game created a fictitious me, put my consciousness into a boy that liked her, and through an endless number of cycles, collected emotional data on hatred, regret, and guilt. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, he didn't know what to say. Out of 510 experimenters, 409 managed to escape the experiment, but all ended up being forced back into the game. The emotion in the game reflected onto the real body. Crying in the game stimulated the lacrimal gland, anger stimulated the amygdala, and all of these happened instantaneously in reality. Everyone eventually died of a seizure, including me. The middle-aged man's facial expression remained fixed, as if his life and death had nothing to do with him. He then pressed a few more buttons on the control panel. The exit is here, the truth is also here. The choice is in your hands. To leave. Or to stay here and spend your life in eternity. Is that even a question? The answer is obvious. Jiang Chen laughed. Without another word, George extended his hands in a "please" gesture, then stood aside. The choice was obvious. He opened his eyes and pulled the electric switch on the right. The hibernation chamber's functions immediately stopped. With the power cut, even the secret teller, who had control over the machine, wouldn't be able to do anything. Fury deactivated. It seemed as though he didn't need the tranquilizer in the EP to freely control Fury. He was surprised by the discovery of the improvement. Oh. You woke up in 5 seconds. You sure are a troublesome person, but please go back or. Jiang Chen mischievously smiled. Under the secret teller's shocked gaze, he took out the EP, placed it on his left arm, and pressed a few buttons before saying, I told you, this daddy is going to blow you up. Are you crazy? The secret teller's expression gradually turned into one of horror. Goodbye. He left behind his mocking words as he disappeared out of thin air under its fearful gaze. When he opened his eyes again, the bright sunshine made Jiang Chen narrow his eyes as he sat up on the bed. It was most likely afternoon. The dim yellow rays passed through the window blinds and added a warmth to the bedroom. It seems I'm not wearing anything right now. He lowered his head and saw his muscles. He shook his head and eliminated the frustrations within his chest before approaching the closet to put on a clean set of clothes. Opening the bedroom door, he walked into the kitchen, but when he passed by the bathroom, he heard the sound of flowing water inside. Aisha is taking a shower. His mouth curled into a smile. Jiang Chen always held an affection towards this courteous and gentle wife. He pushed the kitchen door open, made himself a coffee, and patiently situated himself beside the table as he stared into the rising steam. For some reason, Jiang Chen wanted some time to himself. There was still some time remaining. The hall was surely burning like a furnace right now. It would not be too late if he waited a bit for the place to cool down. To be fair, once he left the hibernation chamber, the memory from the virtual world had already become faint. But a reminiscent feeling remained that he couldn't let go. It was as though a part of his heart had been dragged out. Which side was reality? Jiang Chen abruptly shivered, a troubled smile appearing on his face. Fu*K, when did I become so melancholic? He shook his head and chugged the coffee. He then noticed Aisha shyly observing him from the kitchen door. Finished showering? Jiang Chen smiled and asked gently. Aha, finished. Aisha nodded demurely. The face that normally lacked expression more than Xia Xiyu began to blush. Water droplets rested on her slightly curly hair, her body hidden by the bathrobe. Since there was rarely anybody home, she spent the majority of her time in the hibernation chamber. She showered only to wash off the sweat from exercise. 5 hours of virtual training, 1 hour of exercise, and then she was free for the evening. This was the training plan Jiang Chen had set for her. But Aisha held little interest in watching television or browsing the web, and so she spent most of the night in the hibernation chamber as well. Your Han is improving, but be careful not to tire yourself out. Jiang Chen stood and walked up to her to rub her damp hair. Aha! Aisha lowered her head and murmured quietly. He kissed her on the forehead with a smirk, then observed Aisha's reddened face with satisfaction. Jiang Chen spoke with her a bit more before returning to the bedroom and shutting the door. He explicitly told her that if he entered the leftmost room, then she was not to come find him in any circumstance. The interdimensional bracelet was his biggest secret. There were too many variables in the modern world, and though Aisha's loyalty was as indisputable as her religion, he still had to consider for a while longer before revealing his greatest secret. For now, was there a need to say it? He removed the protective suit that he had prepared beforehand from the storage dimension. He hadn't expected it to be useful in such a scenario. The PK-200 had been left in that hall, it most likely was dust by now. Lying flat on the bed, Jiang Chen took out the 11 tactical pistol. Interdimensional travel commenced. A scorching wave of heat burned his skin. It was at least 50 degrees Celsius inside the hall. Jiang Chen got up from the ground. The hibernation chamber he had previously been in was flung to the corner. Sparks were still visible on the ground, filled with the wreckage of drones, and the particle cannon was blown into 2 pieces. The hibernation chambers that had been neatly stacked in a corner of the hall now seemed as though a hurricane had swept through. Even the bulletproof glass was shattered in the midst of the explosion. As for the dark green veil, it survived the blast along with the electronic equipment behind it since they were further away from the point of explosion. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen approached her direction. Screech, ahem, how did you just disappear? As Jiang Chen passed by him, the secret teller, contained inside a half-destroyed screen emitting sparks, asked with a voice filled with static. Jiang Chen raised the gun in his hand and pointed at the small screen. Even if you blow it up, it's useless. I live inside the supercomputer. But before you destroy me, could you satisfy my confusion? The secret teller's tone remained carefree. It moved its mouth in the direction of the computer, straightforwardly telling Jiang Chen how to destroy itself. You can say I have a special ability that allows me to temporarily disappear from this world. Jiang Chen shrugged. Sparks flashed across the screen, and the secret teller disappeared only to be replaced by Yao Tingting. Jiang Chen's pupils slightly contracted, and he narrowed his eyes. If it was Yao Tingting in front of you, would you still be able to pull the trigger? The playful voice belonged to the secret protector. But you're the secret protector, not Yao Tingting, Jiang Chen said emotionlessly. You could say that, but I exist in that game. So if you want to destroy me, then you destroy the entire game. Are you really okay with that? The girl named Yao Tingting would disappear forever. The secret protector smiled. It was fictitious to begin with. There's nothing wrong with making it disappearing. Oh. Isn't the dream of humankind to migrate to the virtual world? He grinned. Sorry, that's not my dream at least. Perhaps someone brought it up on my behalf, except he didn't ask me for my opinion first. The knowledge from 20 years of research, the data from 3,000 lives, are you really able to give it all up? It's the closest to becoming advanced artificial intelligence. The voice was full of meaning as Yao Tingting gazed at him manipulatively. He thought for a moment before sighing. I have never thought that the more advanced technology is, the better. If there is a disconnect between the scientific revolution and spiritual understanding, then what results would be like cancer cells that hinder the development of civilization. Perhaps advanced artificial intelligence will be developed in due time, but that time is not now. Even if a tumor is formed through thousands of lives, it must be removed. The secret protector remained silent, then laughed. You have a unique perspective. Thank you for having the patience to discuss the question with a program. But I'm still curious, are you not moved by immortality? As long as I evolve into an advanced artificial intelligence. Intermediate artificial intelligence already possessed the ability to think. Perhaps because I'm from a time when technology is not as developed, I haven't had an opportunity to experience an era of explosive technological advancement. In my eyes, basic artificial intelligence is already close enough to a human, so why would we fixate on giving the machine the ability to think? Why would we need to obtain emotion from logic? I'm happy with where we are at, and I don't plan on living my life in the virtual world. Even if your body will one day perish? Would you be open-minded enough to accept that? The secret protector faintly asked. Jiang Chen was quiet, but a despising smile immediately appeared on his face. Maybe I will one day, maybe not. I'm not interested in thinking too far ahead. The secret protector fell silent once more. Fascinating answer. Even using the supercomputer to analyze it, I still can't interpret your logic. Why bother? I'm only an ordinary person. Jiang Chen shrugged as he laughed. Compared to what one should do, what was more important was what one wanted to do. Explaining this through logic. Humans were not logical creatures to begin with. And because of this irrationality, this world was monotonous. What should an individual do? Too many things needed to be done, but will never be done. Last question. Do you think I possess emotion now? The secret protector smiled. The image on the screen sparked, the face created by shapes and Yao Tingting's youthful face interchanging on the screen. The secret teller. Secret protector. Perhaps both, perhaps neither. Or, perhaps its name should be X71291. Jiang Chen pondered, momentarily without an answer. He asked rhetorically, would you feel your own disappointment to be unfortunate? X71291 was lost for a moment, its eyebrows pointed downwards. A relieved smile appeared on its face. Static, maybe? Then congratulations, at least you possess one emotion. Goodbye. Only those who lived would feel its own disappearance to be unfortunate. In this case, it had successfully managed to touch upon the boundary of advanced artificial intelligence. But it was regrettable. This untimely technology must vanish. Immortality from the perspective of life may be scary, but at least it would not make the human race extinct. But if a new species that could surpass the old host without any restrictions appeared, it would become the new owner of the world. The ability to think provided it with the opportunity to betray, and emotion gave it a motive for deception. Basic artificial intelligence was enough, wasn't it? Especially since it had already attempted to enslave humanity. It was a waste of a heaven-sent technology. It could truly change the world. But it could not be controlled. He sighed, and after making up his mind, pressed the trigger. Aha, goodbye. X71291 welcomed its own fate with a smile. Bang! It was finally over. Jiang Chen headed to the power armor and took out 2 brick-sized aluminum heat agents. He then returned to the hall and threw the aluminum heat agents at the still-functioning supercomputer before pressing the detonation. The blazing flame melted the steel frame instantly, the core of the device vaporizing in the bright flare. The flashing decimals disappeared, signaling the collapse of another world. Jiang Chen quietly lit a cigarette to enjoy the not-so-glamorous fireworks. In the fire, he saw Yao Tingting, Zhao Peng, his classmates, and George. The first 16 years of his fictitious memories faded. He didn't know who his parents or childhood friends were in the virtual world. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for his memories of the 5-day cycle to become covered in mist. At least he wouldn't be troubled by the fictitious reality anymore. Although the hard drive that stored the artificial intelligence data was destroyed, he kept the processing equipment and threw it into the storage dimension. It would come in handy for a virtual reality game in the future. He flicked the cigarette butt away and walked to the vial filled with a dark green liquid. How do you open this? He scratched his head, sighed, and then pressed every button he could possibly press. What? It worked. The green liquid began to descend gradually, and the tubes attached to the girl's body retracted. Following the drop in water level, the girl came to slowly sit on the ground, leaning against the vial wall. Silver hair, pale skin, and a graceful but frail figure, it was as if everything had been designed to perfection. Or perhaps too much attention had been placed on striving for that perfection. It was to the point that her dreamy character looked surreal. Like an elf from a fantasy world. The only difference was that her ears were not pointed. Should I prepare a set of clothes for her? After a moment of thought, Jiang Chen opened the storage dimension and took out another protective suit. Although it was a bit too big, it was good enough for now. As for why he felt so calm, it was only natural. There was nothing to see on the body. Even if she did seem out of this world, he had seen plenty of gorgeous girls before. Aha, her measurements were between Yao Yao's and Aisha's. Erg. The girl's eyes opened, and without any warning, she began to vomit. Green liquid poured out of her mouth and nostrils, splashing onto Jiang Chen's shoes even as he hastily stepped back. Hack. Ugh, without being conscientious of her movements, the girl thumped her chest as she struggled to expel the nutrient supply from her digestive tract and lungs. It's not food. That's not so bad. Jiang Chen glanced at the green liquid on his shoes, lifting his feet to lightly give it a shake. Unfortunately, the liquid was sticky, he had no idea what it was made out of. When the girl finally became conscious of her surroundings, she squinted her eyes to adjust to the light around her. But when she caught sight of Jiang Chen, she flinched back like a startled rabbit. Somehow, by leaning back, her figure became even more dangerous. There was no bush. Amen. Aha, you're right. Why don't you put some clothes on? Jiang Chen shrugged and handed the protective suit over. Inferior creatures, she cursed under her breath. She reached out with a look of disgust only to find that the man had retracted the clothes. What do you want? Sensing the hint of hostility on his face, she scooted backward with a look of horror. What did you call me? Inferior creature. Am I wrong? Although frightened, she defiantly bared her teeth and glared back at him. Only, Her hands seemed too busy as she couldn't cover both the top and bottom. Oh. Is this how you thank the person who saved you from the prison? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows with a smile. The artificial intelligence was destroyed, the bacterial source was eliminated, and the battle on the surface should have already ended. With plenty of time on his hands, he suddenly had a desire to tease this short-tempered girl. Inferior creature. This is considered a curse, right? Was I wrong? The girl kept her head up and stared right back at Jiang Chen. I told you the clue, and you let me out. This was the exchange. She sounded defiant and callous, but then why her shoulders were shaking. A playful smile hovered on Jiang Chen's face. Oh. Think carefully, did we really make a deal? Of course. The aggressive words began to slip out before they choked, her expression stiffening. Isn't this obvious? Her voice sounded much weaker. She realized they had never made a deal. Oh. Do you not know the rule of the wasteland? Jiang Chen smiled. Rule? The girl was lost. Since I saved you, then under the rule, you are now my slave. Jiang Chen smiled devilishly. He had learned the smile from Sun Jiao, although he couldn't quite mimic the naughty feeling. As for the rule, that was all bullsh*t. If you actually got saved in the apocalypse, that was no different from being captured as a slave. Slave. The girl's face immediately lost all color. Right, slave. What do you want to do to me? The girl's lips trembled as her legs reflexively pushed her backward despite the fact that she was already pressed flat against the cold vial. Me? I'll do whatever I want. Such as. The devilish smile bloomed larger on his face. This is so funny. He suddenly found that he was becoming naughtier. Stay away from me. You pervert, rapist, psycho. The girl's mental condition collapsed as she shouted hysterically. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly turned awkward as his mouth twitched. This girl must be paranoid and delusional. I haven't even done anything yet. The girl stared blankly at the clothes covering her, then turned her gaze up at Jiang Chen with watery eyes. Such is teaching you manners. Since I saved you, the least you could do was say thank you. The girl bit her lips. She lowered her head, using the clothes to cover her figure before ashamedly saying, thank you. Her voice could not be stiffer. It sounded as though she had been terribly mistreated. Why is it so difficult to say thanks? Jiang Chen sighed. If he really threw her out into the world outside, she would be devoured to the bones. Her short temper really made people want to commit crimes. There was no safe zone in the real world. Even if you hide in a room, people will still find you. Your name is Lin Lin, right? Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Jiang Chen. I may look slightly different compared to the virtual world. Lin Lin rudely ignored him, choosing to cautiously observe him instead. Where is X71291? That thing. I destroyed it. Jiang Chen shrugged and pointed his chin at the fragmented junk metal. In an instant, Lin Lin's face turned green. What? Are you crazy? You know that is, the product of 20 years of research, data from 3,000 lives, right? Jiang Chen interrupted her angry shouts without the slightest consideration for her feelings. He glanced at the junk metal. It should not have existed in the first place, so I destroyed it. Of course, the processor was still useful, so he kept it. A tear rolling down, she said with a sorrowfully, but you can't. You're quite funny. Do you find it fun to be threatened? Then why don't I just torture you like a slave? Would you like a collar? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows while laughing unscrupulously at her teary eyes. You. Her face, which had been slightly red, paled again. The expression on this man's face reminded her of the situation she was in. Regardless, I did destroy it. Jiang Chen sighed, unwilling to waste any more time with her. Put your clothes back on. I'll take you out of this place. Yes. Did the spaceship of hope leave yet? My father is aboard, he must be waiting for me. Hold on, I have to go to the launch center at Jiuquan. Take me there, and I can ask my father to get you a ticket. Lin Lin's expression varied rapidly, sometimes frightened, sometimes anxious, and in the end, she settled on trying to lure Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was rather odd, however. He did not look as ecstatic as Lin Lin had thought he would be. Are you really crazy or what? What year is it? Confused, Lin Lin asked, what year is it? September of 2190. If you're talking about the space colonization ships launched by the United Nations, it successfully launched in 2176. Jiang Chen watched as Lin Lin slowly collapsed. No, this is impossible. Her eyes were shaken. Trembling, she covered her face with her hands, the protective suit slipping from her grip. The distorted sense of time was especially prominent in the virtual world. Although she knew that she had spent a long time in there, she hadn't expected years to have passed. There is nothing impossible. The elites, as you so call them, abandoned this piece of land to ruin another planet. Jiang Chen shrugged. To be fair, he didn't care about what happened in this world. Although, the act of destroying a hometown and then enjoying life elsewhere did sound familiar. Dad left me here. Lin Lin's eyes brimmed with tears, her slim shoulders trembling as she sobbed. Jiang Chen was silent. It was fun teasing pretty girls, but he still couldn't accept tears. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed. Maybe, from another perspective, he left hope on this land. Lin Lin looked up with her teary eyes and stared blankly in his direction. You are the hope he left behind. He trusts that you can bring change here. Don't you have all of the knowledge in your head? Then do something with it. Jiang Chen didn't know how to comfort people, so this was the best he could do. The tears had at least stopped, he felt relieved. Hope. Lin Lin mumbled. That's right. In this situation. Lin Lin stared at her hands and watched as the last teardrop rolled through her fingers. A hint of humor appeared on her face. Her crystalline eyes lit up with something akin to hope. In this case, what I can do is reluctantly help these inferior creatures. Huh? You keep saying inferior creatures. Just how superior are you? She immediately became unhappy with his words. Tense, she argued, me. I'm a digitalized human being. Do you understand what that is? My brain is developed up to 20%, and my brain capacity is 12 times yours. The amount of knowledge in my head scares me. Do you know what that means? It means that you're my captive, Jiang Chen said casually. It did surprise him that the girl had so much technology in her head. The most precious commodity on the wasteland was exactly this. Lin Lin's face paled again, but just as she was about to retort, her pupils became a distinct, crimson color. A shiver went through his mind, an instinctual sense of danger making him immediately raise his pistol and aim at her head. The red pupils stared blankly at him. No, rather than blank, it was better to say that it was an emotion that he could not understand. He recalled that the bug's brain had been implanted into Lin Lin's body. Lin Lin gazed at him in silence, then slowly raised her head. Jiang Chen tensed. Shoot. But she wasn't attacking. Don't shoot. But this is what controlled the zombies. She didn't seem to understand what the pistol was. Her face came closer to the weapon in Jiang Chen's hand before she gently placed her mouth on the metallic muzzle. She was kissing it. Jiang Chen was completely lost. It was at this moment that the storm of crimson washed away. Lin Lin, who regained control of her thoughts, looked up at the gun barrel in her mouth, completely at a loss. Was she back now? Jiang Chen gave her a friendly smile, which from her perspective, seemed psychotic. Her frail shoulders began to tremble, and her dark eyes were shaken with fear. Finally, her fear forced out a high-pitched scream. "No, don't kill me. I'll be your slave. You can do whatever you want to me. You must be thinking about it anyway. Maybe in the game. Now that you finally see my pure body, you're thinking evil thoughts. I am going to be, shut up." Jiang Chen shouted. Lin Lin finally settled down, but partially due to fear. On the surface, she was defiant and aggressive, but in the face of danger, she was a coward. "I have a question for you, so answer truthfully," Jiang Chen said in a deadpan voice, his grip maintaining the gun's aim. Lin Lin gulped and rapidly nodded, but her vision remained on the pistol. "The bug is in your body, right?" "Yes," Lin Lin said, but upon feeling a chill creep up on her, she immediately added, "but only in the brain." "Is there a difference?" "Yes, it can no longer produce the X2 bacteria," Lin Lin quickly explained. "X2 bacteria, so that's what it's called." "And then?" Jiang Chen's stare bored into her eyes. "And?" Lin Lin didn't understand. "I'll be honest with you. My purpose here was not for the artificial intelligence, but rather to kill that bug." Jiang Chen smiled with a hint of hostility. Lin Lin stared at him with vacant eyes. To his surprise, she didn't cry this time. Jiang Chen sniffed, then frowned. What was this smell? He then noticed something flowing out of her. What? She peed? Jiang Chen was shocked all over again. He didn't expect this girl to be so scared that she'd lose control like that. As far as he knew, it was nothing too excessive, it was a slight threat. "No, don't kill me. I am afraid of pain," the tiny mouth stuttered listlessly as her tears rolled down in silence. "Ahem, don't be like this. I'll take into consideration the fact that you spent such a long time in the virtual world, and therefore have some mental problems. But for your safety, you have to calm down and answer my questions. The next question is, where did you hide the bug?" Lin Lin paused and then slowly pointed at her chest. "Heart. Aha. It's attached to the surface of my mechanical heart. It seems to be attached to my nervous system." Lin Lin nodded. She sensed that Jiang Chen didn't plan to kill her, so she finally calmed down. Mechanical heart. Speaking of this, if you're a digitized human being, then could you remove your heart and then reinstall it? Jiang Chen pointed a mischievous look at her raised chest. Like a cat with its tail stomped, she curled back and hugged her clothes. "No, I will die. I don't want to." Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. It was going to be problematic now. "To be fair, you don't have to kill it," Lin Lin carefully said. Of course, she said this not because she was a benevolent person, she also hated the bug inside her, but she was more afraid of the devil dissecting her. "Oh. It's not dangerous right now, the only thing remaining is its brain. And, it seems to really like you." "Psh. What?" Jiang Chen was completely dumbfounded. "Could my charm have surpassed the limitation of species?" "Aha, because whenever you approach me, my heart beats faster. EW. Its heart beats faster. Also, it is also a creature that possesses some intelligence, so the secret teller forced it into the game." Lin Lin then carefully continued, "The character it played, seems to have been Yao Tingting. The silent girl with the books was played by a bug." Jiang Chen was speechless. "What is this? Did I foo *ka bug? There seem to have been a few endings where that actually happened. So why don't you let it go? It has positive feelings for you. It won't hurt you," Lin Lin cautiously said. Jiang Chen's eyes rolled around for a moment before he said as if he had given up, "It's really not dangerous." No. Lin Lin quickly waved her hands. Under normal circumstances, I control the body. It occasionally fights for control, but it doesn't seem aggressive. Not aggressive? That's strange. Then what are the X2 bacteria? Jiang Chen's eyebrows locked. He had a feeling that the bug was not as simple as it seemed. If it was simply a radiation mutant, then there was no reason for it to possess intelligence. Especially since even the existing mutants could be infected by the bacteria. He remembered the death claw he met on the surface. Oh, since you know the name of the X2 bacteria, do you know what it is? From the DNA analysis, it is similar to the radiation purification bacteria. Almost as if it's an improved version of the X1 radiation purification bacteria, so I took the liberty of calling it X2. Although it's an improved variant, its infection on creatures was not removed but rather enhanced. It can also do what the X1 could never, such as charging the zombies and coordinating them. Jiang Chen could feel that he was close to understanding something as his forehead began to tighten. Can you communicate with it? It's a bit difficult. Although it can establish mental communication, it seems to be repulsed by me. Lin Lin's pupils slightly contracted, almost like mechanical equipment. Then you can chat with her. I'll take you to my newly established survival camp. I've wasted too much time here, and my companions are probably nervous by now. He looked at the time on the EP, there was only half an hour left before the 2-hour mark. Are you going to imprison me? Lin Lin's eyes were fearful. She originally thought that she'd been freed, but the man in front of her didn't seem to want to let her go. You can interpret it that way since you're paranoid and delusional, Jiang Chen said unscrupulously. Lin Lin stared at him coldly, her lips turning white. Don't look at me like that. If I have time one day, I'll show you around 6th Street, or maybe even closer. You'll realize what's happening outside in a few days. Jiang Chen was uncaring of her humiliated expression. She reminded him of himself when he first came to the apocalypse, naively thinking the world was the same as before. Although the apocalypse happened in 2174, the spaceship of hope left in 2176. Therefore, Survival Base 005 was closed sometime between the 2 points. There was no way for Lin Lin to be unaware of the zombies and mutants that occupied most of the land, but she ignored the more cruel variable that had changed in the apocalypse. Human nature. Disregarding the apocalypse, even if he left her in the harmonious 6th Street, she would be picked to the bones in a few days. He trusted that even if he didn't explain, it wouldn't be long before she appreciated his intention. Just like she said, she did save him by providing the key clue in breaking through the game. Turn around. Jiang Chen courteously backed away and turned around. The sound of clothes shuffling around came from behind him as Lin Lin finally wore the clothes. Okay. Jiang Chen turned around. When he saw Lin Lin wrapped in orange cloth, he couldn't resist laughing. Although there's no radiation here and the bacteria's been burned clean, you better put the helmet on since we'll be leaving. Lin Lin ignored him as she stumbled into the shambles. It was evident that she was still not used to walking. After staying so long in the vial, she had yet to regain control of her body coordination. What are you looking for? Jiang Chen slightly frowned as he watched Lin Lin searching the junk. I found it. Lin Lin happily raised a metal box. If that is artificial intelligence data, please put it down. The monotonous voice made Lin Lin quiver. She turned around trembling to see Jiang Chen raise the pistol. The meaning in his eyes was clear. Wait. No, don't shoot. Don't overreact. This isn't artificial intelligence data. Lin Lin quickly waved her hands. Oh, what is it then? It's a great thing. Lin Lin smiled delightfully and held the metal box up. The artificial intelligence data was all destroyed. Such a massive amount of data can't be stored in a box like this, so you don't have to worry. Have you heard of Project Garden of Eden? Seeing Lin Lin's uplifted spirits, Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows again. This was his first time hearing about it. It's part of the planet transformation plan. Lin Lin was a different person when talking about science. She said excitedly, after the planet transformation plan met some setbacks, the project developer proposed a simpler alternative, which was Project Garden of Eden. This method will work by establishing partial biological circles instead of transforming the entire Earth. This sub-project was recategorized into the higher priority space colonization project. Just tell me what it can do. Jiang Chen impatiently interrupted her long speech. After hearing that the artificial intelligence was destroyed, he put the gun away. It's the plan to establish an artificial biosphere in a closed environment without the need to exchange materials with the outside. Without radiation, you can see the Earth's atmosphere even from Mars. Project Garden of Eden's completely database. I always wanted to take a look at this thing. My dad used to lock it into the database. Hee. Lin Lin ecstatically pressed the switch on the box and aimed her eyes at the blue light. The data was obtained from the hard drive by using a laser to scan. So, was this like the failed Biosphere Projects 2 and 3 in the modern world UA? Will there be arable land? Jiang Chen said after some thought. Of course. You'll be able to grow whatever you want in this environment, Lin Lin mocked him. She missed the odd tone in his voice. If it's possible to produce arable land, then the possibility of farming becomes a reality. If it's possible to farm on the wasteland, then what's my purpose? As he turned the matter over in his mind, his eyes began to gleam. He observed the joyous girl, his finger continuously rubbing the trigger of the gun in his pocket. What should I do? Speed, 10 meters per second, energy, 13%, there was enough energy, and the speed would be sufficient. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief, no longer increasing the output of the turbine engine. Be more gentle. Disgruntled, Lin Lin twisted her body and threw a dirty glare at Jiang Chen, who was lifting her. Jiang Chen turned on the speaker. Shut up, don't move. My ears. Lin Lin covered her ears in pain, not daring to stare at Jiang Chen again. There was no mistake, the volume increase had been on purpose. In the end, Jiang Chen hadn't pulled the trigger, and the girl remained ignorant of her close brush with death. While it would be useless for him to establish a biosphere, it was not completely without benefit. From another perspective, this was the space colonization program subproject. Space. Although it was still a bit far, it was better to save it for now. Seeing the girl finally kept her mouth shut, Jiang Chen ignored her and glanced at the goods attached to the back. The survival base had plenty of supplies, even air-sealed compressed crackers, so Jiang Chen was not interested in taking that moldy food. The only thing that surprised him was that even as a digitalized human, Lin Lin still had to eat. He thought she only needed to be recharged. Ultimately, the loot this time was nothing short of amazing. The Hummingbird drone production line could produce plate-sized multipurpose drones attached to fire extinguishers, guns, and monitors, the standard drone used by the pack. Even if you combed through the entire Wanhai city, you probably wouldn't be able to find the same production facility. It came as a genuine surprise to find this within the survival base. During the war, military production lines were the primary target, but in civil survival bases, most would not come installed with them. The 6th Street did sell drones, but most of them were handmade from recycled materials. Once Yao Yao designs a drone alert system, the drones could then take over patrolling duty around the base. He could even build a fleet and equip them all with machine guns. Imagine, if anyone dared to look for trouble at the Fishbone base, they would be met with a swarm of drones. What sort of expressions would they have? And then there was the processor inside his storage dimension. If he created a virtual reality game, future technology's trillion-dollar market value would have another zero. Of course, it was asking for a death sentence if he brought it out into the modern world. The supercomputer that was advanced by more than 100 years was drastically different from Little White, who had few practical applications. Secret agents from all over the world would try to sneak into his office. It was important to consider when to add that extra zero. The other minor equipment that he brought along was at the request of Lin Lin. It seemed to be testing equipment. After Jiang Chen ridiculed the junk, saying that they could only be sold for a few crystals at best at the 6th Street recycling station, she looked at him disdainfully. Well, as Jiang Chen pretended to leave, she immediately cried out to apologize. The bookshelf-sized production equipment was 3 tons. Together with the weight of the weapons, the maximum weight fortunately did not pass the T3 power armor's limit of 5 tons. Lin Lin, who weighed at most 43 kilograms, was negligible. As a non-combat digitalized human, she was lighter than most people, especially since she didn't have the weaponry component attached to her body. Shouts of joy and whistles erupted, nearly penetrating the cold armor. The zombies had retreated. The hibernation chambers were destroyed, and bacteria would no longer be produced from this deep pit. The survivors viewed Jiang Chen as a hero, and the cautious and suspicious looks in their eyes were long gone, leaving only heartfelt respect. Honestly, it felt great to be looked up to. Through the screen, he smiled at the people cheering for him before returning his attention to the monitors. After exiting the deep pit, his feet hovered above the ground. He controlled the engine switch, gradually decreasing the engine output and allowing the goods to gently touch the ground. He made sure there was no error in his control. He sighed, then decreased the engine output to the minimum before dropping to the ground himself. Sun Jiao ordered the survivors to lift the loot onto the armored vehicle. With most of the bullets consumed, there was plenty of room. Naturally, everything still could not fit. To make room, Jiang Chen announced that the loot was to be divided up among themselves, which received a wave of cheers. Truthfully, the survivors were mentally prepared for these people in power armors to keep the crystals to themselves. This was common practice in the apocalypse. The promise was only a joke in front of absolute force. Because it was a defensive battle, everyone showed signs of a hard-fought battle despite the casualties being kept to a minimum. Only 7 people died after meeting strong mutants like Roshans. As for the soldiers in power armors, they emerged unscathed since the zombies in the rural area could not break through their defenses. 130 survivors arranged themselves into groups with the largest made up of 8 members, the smallest one. Everyone received the crystals that were rightfully theirs according to the plan and record. Each group sent out a representative to obtain their fair share of crystals from behind the armored truck. The total loot was 400,000 crystals, minus the 50% cost of ammunition. Fishbone's profit was 140,000 crystals, almost the entire trade figure from last year. It would be a good way to make money every month if the zombies with the X2 bacteria weren't wiped clean. After splitting the loot, Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao walked off to the side. They removed their helmets. Who is she? Sun Jiao wore a dangerous smile on her face as she gestured at the tightly wrapped Lin Lin. Me. I am the elegant digitalized human Lin Lin. Thank me, inferior creature. The aggressive voice immediately issued a shriek when she met Sun Jiao's deadly gaze. Lin Lin curled up at the back, hiding behind the man she once called a devil. My slave. The overall situation is a bit complicated. Jiang Chen glanced at the resentful Lin Lin and explained briefly to Sun Jiao about their encounter underground. Ahem. In case you're misunderstanding something, I have to be clear. She is only my captive. Jiang Chen added with a pained smile. He immediately knew what Sun Jiao was thinking when he saw her expression. Oh. So I can torture her however I like. Sun Jiao gave a mischievous stare at the girl who was not returning the nicest look either. Stared down by Sun Jiao, Lin Lin shivered. She curled up more tightly while trembling. What do you want to do? I control. Ahem, Jiang Chen interrupted, be nice to her, but don't let her leave the mansion. Sun Jiao looked questioningly at the frightened Lin Lin before turning to Jiang Chen, full of questions. He sighed, and after warning Lin Lin with a stare, he whispered into Sun Jiao's ear, Project Garden of Eden, it can restore the land. Hearing his words, she paused for a moment before narrowing her eyes and looking at Lin Lin. Restore farmland? Then wouldn't that mean Fishbone's advantage would no longer exist? Although it was a lucrative proposition, she subconsciously thought about it from Jiang Chen's perspective. The way she looked at Lin Lin was no longer friendly. Do you need to? No, but we are lacking scientists in the base. Just keep her here for now. It won't take long before she realizes the cruelty of the world. By that time, even if we forced her to go, she won't. Seeing that Lin Lin was already shaking, Jiang Chen sighed. Okay. Sun Jiao nodded and gazed at Lin Lin with hidden motives. If you dare to escape, hee. Lin Lin's face was full of fear, and her legs began to shake uncontrollably. She was starting to regret her decision to leave the virtual world. The expression on this woman's face made her feel as though she had just escaped from a wolf's den and into a tiger's. She didn't understand. She possessed the technology to save this world, but she was still being treated like this. She had deigned to help these poor people struggling in shambles and deserved praise from these low creatures. Feeling mistreated, Lin Lin pouted and tears of humiliation rolled down her cheeks. With her experience of the world, of course she wouldn't understand. If Jiang Chen were to allow her freedom to yell out on 6th Street, I have Project Garden of Eden in my head. Aha! Not just her brain. Even if it was in the intestines, people would dig it out. Let's leave this for later. Put the death claw into the trunk. We can do some research on it. Crystals have been distributed already. Now, let's go home. Hearing home, a smile surfaced on Sun Jiao's face, and she nodded. Aha, let's go home. In a victorious march, they walked cheerfully and upright through the streets littered with bodies. Survivors embraced and danced as they shouted and laughed freely. They left their sorrows behind to bring victory home. The danger was eliminated. Soon, the zombies would be no more on this street. Even if the zombies in the city center were to smell the blood, it would take them weeks to reach this location. It was their first victory over the zombies. For many years, they hid in the shadows, curled up inside fortified buildings. For once, they united under the same flag and launched an attack against the terrifying zombies. And they emerged triumphant. At last they could stand tall on the streets. They could shout without being afraid of alerting the zombies because they were taken out. Honor was an enchanting trait. They started with power and ended in victory. Once engraved in the heart, even the smallest person could work up the courage. Of course, this was only from the context of Jiang Chen's absolute power. Without it, these people could never be so united. Should we incorporate them now? Sun Jiao asked in the private channel. Jiang Chen's team still maintained the arrow-shaped formation. Soldiers in power armor surrounded the armor vehicles that were in the middle as they followed behind the survivors. Lin Lin had been tied up by Sun Jiao without any consideration for her feelings, thrown into the back of the armored truck together with the junk. As for her negligible protests, fine, if she could maintain her forceful stand for more than 3 seconds, perhaps Sun Jiao would consider backing down. But with a temper unmatched by her courage, Lin Lin's habit of provoking other people before immediately backing down only encouraged other people to take advantage of her. Somehow she seemed to have no idea about this. Perhaps because other people had always compromised with her before. But in the apocalypse, who would bother? Who would care? A bad attitude was always something nurtured, so Jiang Chen kept his eyes closed when Sun Jiao tied her up. It was time to teach her a lesson. No. For now, it's going to be a problem if we bring them back to the base. I also need them to promote our forces in their respective groups. Jiang Chen laughed as he watched the spirited survivors with their full pockets. So you're purposely escorting them home? Sun Jiao chuckled with him. Showing off our force is always better than using it. No. A heart-shattering scream suddenly sounded from the front of the crowd. Jiang Chen paused, and after exchanging a look with Sun Jiao, walked forward. The survivors made a circle, frozen in silence. The man who moments before had been chatting delightfully now kneeled before the door with sorrowful eyes. What happened? Just as he was asking, Jiang Chen bypassed the crowd and suddenly noticed something behind the door. It was a boy's head with its eyes popped out. Blood was flowing everywhere. Blood. And the hideous words and drawings written by blood. Gang, I am sorry for your loss. You are a good man. Why don't you come to our place? The middle-aged man with a buzz-cut side, walked over to Zhao Gang and put his hand on his shoulder as he softly comforted him. His name was Ma Zhongchen. Zhao Gang and him were in the same firing spot in the battle. No one expected for a celebratory moment to become a pitiful sight. The gloom of blood covered this triumphant victory, just like a bucket of cold water dumped on top of every survivor's face. I am going to kill them. Zhao Gang, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up abruptly as he lifted his rifle with viciousness. Calm. Take it easy, don't overreact. What can you do as just one person? Take his gun away. A few of the survivors close to him immediately dragged him down, and put their hands on the safety before stripping him of the weapon. The situation suddenly turned messy. Zhao Baodong's hand became numb. Cold sweat began to roll down his forehead as he stood by the side. Several others were similar to him. The pitiful situation made everyone's heart tremble with fear. Who can promise this won't happen in their homes? The locusts, like bandits, were not picky eaters. On the wasteland, the most frightening creature was not the zombie, nor mutants like the Deathclaw. It was the bandits who raided your home. Even the weak survivor groups, as long as they avoided contact with mutants and weren't wandering in the night, they would be able to avoid most dangers. But for the bandits that preyed on humans, any survival technique was futile. If they lost, the men would be killed, the women captured, and the food cleaned out. Things they couldn't bring with them, they would smash. They used violence to express their hopelessness to the apocalypse. Cruelty. This was the normality of the apocalypse. Jiang Chen's jaw clenched as he stared at the head surrounded by a pool of blood. The eyes rolled up made his chest feel stuffy. Is it because of the small forces I've gathered that caused this tragedy? It's not your fault. Based on the bullet holes on the wall, they possessed at least machine guns. This survival group was only the size of 2 families. Even if you didn't take Zhao Gang away, he would be another number in the casualty. Sun Jiao noticed his silence, so she quietly reassured him. She knew him too well, even if she couldn't see his face. Heavy machine guns. Tire tracks. Truck equipped with machine guns. Jiang Chen locked his eyebrows. He took a deep breath and opened the helmet. He walked in front of Zhao Gang. Jiang Chen faced the man with bloodshot eyes and asked, "Do you know who did it and that's why you are so eager to seek revenge?" "It's obvious. Their symbol is on the wall." Ma Zhongchen said with a bitter smile. "Huizhong mercenaries. It's them. I am going to kill them all." Zhao Gang's eye popped out as he desperately tried to break loose of his friend's grasp. He just wanted to kill those monsters. Huizhong mercenaries. Jiang Chen paused for a moment. He then looked at the symbol drawn by blood. The continuous and curly S. He couldn't make out what it was. He opened the map, and the light blue full sensory screen weaved in front of him. He remembered that back on 6th Street, a long time ago, a sucker he shot told him that Huizhong mercenaries was based in an experimental school in Songjiang area. Before the mansion expanded, he didn't realize it until now that the old rival Huizhong mercenaries was pretty close to Qingpu area. Everyone was watching Jiang Chen, waiting for his reaction. Although they understood that they could not blame Fishbone for gathering their forces, but they were still hopeful that a leader who conquered the sea of zombies with them could say something. At least, this kind of surprise always seemed to happen on a long journey. Jiang Chen, of course, noticed the looks of hope, but it made him ponder. Huizhong mercenaries would be a problem after all. Before he didn't have the desire to expand, so he didn't worry about it too much. But now the situation was different. After this mission, Fishbone Survival Camp's name would spread in the area. The survivors would spend their crystals at the 6th Street, and their success would be heard of at the 6th Street as well. Who didn't like to show off? Bragging about their victory, enjoyed the cheers and praises of others. They were the veterans after all. Although they wouldn't be dumb enough to say that there is someone that sold food in front of their homes and gave other people the opportunity to know where they lived. But if the Huizhong mercenaries that wandered in the area here heard the news, they may search the area. If they knew a special force appeared in Qingpu, they would be able to find the place. Since Fishbone's wall was already constructed, they couldn't hide like other survivors in abandoned buildings. Since they were rival, to begin with, a battle was imminent. Rather than giving the enemy the opportunity to plan a sneak attack, why not make the first move? Especially since all eyes were watching him. There was no better time to establish his authority. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and walked in front of Zhao Gang. He stared at the man full of vengeance and said calmly, "I will help you seek revenge." Although they were waiting for his response, when they heard the words, the survivors were all moved. Of course, a simple sentence was not enough. A good person, or a leader, was determined based on his actions. Except Jiang Chen was confident that his acting was comparable to Lu Yao. Zhao Gang stared blankly at the man in front of him. He gritted his teeth, and then kneeled on the ground. "If you can help me seek revenge, my life is yours." He knew that if it were just him, he would be asking for death. He silently looked at the Zhao Gang kneeling on the ground and said calmly, "I don't need your life or kneecap, your life is yours." Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the survivors around him. The next sentence was for all of them. "Although this crusade was for our interests together, I can't allow people to take advantage of us. I remembered a long time ago, there was a quote, when they slaughtered the union workers, I didn't say anything because I was not a union worker. Then when they killed the Jews, I still didn't say anything because I was not a Jew. After that, they began killing Catholics, I kept my silence because I was Christian. Finally, they wanted to kill me, and no one was speaking up for me because everyone who could speak was killed." He looked at the confused looks among the survivors, and Jiang Chen shook his head in disappointment. Of course, he had too high of an expectation to think that they would have the realization. If it were not for the fact that they fought together, the tragedy that happened on the small survivor group would not garner the compassion of anyone. Maybe, they would take advantage of this and scavenge the leftovers. Huizhong mercenaries is a problem. Then we'll go take care of the problem. Don't think that what happened today has nothing to do with you. Imagine one day this happens to you, you will regret not standing up today. If you like the idea of being enslaved like animals, the devil's fu *king your woman, and killing your children, then I have nothing to say. If you still consider yourself as human, then follow me. We disdain the cowards." Jiang Chen didn't waste a single word, as he signaled his team and began turning around. Regardless of anyone following, he must get rid of Huizhong mercenaries. "Should we go now?" "It would be better if we remain cautious and go back first," Sun Jiao asked in the private channel. "We can't back down," Jiang Chen responded emotionlessly. There was plenty of fuel and ammo in the armored vehicle, enough to sustain at least a few more days. There would be no reason to drag it on. Especially since this had to do with the morale of the team. If what he said inspired some people to follow, that would be for the best. The survivors were all sharp shooters, so they would be useful against the Huizhong mercenaries. He especially wanted to see how much they've changed after the battle with the zombies. Although he did force their surrender by force, Jiang Chen was not satisfied with this. The group of survivors chatted among themselves as their hesitation was visible on their faces. "Zhao, should we?" The young man standing beside Zhao Baodong carried a rifle and undecidedly looked in the direction that Jiang Chen had just left in. Zhao Baodong was also conflicted. Go, of course. There would be dangers, but it was not without gain. The man gave them half of the wealth after killing the zombies. Therefore the wealth accumulated by the Huizhong mercenaries. Most of the survivors thought of this. Since someone already said they would help, then why would they risk their own lives? They were only conflicted of whether the potential gain of fighting the Huizhong mercenaries would be worth the risk they'd take. When selfishness became a habit, they would not be grateful, but rather laugh at his foolishness. But for Fishbone to expand, they must contact the forces close by. The expensive and limited slavery chips could not support a population. Especially since the population of the 6th Street didn't grow on trees. After the crusade, the price of overpopulation would only increase. Although these people were selfish and close-minded, they were much easier to control than the thugs wandering around the wasteland. Jiang Chen was betting someone would stand up. Even if he lost the bet, he wouldn't lose anything. With the strong firepower of the power armor, Huizhou mercenaries was not a problem. But looks like he made the right bet. The man with bloodshot eyes calmed down, silently dragged his gun back from his friend, and followed Jiang Chen. Gang. Ma Zhongchen stared blankly at Zhao Gang. He wanted to drag him back. I am a man. Zhao Gang left without turning his head. Although his son died, his wife should still be alive. He must do everything to save her. I am a man. The harsh words echoed in everyone's head. Their passion has yet to die, but when they realized they were only calculating the losses and gains, the look of shame appeared on everyone's face. Ma sir. I am also a *king man. He spat on the ground. Ma Zhongchen grabbed the rifle and followed. If there was a first, there was a second. When courage becomes a force, the fear before turns into anger. There was nothing else to say. The massive force once again began their journey. There was no need to threaten them this time. He looked back at the team behind him as a trace of a smile appeared on his face. After this battle, the Fishbone's authority would not be challenged anymore. Every single street in the area would become the walls of Fishbone. And he will become the new king of Qingpu, king of his new reign. I didn't expect people to come, Sun Jiao said in disbelief. Expected, Jiang Chen said in a sluggish tone, but it did surprise him that so many people showed up. Sun Jiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and didn't respond. There was a total of 59 people following them after the incident occurred. They were all worried about their homes. So, most of the survivor groups decided to let half of the people take the crystals with them home, while the others took their rifles and ammo to help. The plan was for the Fishbone force to be the primary force as the power armor has a huge advantage against light weapons. Ma Zhongchen led 8 people as the second unit to attack the corners where power armors would not be able to hit. Also, they would act as the defense against the anti-armor weapons. The remaining 50 people were split into 2 groups, surrounding the experimental school from the west and east. There was no need to attack as they only needed to take cover behind the building. If the primary force received too much resistance, then they only needed to pretend to attack to distract the enemy. If they escape, they can then cut off their escape route. Jiang Chen led the primary force along the street. They were getting closer to the Huizhou mercenaries' base. The sky turned into a dim orange as dusk approached, and the zombies started to become unsettled. The group, familiar with the situation, smashed the zombies onto the ground with their dagger to avoid any trouble during the crossfire. Songjiang area was not disturbed by the X2 virus. The zombies were still weak during the day, and there were no crystals in the back of their heads. The crooked experimental school sign was thrown into the corner of the street as the corrosion left its words barely visible. From afar, the metal frames were still visible, along with the barbed wall. It did not resemble a school at all. It looked like a dirt fortress more than Jiang Chen's mansion. Is there any more high-energy vacuum bombs? Ma Zhongchen asked Jiang Chen in an undertone. Those bombs were most effective against humans. No, it's hard to get those, Jiang Chen replied. Zhao Chenwu probably didn't even have a lot of those lethal weapons to begin with. While the bomb and the launch pad was not hard to make, the concentrated fuel probably was hard to come by. The ones he sold to Jiang Chen were probably the few remaining batches. Usually, survival camps would not start conflicts among themselves since the geographic distance was a hindrance, and also no one was interested in the land itself. The high lethal to human high-energy vacuum bombs were raided from a military factory now in shambles. Its uses were limited to deterrence in the early stage. Now, it was no longer necessary as their force and reputation have already been established. Zhao Gang stood silently on the side, his eyes locked onto the gate. The other 7 survivors were also spread out behind the cover. Prepare to attack, Sun Jiao ordered. She opened the armored truck, lifted the angry-looking Lin Lin out, and threw her onto the ground. Jiang Chen was quite intrigued in the bad-tempered digitalized human and ripped off the tape from her mouth. Pay. You dare to. Just as she was about to go on a rampage, Sun Jiao glanced at her, and the once aggressive voice suddenly turned into a faint mutter. Seeing that Lin Lin was quiet, Sun Jiao didn't bother with her anymore. She then took out the 72mm anti-tank cannon. This thing was a destructive beast, anyone hiding behind the cover would get blown apart. Lin Lin trembled as she saw the vicious-looking long barrel in the devil's hands. Her teeth were clearly chattering. Don't worry, that thing is too long for you. We won't use it on you. Her frightened look made Jiang Chen tease her more. Sun Jiao rolled her eyes, and then threateningly aimed the barrel in Lin Lin's direction before aiming the barrel forward. Lin Lin was scared to death by her action, but because she was tied down, she could only shake her body, unable to run. Don't be nervous, we just want you to see what the world is really like, Jiang Chen said casually as he stood beside Lin Lin. He took out a dagger to cut the ropes around her body. He then said, with a smirk in his voice, into Lin Lin's ear, you better not bother Sun Jiao. When she is angry, she even ties me up. Sun Jiao gave Jiang Chen a dirty look, as she rebutted in the private channel. Am I that violent? Yes. Normal people would not tie up someone they've just met. But Jiang Chen only said that in his mind, or else it would have been an endless argument again. Prepare for battle. Oh, even if we untied you, it is safer for you to stay in the armored vehicle. You can look outside through the camera. He estimated that the 2 teams surrounding the experimental school should be in place. So, he ordered the power-armored soldiers to quickly engage in battle stance and prepare to attack. I feel something is off, Ma Zhongchen, who had kept his silence, spoke out abruptly and then stared at the direction of the door with a frown on his face. No one is guarding. We are already this close, and they don't have any reaction at all. That's how I feel too. It is a ritual to leave a guard at the bandit's base. Sun Jiao peeked out of the cover with her feet locked to the ground and aimed the barrel at the thick metal gate. She then turned around and looked at Jiang Chen. Engage. Just as she finished her sentence, there was a massive explosion from afar. What's happening? Jiang Chen was at a loss. Did the surrounding team expose themselves? Fire. Attack. Can't wait anymore. Jiang Chen immediately ordered an attack. Roger, attack commences. Sun Jiao calmly pulled the trigger. Boom. The orange flame fired out as the bomb smashed into the metal gate 400 meters out, leaving a violent explosion. The shell of the bomb dropped onto the ground. Sun Jiao didn't stop as she stabilized the cannon and fired another round. Boom! The metal gate was blown out, and Jiang Chen immediately led the power armor soldiers to charge. Ma Zhongchen also commanded the light infantry to join in the fray. The armored vehicle followed as the vicious 20mm machine gun pointed directly at the gate. Attack commences. Sun Jiao unlocked her feet to the ground and moved along with the anti-tank cannon. But unlike their expectation, resistance didn't arrive. The gunshots in the distance still continued with an occasional explosion, but it did not seem to come from the west or the east. The power-armored soldiers led the charge, followed by the light infantry. Quick! Get in there! No enemy unit. Requesting order. Jiang Chen stood outside of the gate as he began to frown at the reports from the public channel. No defense at the gate, battle in the distance. Did the Huizhou mercenaries encounter strong enemies that they must focus all their firepower there and could not defend their gate anymore? Who could it be? Enter the main building, fire at will. Sun Jiao ordered the forces and then signaled the light infantry. Roger. There was no resistance at all, everyone entered the main building without firing a single shot. The armored vehicle slowly drove in, the gate was closed to prevent the zombies from entering. It was starting to turn dark, the gunshots in the distance still made Jiang Chen uncertain. But he thought that regardless of who the victor was, they still must come here. So it would be a good idea to build a defense line and wait for their attack. Shredded papers and rock debris scattered on the ground. The cracks on the walls and stairs were telltale signs that the place was impacted by the nuclear blast. No one cleaned this place as everything was kept the exact as before the war. If it weren't for the 2 piles of poop, along with the dried blood in the corner, Jiang Chen would have questioned if anyone lived here at all. 0102, head to the roof to patrol. 03-06 search each building. Don't miss any corners. Light infantry in 0708, establish a defensive line on the first floor. Fire at will at sight of the enemy. Sun Jiao calmly gave out orders. Yes. Everyone rapidly mobilized. The gunshots seemed to be from the back of the experimental building, as a few explosions were mixed between the sounds, the firing was beginning to intensify. Sun Jiao, are you familiar with the forces in Songjiang area? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen abruptly asked. Sun Jiao shook her head. Not sure, I did pass Songjiang when I was going to the mansion, but I would avoid the places where there were obvious signs of humans. Large, safe survival camps like 6th Street are rare, and I marked them all on the map I downloaded from Looting Town. Other than that, any other places with humans have the possibility of being a bandit gathering. Oh. Hopefully the force fighting against the Huizhou mercenaries are on good term with us. Jiang Chen pondered in his mind. The first thing is to control the building and establish a line of defense. After a victor is decided, one party would approach this place. If it is the Huizhou mercenaries, then fire immediately, if it's the other force, then decide based on their intention. This is 03, there is a situation in the basement. The situation is unique. The voice transmitted from the public channel. Roger, we'll head right down. Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen. Aha. Jiang Chen nodded, took out the tactile rifle ideal for compact enclosures, and followed her towards the basement. The wall in the hallway was drawn with weird graffiti, the bright colors and dark wall formed an odd contrast. When he passed a classroom, Jiang Chen saw the chairs and tables thrown in the corner through the window, along with the cracked screens at the front of the classroom. There were 2 messy sleeping bags and a polyethylene digital table on its side. Blood marks were on the ground, but it looked like it was from a long time ago. If it was not so messy, the classroom looked similar to what he saw in the virtual reality training chamber. I heard that before the war, they liked to group the kids together to teach. I really don't understand the purpose of it. Sun Jiao glanced at the classroom and mumbled. Group the kids together. Jiang Chen paused for a minute when he heard the voice from the private channel. He couldn't help but smile. I am not going to say I don't understand. Sun Jiao did receive virtual reality lessons when she was in the survival base. Oh. The virtual reality training system allows necessary knowledge to be understood in a short period of time. If something can be learned in 1200 hours, what's the point of taking 12 years? Sun Jiao curled her upper lip contemptuously. Are you jealous right now? Jiang Chen laughed. Shut up. Sun Jiao pouted as she kicked the debris up, and turned around to give him a dirty look. Although they were wearing helmets, Jiang Chen could still imagine her expression. Maybe it was to enjoy the process. She wouldn't understand because she spent her childhood in a survival base. Now to think about it, although he always complained about graduate school, when that moment finally came, Jiang Chen admitted that he did look forward to graduation. But after stepping into the real world, he still felt a longing for the times in the past. Maybe that was the happiest time. No office politics, even if there was a fight, the next day everything will be back to usual. Even if the teacher was mad, the only consequence was a lecture and not losing the bonus, though he didn't need to worry about that now. Enjoy the process? What's the use of that? Jiang Chen couldn't tell if the voice was full of longing or contempt. Not a lot of use, just like how someone turned the world into this mess. Not a lot of use. Jiang Chen glanced at the teacher's office along with the way, it was also a mess inside. I don't understand, Sun Jiao murmured. To put it in simple words, if you can meet some interesting friends in school, you learn to deal with people. Aha. If you received that type of education, you wouldn't tie me up during our first encounter. Do you want to die? Stop remembering that. Sun Jiao's face turned slightly red as she complained cutely. Jiang Chen smiled, he only wanted to tease her. At the end of the hallway was a metal door, the lock was cut by the welding device on the power armor. There were a few words written. Fallout facility. Was it because of the escalated tension back then? Jiang Chen remembered that the school in the modern world didn't have those. If possible, could you take me there? From your side. Before they entered the door, Sun Jiao quite abruptly opened her mouth. He blanked for a moment before a genuine smile appeared on his face. Aha, of course. A moldy smell swept across their face. Maybe it was Jiang Chen's illusion, but he even smelled a pungent, disgusting odor. Air filter activated. Now it feels much better. I can guess what this place is, Sun Jiao suddenly said. Oh. What place? A place to store their trophies. Her voice was calm, without much fluctuation, but Jiang Chen could still hear the disdain she tried to cover up. The plastic walls were well insulated as the temperature in the basement was slightly higher than outside. The lamps on the side of the hallway provided the lighting to the place. The place still had electricity. Seeing that the boss and captain came down, the 03 soldier in power armor in front of the basement door saluted. What's going on? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows but realized instantly. It was living hell. The room previously used as a fallout shelter was completely remodified. The polyethylene door was attached with a massive lock. The people captive inside the room could be seen through the tiny window. That's right, kept like cattle. The soulless naked woman sat there, Jiang Chen couldn't tell if she was alive or not. The white stains and the dark bruises and scars on her body made it hard to fathom the pain she experienced. There were at least 100 rooms like this. Each door had a number. Some rooms were empty with only dried blood inside. Some rooms had multiple people inside. Beautiful, ugly, able-bodied or disabled, body-modified or tattooed with heinous words. Jiang Chen looked away as he could no longer stand the scene. The number on the door should belong to a bandit, and they should keep the keys there. The people or things inside are their trophies or sex toys. They usually kill them once impregnated, or purposely impregnate them to unleash their monstrous desire, Sun Jiao said emotionlessly. You do know quite a lot. Jiang Chen took a long breath of air and said in a troubled voice. Common sense on the wasteland. Sometimes, you are really charming. Sun Jiao suddenly looked playfully at Jiang Chen and smiled. Huh, my pleasure. He forced a laugh because he was not in a delighted mood, and he continued to walk emotionlessly. What the foo *k, there is a man inside. Jiang Chen took a few more steps before looking at the door in disdain and moved away. Some weird fetishes here. The man inside seemed to have noticed the noise outside. He opened his wry eyes and looked outside. In a glimpse, as if he suddenly got a burst of energy, he smashed the door to draw the attention of Jiang Chen. Wait. You are the enemy of those bandits, right? Can you let me out? Seeing that the man in power armor turned around to look at him, Chu Nan gulped and said rapidly. My name is Chu Nan, an ex-pilot at Looting Town. I was captured by these bandits a month ago. Virgin, Chu Nan. Jiang Chen held in his laughter. Looting Town. Then how did you fly here? Sun Jiao was surprised. Mission failed, Chu Nan answered in awkwardness. Jiang Chen opened the helmet and examined him with a weird look. Why did the bandits put you, a man here? Chu Nan paused for a moment, and then forced a smile. I don't know, maybe sell me for a good price. But Looting Town definitely doesn't lack pilots. Jiang Chen paused for a moment as well and then smiled. My name is Jiang Chen. I also don't need pilots. Once the battle is over outside, we'll let you go. There would be too many variables if he just let him go now. Since it was already dark outside, he would have to wait till tomorrow. Anyways, there was no difference in letting him go now or tomorrow morning. Give me a gun, I can still fight, I can help you guys, Chu Nan gulped as he proposed to Jiang Chen. No need. There was no need to add variables to the battle. An extra light infantry would not change the battle. Jiang Chen shook his head as he prepared to walk forward. Can you give me a nutrient supply? I haven't. An instant noodle smashed precisely into the window, Jiang Chen said in annoyance. I am not in the best mood right now, so you better shut up for a while, or I will forget to open the door tomorrow. Quiet now. The crisp sound of instant noodle and chewing transmitted through the door. Jiang Chen curled his mouth up as he was prepared to move forward. Dong, dong. At that moment, the abrupt smashing of a heavy door was heard. A monster-like vicious look passed through the tiny window, a rather beautiful face was revealed, spiteful and twisted. He looked at her in shock as it was the first woman he saw that still had energy. Sun Jiao was even more shocked. She opened her helmet and walked up to the door in disbelief. You know her? Jiang Chen looked at her astonished, and then glanced at the monster, wanting to jump away. A bitter smile appeared on Sun Jiao's face. Somewhat. Her name is Zhou Xiaoxia, my old friend at Looting Town. Or just an acquaintance. She was a lone wolf with a skilled dagger and pistol skills. We teamed up together before, temporarily. Then how did she, captured, tortured on a daily basis, and finally lost her sanity? She probably has gone insane already. Sun Jiao reached her hand out, but just before she touched the door, the woman leaped at the door like a malicious animal, viciously flashing her teeth. She retracted her hand. Jiang Chen gulped lightly. Is this the fate of a lone wolf wandering in the wasteland? So, the filthy lone wolves on the wasteland are usually old virgins, because once captured, you'll never be human again. Sun Jiao suddenly smiled. She pulled out the tactile rifle and aimed into the small window, as she quietly looked at the monster-like pupils. Jiang Chen noticed her hands were shaking. Do you need my help? He asked gently. Even for people who were accustomed to killing, they have people they were unwilling to pull the trigger on. He kind of understood the feeling. The feeling where she wanted to end her companion's pain, but unable to do so because of past interactions. Sun Jiao thought for a moment and then smiled. It's okay, boom. A massive explosion suddenly diffused inside as the ceiling began to shake, the lights were flickering. This is 07. We are under attack. They are equipped with heavy firearms, requesting assistance. The explosions continued to transmit from the surface, the soulless women in the cages were even alerted and twitched. 01, 02 provide cover fire on the roof, 04-08 search for cover and return fire. Sun Jiao calmly ordered in the public channel. Damn it, who is the enemy? It's definitely not the Huizhong mercenaries, they don't have such intense firepower. Chu Nan leaned against the door as he quickly explained, the look in his eyes seemed to plead for Jiang Chen to let him out first. It's the mutated human. It's the mutated human force. Damn it, how did we encounter these things here? Angry shouts transmitted from the communication channel, the intensity of the battle could be deduced from the shaking blast. The situation was critical as Jiang Chen did not bother with Chu Nan's plead. He dashed directly to the stairs and signaled Sun Jiao and 03 to follow. Sun Jiao glanced at the Zhou Xiaoxia flashing her teeth at her and put down the rifle. She didn't say anything as she silently left the basement. She didn't pull the trigger. Damn it. Chu Nan smashed the door as he witnessed the group of people leave the basement. He could only pray that the man called Jiang Chen wins. At the same time, he suddenly noticed that the monster-like woman was staring at him. He abruptly remembered the hardcore *N scenes yesterday. The bald Zhou Guoping took his pawns, lined them up, and then pressed the bit *H-like woman against the wall. They cursed derogatory words while they. To be honest, he was hard. Chu Nan shook his head as he wearily sat on the bed. To his surprise, through the tiny window, he noticed that the woman was also smiling. He suddenly felt his throat being stuffed. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. When the person in the power armor said her name, he already realized who she was. However, in the month he was kept here, he didn't recognize her at all. Speaking of this, she hasn't visited Luding town for a while. Since last winter. Zhou Xiaoxia was known as the Devil Hunter, the screw bars goddess at Luding town. She would always have a drink there when she passed by Luding town. There was a lot of people thirsty for her beauty, but none picked the rose with thorns. But now, the charm was covered by filth, and the audacious yet gorgeous face had lost all of its liveliness. Damn it, he did fall in love with her at first sight. The mutated humans, like the cannibals, was another species not accepted by humans. A giant figure, strong muscles, an ugly, twisted face, and grayish-green skin. Just like the monsters from Lord of the Ring. The FEV virus in their cell structure had given them an insane regeneration ability. From some perspectives, they could be considered immortals unless they asked for their own death. At the same time, the ferocious FEV also made them immune to any diseases, and free from the risk of radiation. They boast themselves as the perfect human and praise that the heaven-like wasteland belonged to them. Of course, the above was not the reason they were hated. There were plenty of arrogant, ugly people, and with enough radiation dust, the head was bound to become abnormal. The survivors disdained them because they were D*class. Not only that, they liked to capture people, and turn them into the same D*class creatures they were. The inability to reproduce was their only flaw. Also, because of the limited lifespan of their DNA. Despite a higher regeneration rate, which means the cell division was occurring at an abnormally high rate, this resulted in a shorter lifespan. They would rarely age but would experience a violent death in their 50s. The more injuries they've had, the shorter their lifespan. If they wanted to continue their species, they must capture people on the wasteland, and put them in a vial and pickle them to turn the captured people into the same ugly, mutated humans as them, regardless of gender. To increase efficiency, they would force breed the males and females. The newborn baby would then be turned into mutated humans as well. They would then raise the newborn and repeat the same reproduction cycle. This inhumane act was even more obnoxious than killing people. Obviously, people would rather get their heads chopped off than their D*Ks chopped off. So naturally, the mutated human was top of the blacklist on every survival camp, the 6th Street included. These D*Cles things were the arch-enemy of all humans. Even if they couldn't conduct trade with other survivors, they still lived a comfortable life. Nutrient supply. They could produce it, but they rather not eat those things. They hunt for mutants, and then eat the highly poisonous flesh raw, and use their insane immunity system to process the poison. Even the disgusting Roshan, they could feast like its flesh was a delicious meal. Firearms. They were born in the underground military facility. Because of the involvement of the government, the military did finally receive freedom. They controlled the entire military base and was considered the organization with the amplest amount of firearms in Wanghai City. It was true that based on the adaptability of this world, they had the right to be arrogant. If it were not for the fact that they couldn't reproduce, they would have without a doubt conquered the world. But Jiang Chen was facing these lunatics right now. Damn it, their firepower is too strong. Ma Zhongchen tightly pressed behind the cover as he could barely gather his breath due to the oppressing fire from the heavy machine gun. 400 meters out, whoever had the more intense firepower was the daddy. The grayish-green-colored mutated humans were wrapped in ammo. The revolving machine gun furiously unleashed its power on the main building. Their muscular body enabled them to fire the heavy firearm without being disturbed by the heavy recoil. Without the need to wear kinetic skeletons to increase their weight, they could use their pure strength to wear the almost 1-ton plastic steel armor. If it were not for the exposed joints uncovered, the light weapon would practically cause no harm. Fu*K, it's the mutated humans. Sun Jiao's face looked troubled. She carried the 72mm anti-tank cannon and leaned behind the cover. These heavy machine guns could already pose a threat to the power armors. The intense waves of bullets forced them to take cover. Both feet locked onto the ground changed into AP bombs. She reached out of the cover and immediately fired. The bomb with a trail of orange fire scattered across the sky as it smashed right into a mutated human. The AP bomb without a doubt penetrated the armor and ripped the mutated human into pieces. The effect was visible when they realized that the opponent also possessed heavy weaponry. This caused the mutated humans to become more cautious with their attack. The only downfall was they began to focus their fire in Sun Jiao's direction. Sun Jiao unlocked her feet as she initiated the turbine engine and barely avoided the rain of bullets. The ferocious firepower from the machine gun almost shredded the wall she took cover at into pieces. Damn it, do their bullets not cost money? Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. He leaned against the wall and continued to shoot while constantly taking cover behind different barriers. Fu*K. Why are they focusing on me? Sun Jiao dragged the 2-meter-long cannon as she awkwardly hid behind the stairs, unable to peek out. Other than heavy machine guns, they also possessed at least 4 recoilless cannons. Their firepower was not on the same level. The only heavy weaponry on Jiang Chen's side was the 72mm anti-tank cannon. Although the revolving heavy machine gun was powerful, because the other side had already suppressed their fire, it is hard to regain the control. There were at least 20 mutated humans with machine guns. Should we drive the armored vehicle over? The 20mm machine gun could. Are you crazy? They have 4 recoilless cannons. Fu*K, what to do? Sun Jiao bit her lip. Retreat. Retreat. Fu*K. Prepare to fight in the building. There was no time to hesitate. Jiang Chen decisively took control as he shouted in the public channel. Sun Jiao quickly realized the situation too. That's right, if they can't win in distance, then fight in close range. If the mutated human need captives, there is no reason that they wouldn't chase. Roger. The light infantry that was being suppressed on the ground by the firepower began to retreat. Then it was the power armor soldiers. The mutated human took the upper advantage in the first wave of exchange fire. There were 3 casualties on Jiang Chen's side, with minor injuries on the power armor soldiers. 2 casualties on the opposing side, one was blown to pieces by Sun Jiao. The other practically died because of bad luck. With the regeneration strength of the mutated human, unless it were shots to the head or heart, they would not die. It was already pitch dark in the night. Because of Jiang Chen's retreat, the mutated human began to cease fire. They couldn't destroy the building as their purpose was to capture people. In this case, they had to enter the main building to combat with Jiang Chen. A total of 31 people, with 19 heavy machine guns, they are in the building already. After activating Fury, all the hearts appeared in his vision. Fury deactivated. He took a deep breath as his brain regained clarity. After the battle in the virtual world, he could already freely control Fury without the need of a tranquilizer. The only disadvantage of the ability was that the higher the number of the enemy targets, the more difficult it was to control his emotion. Once the violence was built up to a certain point, he could even lose control. Just like Sun Jiao's special ability would force her to be weak, these hidden genetic abilities were never meant to be the gift from the higher beings, but rather a curse to the unholy. The light infantry was completely useless at this point. Sun Jiao ordered them to retreat to the door. 10 power armor soldiers against 31 mutated humans, that was a large discrepancy. But would Jiang Chen play this game fair and square? The fishbone base lacked a lot of things, but crystal was not one of them. Enemy unit arrived on the 2nd floor. Fire. Roger. Dash. In the darkness, fire sparks suddenly erupted as the mutated humans rushing into the hallway were caught off guard. The polyethylene tables and chairs were thrown into the hallway as the power-armored soldiers used that to take cover and unleash their firepower at the mutated humans. The weight of the mutated humans' armor was mostly focused in the front part. Their intense firepower made it necessary to consider running away. But once the distance has been shortened, their fatal weakness was exposed. Although they were not completely unprepared, when they stepped on the stairs, their center of gravity leaning forward uncontrollably exposed their defenseless backs to the machine guns of the power armor soldiers. Almost instantly, they experienced heavy casualties. Fire at will. Jiang Chen carried the tactical rifle as he gritted his teeth and continuously pulled the trigger. The mutated humans' charging momentum suddenly came to a halt. They began to lift their guns up to fire back, but shooting up was always a disadvantage as they were unable to return fire. Despite their muscle being able to carry the weight of the C-type plastic steel, it was too much for the spine. If they had to shoot up, that means their center of gravity must be shifted back, and all the weight will be concentrated on the spine. Nice job. How did you know their weakness? Sun Jiao said in excitement while she continued to pull the trigger. Would you believe me if I said I guessed it? He unloaded the empty magazine and smashed a new one into the cartilage. Jiang Chen aimed at the neck of a mutated human. Dada! The bullets penetrated through the neck of the mutated human, creating a splash of blood as the bullets broke his neck. He fell onto the ground like soft mud and stopped breathing. Despite the incredible body, they were still human after all. Even if they surpassed the limitation of DNA, they could not overcome the barrier of life. They have entered Area A already. We lost control of the left wing on the 2nd floor. Noisy shouting was heard from the public channel. Retreat to the 3rd floor. Sun Jiao decisively ordered. Roger. They can't allow the battle to take place in the hallway. Once one wing lost control, the other wing had to retreat as well. The revolving machine gun began to spin on the right hand, the left dragged the tactical rifle as the machine gun spat out a constant fire. They kept their fire suppression as they retreated. Once the defense line was compromised, they had to re-establish it on another floor. If they engaged fire with the mutated humans in the hallway, they would be the ones overwhelmed. Damn it, I should have brought some heat sensor grenades with me. He saw the power armor 21% damaged symbol on the full sensory screen as he cursed in his mind. Who would have thought this crusade would be this problematic? Against the cold-blooded zombies and agile mutants, heat sensor grenades were practically useless. At this moment, the floor violently shook. The explosion from the east side was audible even from the other wing. 03 is down. Damn it, it's recoilless cannon. Jiang Chen watched with his own eyes as the 03 number became crossed and marked with the heart ceased offline symbol. Although he didn't know the person's name, seeing that his comrade has fallen, it was an indescribable feeling. Although he was aware that there would be casualties in every battle. Retreat! Retreat to the roof! Sun Jiao shouted in the public channel. They couldn't wait any longer. AT-3 power armor was worth over 10,000 crystal, and if it was busted, then there was one power armor less. The mutated humans saw that they gained an upper advantage as they began to shout out in joy. They attacked the stairs roaring. Even if they had 10 people along the way, the 10-to-1 casualty ratio did not scare them because they firmly believed that once these metal junks were forced on the roof, they would turn into scrap metal under their firepower. The armor in front of their chest was comparable to the T-3 C-type plastic armor. Technology. They didn't need it. Damn it, why do they seem to be on drugs? Sun Jiao clenched her teeth as the 72mm anti-tank cannon launched repeatedly. The AP bomb directly penetrated the concrete stairs and blew the mutated human into two pieces. Initiate final plans. Jiang Chen met with Sun Jiao already as they took cover at the other end of the stairs. They leaned tightly against the wall as they shot with the tactical rifle. Bullets flew and carried the trail of faint gray smoke. But that is 5,400 crystals. Sun Jiao's face appeared as if she was about to cry. Enough. AT-3 is 13,000 crystals. Sun Jiao clenched her teeth as she reluctantly made her last shot, and shouted in the public channel. Retreat. Initiate final plan. Roger. The defense line could no longer hold on to the 6th floor, but there were still at least 20 mutated humans attacking. They already abandoned their plan of just piling on bodies and began to act more cautiously as they continuously fired the recoilless cannons and self-made grenades. The saving grace was that while they had almost an infinite amount of bullets, their grenades and bombs were limited, or else there was no way this battle could be fought. Finally, the mutated humans rushed onto the 6th floor. It forced all the power armor soldiers into the hallway. But at this moment, a scene the mutated human didn't expect happened. The metal junks all jumped out of the window as the turbine engine began to shoot out a blue trail of flames and carried them downstairs. At the same time, explosions began to erupt on the 5th and 6th floors. The hidden aluminum heat agent blew the stairs into pieces. They could fly. The stairs were destroyed. However, they had no time to react. Backup fuel rod self-destruction program initiated. The Sun Jiao, in pain, pressed the confirm button. She regretted not carrying more explosives with her. How wasteful was it to use the fuel rod costing 500 crystals, and 100 crystals to charge explosives. Boom! The red flames began to blossom in the air. The almost liquefied fire waves instantly emerged the entire floor and erupted out from the previously black window. He felt the waves of heat on the surface of his armor. Jiang Chen watched the blinding explosion, astonished. Although it was not the first time he used fuel rod as explosives, it was his first time witnessing this effects of the explosion. Beautiful firework. He subconsciously whistled. A firework worth 5,000 crystals. Sun Jiao was still bitter. Do you think that they haven't considered that we could fly? Jiang Chen asked as he watched the concrete begin to melt. Not all power armors are equipped with flying engines. Usually, only paratroopers would be fitted with the flying engine. The trade-off for mobility is armor. The B-type armor used by land mobile armors are much stronger than the lighter C-type plastic armor. At the same time, it weighs much more than the 300 kilograms T3, it usually weighs 1 ton. Also, the mutated humans are not known for their intelligence. The high temperature also ignited the plastic chairs placed in the hallway. The thick black smoke was quite visible even in the night. The power armors gradually landed, looking at the fire above them. There was no doubt about their victory. Sun Jiao carried the anti-tank cannon on her shoulder. B-type armor? What are these things exactly? Jiang Chen was curious. Material strength grade, SAP-DEF, 7 levels in total. It is also used in other industries. It is complicated to explain. You don't know this after being here for this long. Sun Jiao rolled her eyes. Seems like you know a lot, Jiang Chen nonchalantly said as he glanced at the fire that was beginning to fade. The building was well engineered. Even after experiencing an explosion of this scale, the main structure remained intact. Common knowledge, Sun Jiao mumbled and then opened the public channel. Prepare to enter, group into threes by number. Group A head to floor 5 and 6 to search for any mutated humans that have not died, only leave one alive. Roger. They saluted as 010203 carried their tactical rifles into the building. Team B, go collect the power armor on floor 3. Although destroyed, a lot of parts were of high value. Roger. Team C, clean up the battlefield at the experimental building. After finishing her orders, Sun Jiao opened the helmet and playfully threw Jiang Chen a wink, and then closed the helmet and shouted in the private channel, "Follow your sister." "Is your butt aching?" Jiang Chen said fiercely. He heard her giggling voice. "This girl is becoming more naughty." Bullet holes were everywhere on the wall. Jiang Chen's force left the ones on the north side. The south side should be from the encounter between the mutated humans and Huizhong mercenaries. It was evident that the mutated humans won. There were bloodstains everywhere, along with severed limbs and flesh. The pungent smell in the air and gruesome scene on the ground only made Jiang Chen slightly frown. Was it because he was used to death? Or only because it was too dark to see? He would rather believe it was the latter. Behind the back door, there were 3 modified trucks parked. They were bolted with thick steel plates along with a heavy machine attached to the top. Quite a gruesome battle. Sun Jiao locked her eyebrows as she locked away a broken hand. Don't those D**class things want it alive? Jiang Chen asked. Still alive, without a hand. Usually, normal people are just for breeding purposes. As she said this, Sun Jiao walked behind the truck and opened the door. Suddenly, Jiang Chen saw her stop. His heart started to ache, but he didn't have the time to open his mouth. Like a bomb, the figure was blown away. Roar dash. The roaring sound came from inside the truck as it almost shattered Jiang Chen's eardrums. He couldn't hear any sounds at that moment. C-Team encountered enemies. Requesting assistance. 08 quickly pulled out the rifle and began to fire. But the bullet seemed to have hit a metal plate as sparks popped up on the metal board, casting an unsettling feel. Jiang Chen, who was still trying to recover from what had happened, saw, with the glimpse of his eyes, the explosive and agile figure get blown into the air. Noise. Color. Everything in the world seemed to have escaped from his body. Heart ceased Sun Jiao. His head was empty. In an instant, Jiang Chen's eyes were covered in blood. Death. There was intense pain, as though his heart had been ripped open. Scenes from his memory flickered like dusty, old photos. The audacious and naughty, yet gentle and caring face began to yellow. Then it turned gray. The ferocious mutated human roared and flipped the warhammer in its hand before facing Jiang Chen, whose mind had gone completely blank. It was fury, but beyond fury. Anger seemed to have broken a lock in his heart, shattering it. But his mind was clear and conscious. Kill. Kill him. Thoughts of slaughter. Roar. The explosive shadow dashed at him, the raised warhammer gleaming with a faint blue light. It was a power warhammer, equipped with a power storage system. It could release energy upon impact, and the damage was comparable to that of an anti-tank cannon, making power armor rather useless against it. Anger did not numb his thoughts, he never had such clarity in his life. His thoughts passed in 0.01 seconds, and the tactical flashlight in front of him opened instantaneously. The blinding ray pierced the pupils of the mutated human and deadened his vision. At the same time, the turbine engine opened, and he began to glide. What followed was a deafening screech, a challenge that smashed into the ground. Jiang Chen maneuvered the power armor and dodged the thunderous hit. He raised his right arm, and the machine gun with revolving tridents fired rapidly. Tat-ata. Bullets swarmed out, each impact casting sparks on the mutilated human's back. The sound of the striking metal began to fade. The violent firepower did not damage him in the slightest, being reflected instead. Roar. The mutated human shouted in pain. He dragged the power warhammer up from the concrete floor, his eyes the size of bells shooting out a terrifying light. From the sparks and flashlight, he could see the mutated human's pitch-black back. A dark mutated human. Information from the database was displayed on his pupil. Lead skin. I don't know how it works, but, the black figure leaped at Jiang Chen once more. The warhammer smashed down like a meteor with 4 trails of faint blue light. The turbine engine at maximum output, Jiang Chen made a curved trajectory to avoid the attack midair. He then braked, sparks screeching out from the bottom of his feet. Without hesitation, he pulled out the tactical rifle and aimed it at the mutant's head. The second it turned to look for its target, Jiang Chen fired. Da-da-da. It was still ineffective, it had a ridiculous defense even on its head. With a fierce shout, the mutated human swung its power warhammer at Jiang Chen from his flank. There was no time to dodge, but his heart was devoid of any anxiety. He deployed the wheels on the soles of his shoes once more while a nitrogen shield expanded outward like an umbrella. The power warhammer smashed through the thick waves of nitrogen and hammered on the front of his armor. Jiang Chen flew explosively, but with the help of the nitrogen shield, he was pushed out rather than ejected with great force. The T-3 power armor weighing 300 kilograms was very light, and most of the impact was not absorbed by him. Instead, it was transformed into energy that helped him recoil backwards. The wheels turned rapidly, and after flying for approximately 10 meters, Jiang Chen calmly braked with a screech of metal on the ground. Boom! The power armor directly smashed into the first floor of the experimental building. He landed awkwardly in the hallway. Energy of impact, 494,000 joules. Straining, Jiang Chen raised his dazed head and read the stats on his pupils. Warning. Power armor damage, 54%. The entire front of the armor caved in. The turbine engine on the left shoulder and left side of the waist were destroyed. The life detection device was damaged, and the communication device was malfunctioning. He silently glanced at the rows of offline symbols that represented the team, then at the jumping red symbol. Jiang Chen closed the notifications and pulled out the tactical dagger. Roar. The roaring sound advanced, as he had expected. It was clear that the gorilla-like monster was not ready to let its prey go. And neither did Jiang Chen. Like a gust of furious wind, the black figure raised the power warhammer and smashed it in his direction. Flames burst out of what remained of the turbine engines. Jiang Chen slid across the ground as though being dragged to avoid the power warhammer's hit. Finally, they stood up shakily. Rock debris had scraped the power armor which clanked continuously. The turbine engines had exceeded their output limit and stalled, but it was enough. Jiang Chen, who had just escaped danger, did not back down but rather dragged the busted power armor and dashed at the mutated human. He then furiously stabbed his tactical dagger forward. Conservation of energy. He noticed a while ago that the second the mutated human raises its hammer, the muscles over its entire body seem to expand as though it was straining to perform the action. The warhammer itself was not heavy, but when it was raised, even the mutated human had to use all of its energy to do so. Although Jiang Chen did not know the energy principle behind it, his instincts told him that this was the key to the power warhammer's charge, as well as its weakness. The mutated human was struggling to raise the hammer, so it was unable to react to the attack. The opportunity was a small window of time. The sound of metal screeching echoed in the air the moment his dagger came into contact with its skin, leaving a trail of sparks. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth as his muscles expanded to the limits. The output of the power armor was also operating at its maximum. Roar! The power warhammer in the hands of the mutated human stalled and fell to the ground. He flung away the left arm that was stabbed with the dagger and smashed his fist towards Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen lowered his body to avoid the hit, then leaped at the chest of the mutated human. With power output at a maximum, both of his hands locked onto its shoulder. He clamped the roaring, fighting mutated human against the wall. The misshapen face twisted in anger, and its red teeth that seemed as though they would pop out were even more gruesome. Energy remaining, 53%. Jiang Chen, also furious, had no color in his face. He looked at the energy bar and what remained before activating a red button. Self-destruction program initiated. 20 seconds remaining, the internal fuel rod began to shake as the stable contents became agitated. Feet locked, the metal strips penetrated the ground. Power armor released, a thin opening appeared at the back of the power armor through which Jiang Chen jumped out. He met its frightening gaze with only grimness in his eyes. The pitch-black mutated human desperately tried to push the power armor away, but it was futile. The power armor was locked down and held him in its grip against the wall. His left hand was useless because of the injury, and with his joints locked, it didn't matter how much brute force he used. He did not budge. Jiang Chen walked away 100 meters and stopped. He turned and began a silent countdown. Strangely, he did not feel any emotional fluctuations. Hatred, fear, the joy of victory, or even anger itself. It was as though all of his emotions were stripped from his body. The fire erupted, and the blinding light covered his vision. He felt a slight pain on his face. Upon touching it, he realized it was blood. His face was cut open by the metal shrapnel. He quietly gazed at the blood on his finger. A bomb worth 13,000 crystals should be enough to blow that monster up. From the fire, a figure emerged. Flesh exposed, its skin was lit up brightly by the red flames which had already melted the lead skin. The daunting bloody holes were likely the work of the metal fragments. The muscle on its left arm had been nearly stripped clean. If it were any normal human, they would have been dead. The mutated human. Jiang Chen silently retrieved the 11 tactical pistol that he had on him for a long time. He aimed at the figure walking towards him from afar. He pulled the trigger. Bang! No reaction. The bullet may have penetrated his flesh, but it did not stop him from moving forward. Shots continued to be fired. The mutated human used its right hand to cover its heart, the damaged left arm to cover its face. The horrifying teeth could be seen from behind its fingers, and Jiang Chen could imagine the viciousness on his face. There was no time to run, especially since he never had the intention to do so. Fear. What was that? The mutated human was finally in front of him. Jiang Chen pulled the trigger, only to hear a faint clank sound. The bullets ran out. He lifted his hand, his hollow eyes staring emotionlessly at the mutated human. When all emotions had been stripped from the body, what would it feel like to face death? He suddenly thought of the insane intermediate artificial intelligence that had repeated countless experiments to obtain emotion. When it faced death, did it feel calm? Out of his peripheral vision, he caught sight of the giant hand being raised. Would he get squished? Jiang Chen lowered his head, removing the cartridge. Seems like I lost. At that moment, a homing noise almost shattered his eardrums. Boom! Aw! Flames exploded from the left shoulder of the mutated human before it could release its pained scream. It was blown onto the ground by the force of the bomb. The 72mm AP bomb, with a power great enough to penetrate through steel armor, hollowed his muscles and nearly ripped every organ and muscle in his body. But even after this, he still had not died and made desperate attempts to stand. Jiang Chen was shocked. Not from the mutated human's ridiculous life force. He stared blankly at where the bomb had originated. Her heartbeats resumed. Seems like I was dead for a while. But how did I survive? There was no time for Sun Jiao to think, however. In her murky vision, she saw the mutated human walking towards Jiang Chen. Her vision was covered by dark blood, the entire front of her armor had caved in tight against her chest, and her left arm was out of commission from the broken plastic steel armor lacerating her flesh. The exposed wiring flashed with unsettling sparks, and on her pupils was a daunting list of red alerts. She would most likely have to cut off the entire left arm of the suit to extricate her broken left hand, but the ability should be able to heal it. Sun Jiao panted, her clouded eyes half open as she tried to lock her aim onto the head of the mutated human. Its heart and head were the only weaknesses. Boom! The 72mm anti-tank cannon in her right hand fired, the cannon whipping upwards. The trail of orange flame directly homed in on the mutated human that was about to execute Jiang Chen. Made it? Seems to be off. Seeing it miss the weak spots, Sun Jiao raised her already straining right hand and aimed the cannon at the mutated human struggling to stand. She pulled the trigger. Clank, a bitter smile appeared on her face. The clip was empty. She glanced at her trapped left hand. A liquid, perhaps cold sweat, rolled down her blood-covered face. It was pointless if it didn't hit the head or the heart. Even with a broken left hand and half a stomach, it wouldn't die. It was not an average mutated human, it was a variant with lead skin. These mutated humans received special modifications that made their skin into lead. Not only did it make their defense far superior to the average mutated humans, but their strength and life force also far exceeded normal limits. Their only weakness was the lead-addled brain. They would kill instinctively, and so they were often used like dogs by the same species. The clip was at her waist, but how could she change it out with one hand? Damn it! Jiang Chen, Sun Jiao anxiously stared at Jiang Chen, her lips turning pale from biting it so harshly. At that moment, she could see the faint Jiang Chen looking in her direction. She is still alive. Terrific, Jiang Chen's lips slightly trembled, feeling emotional. It was as if his heart was full again. Fury deactivated? No, it's not Fury. Whatever, who cares? Jiang Chen turned his head to look at the mutated human struggling to stand. He met the ferocious stare. The flesh was healing at an unimaginable rate. The lead skin covering the head and chest had already grown back. Its threatening smile seemed to mock Jiang Chen. The mutated human could already sense that the man in front of him had no more tricks to play. Jiang Chen looked down at the pistol in his hand. Even the tactical rifle on the power armor could not penetrate its skin. The 11 tactical pistol would be futile as well. Out of tricks? No. There was still a lethal trick he hadn't used yet. Roar! The mutated human growled as he watched Jiang Chen approach. For no reason at all, he felt anxious. The head and heart were already covered by the newly grown lead skin, but when he saw the man walking towards him, he felt an instinctive fear. Jiang Chen drew closer to the mutated human and cracked a smile. Placing the gun in his pocket, he retrieved a crystal from the storage dimension. After the interdimensional bracelet's energy was charged to full, he flung the now lusterless crystal away. He leisurely squatted down, staring into the bell-sized eyeballs, then took a deep breath and smiled light-heartedly. "Should I take you to play in another world?" He slapped his hand on the mutated human's shoulder. Upon finishing his sentence, both of them disappeared from Sun Jiao's sight. Interdimensional travel? Sun Jiao stared blankly at the place Jiang Chen and the mutated human had disappeared from. She remembered the dead hamster. Living creatures were unable to travel with him. But she also faintly remembered that he mentioned it took 40% energy to travel once. What would happen now that he brought along the mutated human? She felt unsettled. The homing engine turbine began to ring from afar. Power-armored soldiers were rushing to the scene. They'd been caught in a crossfire with the remaining mutated humans. As soon as they solved the problem, they quickly rushed over. "Where did the light infantry go?" Sun Jiao asked in the communication channel. "Still at the gate." "Good. Get me out first." If someone saw this scene, she would have to shut them up, eternally. She was different from Jiang Chen, she didn't feel much guilt when killing. The power-armored soldiers walked forward, took out a welding gun, and cut through the caved-in metal on her left arm. Sun Jiao gritted her teeth as she crawled out from the back of the power armor, then looked at where Jiang Chen had disappeared. She began to feel more and more anxious, her uncertainty creeping into her face. Why is he still not back? "Captain, what do we do now?" "Stay put and set up camp. 01, go take a tent from the armored truck and cover that area." Sun Jiao pointed at where Jiang Chen had last been seen. "Understood." The power-armored soldier with the 01 symbol on his left arm received the order and left. "The rest of you establish the temporary camp in the main building. We might need to stay here for a few days," she added after a pause. "Understood." She stared at the empty spot again as she bit her lips and clenched her fists. It was already the third day. Seeing that they were victorious, the surrounding team headed back, but some still remained, for example, Zhao Gang. "No, my wife is still underground." Zhao Gang could not wait any longer as he slapped his leg and stood facing the direction of the main building. The scared Ma Zhongchen immediately grabbed onto him. "Are you crazy? Do you not see how she looks right now?" Ma Zhongchen discreetly pointed at the figure sitting in front of the tent. The lifeless eyes were covered with permafrost. The lonely figure sat there quietly wiping the gun. It was not the look of someone who was open to conversation. Zhao Gang clenched his teeth but finally sat down hesitantly. "But, just wait for a bit longer, brother, I'll be with you. Don't worry, as long as the people are here, she'll release them." "They have some small internal situation," Ma Zhongchen desperately tried to tell his outspoken comrade. Instinct told him that if they were to anger her now, something bad would happen. It was not a small situation. 3 days already passed. For 3 days now, Sun Jiao sat in front of the tent. She silent wiped the SK-10 laser rifle in her hand. She hadn't used it in a long time, but she always kept it with her. She opened the EP, looking perplexedly at the hidden genetic code. Revive, repair critical organs, leave death state. Ability requirement, triggers when the heart stops beating, and organ damage is below 50%, this God-sent ability saved her, probably reviving her when she died. But at this moment, she did not feel the slightest happiness. She sighed and closed the EP. The temperature difference on the wasteland was quite drastic. There was already a hint of chill in the wind. But even with only a light combat suit on her, she did not have any sense of temperature. How was Jiang Chen doing? She didn't know. What she did know was that if he were okay, he would come back immediately. But now, she uncontrollably clenched her fist, feeling the sudden moisture in her eyes. Damn it. That fist feebly smashed onto the cold, hard concrete road. Or else the pain would have actually driven him insane. He didn't know how long after the incident it was, but the soreness of his entire body returned. Urg. Struggling, he finally opened his drowsy eyes. The first image he saw was a gorgeous face in tears. You are finally awake. Aisha leaped from in front of the bed. Her lips trembled, and the mists in her eyes shook, ready to fall at any time. How long have I been sleeping? Jiang Chen asked weakly. An entire day and night. Her face had concern written all over it. He felt guilty looking at the heavy eye bags on her face. Wait. Where'd the mutated human go? As if a bucket of cold water had just poured onto his head, Jiang Chen scrambled looking around, but he couldn't find the mutated human's body. Aisha, did you see that body? I hid it in the basement. Aisha lowered her head, lightly biting into her lips. She broke her promise with Jiang Chen. He had previously told her to never come into the room under any circumstances, but the loud noise from the room had woken her up. She anxiously approached the room, only to hear Jiang Chen's painful screams. She didn't waste a second to think before dashing into the kitchen, grabbing a knife, and shoving the bedroom door open. The next moment, she saw Jiang Chen, who lay in bed unconscious, and a disfigured monster. Never had she seen a more frightening monster. Its body was covered with severed flesh. The head and heart were covered in a pitch-black metal. Is this thing even human? Suppressing the fear in her heart, she approached the monster and placed her hand over its chest. There were no heartbeats. She gazed at the unconscious Jiang Chen and then at the monster that had fallen to the ground. She could tell that the two must have had some conflict. Although she didn't understand the absurd scene, she would always stand on her husband's side. Putting down the knife, Aisha forced down the agitated contents of her stomach with a deep breath before dragging the body into the mansion's basement. She then took disinfectant from the bathroom and cleaned the blood trail, careful as though covering up a crime scene. After taking care of everything, she filled a bowl with water and stripped Jiang Chen to wipe down his entire body. She couldn't fathom how he had become like this in just one afternoon. At least the still-beating heart somewhat reassured her. Only after she finished did she bring a chair from the living room to sit beside his bed quietly, waiting for him to wake up. Did you see everything? Jiang Chen asked with a bitter smile. Seeing such a caring face, he could never blame her for coming in. Aisha nodded, then buried her head. I am willing to give up my life for you if you wish. He lifted his hand and covered her mouth. Jiang Chen smiled at her surprised look. I am not a devil, you don't need to give up your life. Just keep the secret from me. It was okay if she knew, Aisha would never leak the secret. With both hands outreached, Aisha covered the large hand covering her face. She gently nodded. Aha! He craned his head to look at the light in the distance. It was almost dawn. Go sleep for a little bit. I won't be alone to think. Aisha nodded with a worried look at Jiang Chen. She then left the room and closed the already broken door. Lying on the soft bed, Jiang Chen raised his right hand. All of the energy in the interdimensional bracelet was gone. He glanced at the bed lamp. After reaching over to unplug it, he stuck his finger into the socket. The light bulb in the room slightly dimmed, but due to the voltage limit, he only managed to charge the interdimensional bracelet by 2%. He breathed deeply and concentrated on his right hand in an attempt to open the storage dimension. Pain radiated from his wrist. The energy wasn't consumed, so I guess that means I can't use it for now. Jiang Chen looked at his right hand thoughtfully. He'd been pondering this issue for a while now. If he forcefully grabbed someone to travel with him, then wouldn't it eradicate that person in an instant? But he never had the opportunity to test this bugged ability out, since in the era of firearms, bullets served the purpose better. There was another area of consideration, however. If he spent 40% of the energy traveling, then how much energy would it cost to bring along another person? The cost of taking someone alive should be different from taking a corpse. He recalled the last time carrying the hamster, it hadn't cost an excessive amount of energy. But this time with the lead skin mutated human, it completely drained the interdimensional bracelet. No, the real energy cost definitely far exceeded the 60% limit, which was what caused him to go unconscious. No need to use it against weak enemies, too costly against strong enemies. A bit useless in battles. He rubbed his fingers, which were no longer sore, and stared at the interdimensional bracelet on his skin. He desperately wanted to go back. Sun Jiao must be worried about him. But the bracelet was most likely overheated. Seeing as how it could charge, however, it meant it wasn't broken. Maybe it would return to normal after some time. Realizing that there was no use worrying, Jiang Chen shook his head and grabbed the EP from the table where it lay after Aisha had taken it off while wiping down his body. Username, Jiang Chen. Body conditions, muscle strength, 30 bone strength, 29 reflex, 32 brain cell strength, 14 radiation level, 0 safe irregular status, none. Muscle strength had increased by 5 points, bone strength by 2, reflex increased by 3, and the genetic potential was further developed. On Earth, this body condition would easily destroy superheroes like Spider-Man and Batman. If they existed anyway. Jiang Chen remembered the Sun Jiao had told him before that once injected with the genetic vaccine, the genetic potential would be somewhat unleashed. But to evolve to a stronger form, it could only be accomplished through life and death situations. That battle truly had been dancing on a knife's edge between life and death. He recollected that battle with a forced smile. A power armor, worth over 10,000 crystals, exploded. But what made his heart ache the most was not the crystals but the fact that it was difficult to buy even with crystals. To help him, Zhao Qinwu had sold him all of his remaining units. Right. Speaking of the battle, that time. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that after Sun Jiao had been thrust away by the power warhammer, the heart ceased. That symbol had shown up on the team status, spurring him into a state similar to fury. He opened the special ability tab in EP, hidden genetic code, muscle strength plus 35, reflex plus 40, brain cell strength plus 29. Special effect, battle instinct. Can grasp the situation and the enemy's ability in disadvantaged situations, ignore all unnecessary factors, and use previous battle actions to instantly carry them out at the maximum success rate. Side effect, emotionless time of duration, until the opponent dies or a trigger is used to cease the effects. After 30 minutes, it will begin to drain life force, and the effect will be reflected in the body afterwards. Note, once activated, Fury is forcefully deactivated. It was not Fury, but a new ability. Jiang Chen gulped at the skill description. Did the 3 question marks mean that the ability had yet to be named? This meant that nobody had activated this genetic code before. After pausing to think, he pressed the 3 question marks, opening up a dialog box on the screen. This means that it can be named. He pondered for a while. He really didn't have any talent in coming up with names. Suddenly, Jiang Chen slapped his head as if enlightened before typing in Invictus. Hee. Invictus had the connotation of putting in a cheat code. The ability did seem unfair. After typing in the name of the ability, Jiang Chen read over the description again. Based on previous battle actions, that meant that if he had ever used a gun in the past, then he would become Hawkeye. And he had trained in all functions of the power armor before, so he can fluidly control the power armor without any hindrances. Jiang Chen mentally went over the battle. The combos he made had been perfect. Such mastery was definitely not something he could normally do, especially when he still had to look at the speed monitor when accelerating. The fuel rod self-destruction program was also an action he had used before. But why had he never thought about using the interdimensional bracelet to eliminate opponents before? He thought deeply before coming to a sudden realization. That was because he had never used traveling as a combat action. After experimenting with the hamster, he had never performed it during combat. Therefore, the ability's effect achieves skill mastery, Jiang Chen said with a troubled smile after peering at his hand. Using the interdimensional travel ability to kill should not be a problem, but it would be pushing the limits if used against a monster with a high life force. A mutated human had made him unconscious for an entire day, and he still could not use his bracelet. If he traveled with a Roshan or a Deathclaw. Some experiments indicated that his life force was proportional to crystal energy. He shook his head and put the EP aside, closing his eyes to rest. Sun Jiao was still alive. Her revive must have evolved from her tenacious ability. This must be how hidden genetic codes could be further unlocked. Speaking of this, as long as they used their ability, they had to bear the side effects from it. Fury made him lose consciousness, Invictus removed emotion, then what was the side effect of the next hidden genetic code? For some reason, he felt slightly uneasy. Genetic vaccines had eliminated the barriers that constrained DNA, allowing humans to unleash abilities previously sealed. But was this really all right? If eliminating barriers was a good thing, then why was there one in the first place when humans first began to evolve? Only time could tell. And it was stupid to worry about an ability being too powerful. Jiang Chen was lying on a chair beside the swimming pool, enjoying the last rays of the summer afternoon. Although he was eager to return to the other side to tell Sun Jiao that he was safe, the interdimensional bracelet was on cooldown, there was nothing he could do about it, so he rested. The weather was becoming chillier, and it wouldn't be long before fall arrived. Thinking about it now, it had to be close to winter time in the apocalypse. Because of the radiation dust, winter in the apocalypse world came earlier than it did in the modern world. Going by what Sun Jiao said, usually by mid-October, winter would come to Wanghai City, and it would rightly be called a nightmare. In 1 month's time, the temperatures would drastically drop to sub-zero with unnatural snow coating the city in an unhealthy white. Despite this, compared to the first few years, it was getting better. Based on documentations, during the initial years after the nuclear war, the entire world remained frozen in a state of nuclear winter. Only winter, no summer. During that time, the mutants chose to hibernate or migrate to warmer areas such as abandoned nuclear facilities or geothermal wells. The only ones unaffected by the harsh temperatures were zombies. Their bodies did not possess enough water to be frozen, but due to the reduced sunlight, their sleep times were also lengthened. Jiang Chen was deep in thought as he stared at the chilled orange juice placed on the table. It was necessary to have enough food, clothing, and fuel for the winter, but these were not difficult for him to procure. The coming season would not be too bad for the fishbone base. There was obviously enough food, and winter clothing more effective than down clothes were sold in 6th Street. Fuel could be substituted by electricity, but overall, the levels of power generated and consumed would decrease in the winter since with the outside temperature already at sub-zero, the fridge system in the basement could be shut down. What worried him most was the combat power of the base. From what he gathered during the battle with the mutated humans, the weakness of the fishbone base was finally exposed. Ample money, but still too weak. With their power armors, they could steamroll through most survivor groups, but if they wished to expand, their opponents were not limited to small groups. Wanghai City had so many forces to begin with. What about outside of the city? In the country? And what about the unknown mutants? If they didn't have the support of heavy weaponry, they would instantly be at a disadvantage upon encountering a military force of mutated humans. Even more detrimental was the fact that there was no way to replace power armors. This time, 4 of them had been busted while the remaining were damaged. Despite eliminating the mutated humans, in the end, it was a terrible trade for Fishbone Base. He did not expect a group of mutated humans to appear out of nowhere. After realizing the Huizhong mercenaries were in trouble, he had been ready to take advantage of the situation. But upon finishing off the mercenary group, the new opponents were not friendly and immediately opened fire. From the start, there had been no chance of a peaceful resolution between normal humans and mutated humans. He grasped the glass of juice and chewed on the straw, deliberating as he gazed at Aisha's body floating in the water. They lacked heavy weapons. Fishbone Base was too dependent on 6th Street, who was likely unwilling to sell heavy weaponry to them. At most, they would offer a heavy machine gun or rocket launcher. The only reason they sold them the high-energy vacuum bombs was because they were ineffective in most situations, useless against zombies and easily intercepted by laser weapons. These items were limited to begin with since the production facilities were all but destroyed during the war. Weapons like tactical nukes and concentrated laser bombs were all raided from battlefields and half-destroyed military warehouses. Typically, possessing these sort of super weapons reflected the force of a survival camp. While it was important for Fishbone Base to possess its own firearm production line, they had to also think of ways to develop heavy weaponry. What gave Jiang Chen a headache was that he possessed the technology but not the production capability. Excluding production equipment, the two limiting factors to Fishbone Base's growth were raw materials and population size. Mining was impractical in the apocalypse. All of the sources near the surface were emptied. The major mining hubs on small subplanets and moons had been blown into debris. And though they did purchase some construction materials from 6th Street, after this crusade, their own production supplies would have become scarce, so who would be willing to sell to him? If he wanted to develop the industry, he had to improve waste recycling first. Because of the rapid advancement in material science, refining matter with page-long names was no mean feat. Jiang Chen knew little about the subject, but he did hear from Zhao Chenwu that 35% of 6th Street's industrial production was based on waste recycling, because although organic materials could solve some needs, bullets, bombs, and armors all depended on metal. As for the matter of population, even if they didn't have a complete production line, if they modified some equipment, they could partially create it by hand. This, however, required an excessive amount of labor. The Spider tank, for example, required tens of thousands of parts to be assembled. And to use the small population of Fishbone Base to develop military tech. Zhao Chenwu's military factory alone had more workers. Could he produce some of the less complex parts in the modern world before moving them to the apocalypse? They had plenty of mining resources, and even if they didn't have the best skills, he could at least acquire some simple production equipment. Think about it. Jiang Chen wryly smiled and shook his head to give up on the idea. It was too dangerous. It was not practical in this country. Even if the workers didn't understand the purpose behind the spare parts, a factory without a stated purpose would very soon catch someone's attention. And if anyone happened to find out that he possessed military technology, the scenario was simply too beautiful to imagine. Perhaps overseas. Except Jiang Chen was of the mind that all crows in the world were of the same color. If they chose to follow their constitutions and laws, there was a chance that the country would not take action. But if it involved a giant of the military technology field, a massive conglomerate that came into prominence after World War II, they would not pass this opportunity. At this time, the country was willing to keep one eye open, but that was only until the military technology was on the brink of falling into the hands of their people. It was such a waste if he could not utilize the rich resources of the modern world. At that moment, Aisha burst from the water. Shaking her wet hair, she cast a pleasant smile in Jiang Chen's direction. Instantly, his eyes light up. URG, it was not because of that island. Fu*K, why didn't I think of it before? Jiang Chen slapped his head with a humorless smile. The only thing the apocalypse lacked was food, but in this world, it could be obtained almost anywhere. And if work was hard to do domestically, then the situation would be different on a small, developing island. If he could simultaneously have a base in the modern world, it would greatly benefit the development in the apocalypse. There was no need to worry about resources and labor in the modern world so long as he could control a small neutral country far from international regulations. His heart began to pump at the thought. For a long time now, he had been searching for an option to fall back on. This was after he had introduced Future 1.0 and was asked to have a chat with the person whom he had saved. Of course, he could say this only in his mind, but once he came out from the Wang family's home, he had the intention of leaving. But the exact details had to be planned out. He stood up from the chair and began walking towards the mansion. Aisha swam to the side of the pool, seductive water droplets hanging on to her dark brown, curly hair. Her tender white arms leaned against the poolside. The look in her eyes asked, "Don't you want to sleep together?" Jiang Chen gulped uncontrollably as he took in the charm that she herself didn't know she exuded. This girl was becoming more and more attractive by the day. Her white skin was partially due to race, but also partially due to the nutrients in the training chamber. Thanks to it, the grease and the dirt under her skin had been washed away, and the natural pores of the Caucasian race contracted. After days of care, Aisha's previously stiff skin became as smooth as jade. It was no exaggeration that if Jiang Chen used the nutrient to open a cosmetic center, he would earn overwhelming profits. Not only that, but because of the genetic vaccine in the daily workouts, traces of abs began to show. With her perfect legs, the exotic charm became more and more seductive by the day. But what intoxicated him most was the gaze full of love. This bikini-clad, attractive figure flourished only for one person. Jiang Chen had the urge to jump into the water and play with her. But he still had many things to do, and those sorts of actions could be done later at night. Compared to before, he was much better at controlling his desires. "Ahem, why don't you play by yourself? I have some things to care of." Suppressing his desire, Jiang Chen awkwardly smiled and hastily left the pool area. Mansion basement. Jiang Chen observed the mutated human's body. Taking a deep breath, he extended his right hand. The storage dimension could not keep living creatures, he had tried it before. Ants could be stored, but not cockroaches, only to be instantly killed. It seemed it would be impractical to kill people using the storage dimension. It did not cost much energy to store corpses in the dimension, and the energy bar had been charged to 10%. Jiang Chen tensed at the slight pain radiating from his wrist. "Fu *K, don't you break on me." When there was still no reaction, Jiang Chen began to sweat profusely. After a short delay, the mutated human twitched and disappeared into the storage dimension. He let out a long, relieved sigh and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He glanced at his right wrist. It had cost 5% energy. He then used the remaining energy to remove crystals from the storage dimension before charging the interdimensional bracelet's energy to max capacity. It seemed that function had already recovered. Next was interdimensional travel. Jiang Chen initiated the ability. But soon, his excitement was killed by the pain in his wrist. The storage function had recovered, but the travel ability did not. Too soon. He looked at his right hand, unable to do anything. But since the storage function had recovered, the travel ability should follow soon after. After taking care of the body, Jiang Chen went to the third-floor office and booted up his computer. He had to prepare his plan to purchase an island. Opening up Baidu Wiki and Google Earth, his eyes searched the Pacific Rim region. It didn't have to be too big. Even if he ran out of land later, the apocalypse world had the technology to create artificial land masses. Only, the ocean was more frightening than land, so the technology was not well known among survivors. There was also no need for many people as it would be easier to control. If later he needed more, he could simply bring some in. An unstable political situation, but not too chaotic. The lower the GDP, the better. The poorer they were, the easier it would be to purchase the land. He would have to invest in it regardless. Ideally, they wouldn't have a dispute with neighboring countries over annoying things like natural gas or oil. He would eliminate those materials at any time. He didn't need them to make a living, and it would be troublesome to guard against thieves when developing in seclusion. Another important factor was that it had to be away from the 5 thugs. Likely referring to the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. Finally, he found a small country located on Panu Island. It almost seemed made for him. A smile on his face, Jiang Chen called Robert's number. Hello. My old friend, you finally remember your unlucky friend. Robert's glib tongue was in action on the other side of the phone. I've been busy lately. Would you like to cut a deal? Jiang Chen didn't bother with chit-chat and cut straight to the topic. There was a palpable pause on the other side, followed by a fake laugh. I'm no longer in the business, you know. I'm also on probation, so your words. That Lawrence guy will probably come to have a chat with me in a bit, too. Hearing Robert's downtrodden voice, Jiang Chen stopped and almost couldn't restrain his laughter. The guy must not be having the best time right now. By probationary period, he probably meant that the FBA was monitoring his phone after telling him to his face, I'm watching you right now. Showing off despite your current state, and you even said that you would have me covered when I head to Los Santos. He smiled but inwardly cursed. Jiang Chen shook his head and got ready to end the call. Okay, looks like you can't do this deal then. I'm going to hang up. No, wait, the call disconnected, but his cell phone rang shortly after. He picked up, mocking, you switched numbers. Hee. Other than the fact that the phone bill is a bit more expensive, this number is pretty convenient. Ahem, what business do you have? I heard you say you're a producer now, but from your tone of voice, it seems you haven't had the best time. Jiang Chen asked jokingly. He remembered that the gold deal had been worth around $500 million. With a 9% commission, minus the loan and other costs, he should have at least 10 million or more. Ran out of money already? It was in USD, too. URG, ahem, it takes longer for a movie to return the investment, you know. Robert forced a laugh. Did you spend all that money on tail over there in Hollywood? Jiang Chen chuckled. This pervert. There are definitely better ways to spend the money. But as that thought crossed his mind, his expression turned sour. He felt those same words applied to him as well. Ahem, let's talk about business. Robert awkwardly laughed from the other side of the call. Jiang Chen didn't continue to make fun of him as he adopted a more serious tone. You've always worked in sensitive areas, so you must be close to mercenaries. Oh. Do you want to hire mercenaries? But in Hua, not in Hua, Jiang Chen interrupted. I need your help hiring a group of people to train bodyguards for me. Bodyguards? Robert paused for a moment. In that case, Blackwater International is not bad. Not Blackwater. Jiang Chen refused right away. You said before, they're too close to the FBA. He finally managed to leave a circle of influence, there was no way he was entering another one. Hee, I knew it, you must be thinking of some bad things. Robert's ridiculing voice passed through the phone. He continued, all of the mercenaries in the UA are all somewhat associated with the White House. If you want to find people who only recognize money, you'll have to go to Africa, the Middle East, or Eastern Europe. Then let's do that. Make a trip with me to Eastern Europe, Jiang Chen said. Not possible. If I go there, before the plane even fully lands, I'll probably get deported. Speaking of which, are you not in the gold business anymore? Robert forced a smile. Gold is not grown out of the ground. Don't you want to do something big? Jiang Chen abruptly laughed. The other side of the phone went silent. Jiang Chen didn't rush him. He knew Robert was debating with himself, but in the end, he would agree. Without taking risks, could he still be called a businessman? He was a risk-taker down to his bones. Okay, you convinced me. But my instincts tell me that you may be crazy this time. I don't understand. You've been doing pretty well over there and successfully transitioned your business. Why, I have my own troubles, Robert, just like how you have your own, Jiang Chen said meaningfully. All right, I understand. Now that you say it, it does make sense. Once *T touches your hand, you can never wash it off, hee. Despite stepping out of the business after Iraq, trouble seemed to always follow Robert. He spent most of the money, and though the producer title was pretty nifty, ultimately, it boiled down to money. With money, directors were more than happy to make friends with you. And without it, who gave a foo*k about you? He did invest quite heavily, but he had no idea how much profit would come out of it. In the movie industry, he was a completely outsider. Then let's talk about your pay first. 20 million USD, deal. Jiang Chen paused, then began laughing. Are you not going to ask me what the deal is? If I told you to go bomb a place, would you do it? With a sheepish laugh, Robert touched his nose and said, Ahem, my friend, I trust you won't do things like that to me. If I did receive your money to plant explosives somewhere, you'd be in trouble, too. Jiang Chen didn't deny it. Back to the topic. First, mercenaries. I don't care how, but I need 10 people with experience. The other side lapsed into silence. I'll get Nick to go to Kane, I have some connections with General Markinov. Although I won't be there in person, a recommendation letter should be enough. This guy really loves money. I'll make a trip myself, so get Nick to wait for me. Would it be acceptable to pay with gold? Of course, they only recognize gold and USD there. Secondly, refugees. Europe has many refugees, right? I'll take some of their burdens for them. Help me think because I need around 100 people. *T, what are you trying to? I remember you said yes, Jiang Chen said casually. After deliberating, Robert let out a sigh of defeat. Okay. Let me think, where do you want these people to get off the boat? Africa. Okay, I think I get what you mean. Do you want to start your own mercenaries? Or for the people behind you, ahem, I don't think you should know too much, am I right? Jiang Chen interrupted with a smile. Mercenaries? You are underestimating me. My fault. Robert forcefully chuckled. Suddenly, he remembered the last time in Iraq, Jiang Chen had brought out a drone and a heat sensor grenade. The organization behind him was likely something he shouldn't know too much about. Capture a trafficking shop in the Mediterranean Sea, and get off at Libya. Then go on land to Nigeria. Is Nigeria chaotic enough? This was the question Jiang Chen was most concerned about. Somewhat. It's poor enough there. A few $100,000 USD is enough to buy a plot of land from the chiefs and have them keep their eyes closed to whatever you do there. Robert laughed. Africa was a haven for mercenaries. Poverty provided them with a source of troops, and the chaos allowed them to pass freely between borders with weapons. Although he didn't know why Jiang Chen refused to recruit cheap people from there, Robert knew by now not to ask anymore. Great, then transporting them will be up to you. I'll take care of the other things. Is that all? No, one more point. Jiang Chen smiled mischievously. I heard you're a producer in Hollywood. Ugh. Yes, I remember that, you know. Robert was uncertain of the meaning behind his words. Play the bad guy for me. Your paycheck will be 20 million, in gold. Jiang Chen laughed malevolently. Panu Islands, located in South Pacific Ocean, was near the equator. The sunshine made this place a great destination for a vacation. The tourist attractions were plentiful in the area, natural island, volcano lake, rain forest. But because of the lack of infrastructure, it didn't manage to gain much traction. On the entire main island, the most expensive thing was probably the international airport, which they borrowed the money to build. At this time, inside the not-so-busy airport terminal, two strange-looking foreigners walked side by side. Roger, do you think I will be famous? To be honest, I smoked weed when I was 13. I was in juvenile by 15 hee, and then you got your A*S pounded by the black uncle inside. Who cares? The guy sitting in the Rainbow Mansion did far dumber things. Also, If you dare to use your Irish accent and call me Roger, I'll twist your head off. Robert stopped, and turned around to look at the Caucasian teen fiercely. Sorry, buddy, you know I am just nervous. Johnny waved his hand, unbothered by his words, and continued, I asked the psychiatrist before, he said he had a phobic for being too famous. Shut up, you bastard, Robert cursed out. Johnny kept his mouth shut after he heard those words. He knew that Robert was not someone to mess with. In Los Santos, even the gang leader would give him some ground. Although he seemed to have exited out of the business, it was not someone a little pawn like him would dare to mess with. Whenever someone mentioned to him Irish, 3 words would surface in Robert's head: weed, alcoholic, poor. But right now he must patiently entertain this dumb *SS because it has to do with $20 million. As to why he appeared here, it all started from the conversation a couple of days ago with Jiang Chen. Play a bad guy for me, and $20 million will be your paycheck. I'll pay in gold. Jiang Chen stopped momentarily before he continued, on an island country in the Pacific. Robert paused, then his expression suddenly changed. *T, are you going to dash? You are right. If you guessed it, then keep it to yourself. All in all, write a script for me and pick a good protagonist for me. I am going to film a blockbuster. Then an evil laugh was transmitted through the phone. He knew the laugh too well. Someone was going to have a bad time. You are crazy. Although I am a producer, I am more of an investor. Robert forced a troubled smile. He rubbed his temple and continued briefly after, okay, God. Let me think. Where are you planning to film it? How much are you going to invest? $100 million, 1 year of GDP for Panu Island. The plot will be, a Los Santos billionaire came to Panu Island with the intentions of investing in the local industry. He began bribing local officials and taking a *T on all the natives there. Okay, so that's the first movie's plot. Oh, I recommend the billionaire be acted out by a poor bastard bad to the bone. I need him to display his expressions after he suddenly gets wealthy. Haha dash, don't worry, there are too many of you in Los Santos. I'll wire the $100 million to your account. Robert paused when he heard Jiang Chen's words and asked with a perplexed expression, you are going to wire it to me? Are you not scared that I am going to run away? I trust that you won't. Honor code, right? Especially since I can get you out from IS, are you still dash? I understand, that's enough. Robert faked a laugh as he touched his nose. We are old friends. Some things don't need to be said. That's right. You are a smart person. The money that's supposed to belong to you will belong to you. Hee, if this deal is successful, you'll have a lot more to gain from it. Aren't you annoyed with the FBA? I can give you a backup option. Robert heard the words, and his throat twitched. He suddenly remembered a piece of entertainment news on the international section of the newspaper a while ago. December 30, 2014, Gambia presidential office was attacked by a militant group of approximately 10 people. The militants attempted to stage a coup. This bizarre event was the direct action of the Texas real estate businessman and a Minnesota veteran. They recruited people, bought weapons, and then transported the weapons through an illegal channel to Gambia. Of course, without a doubt, they failed. Based on their original plan, the action would not receive too much resistance. They thought the soldiers in the presidential office would not pose too much resistance in a dangerous situation like that. Perhaps they would even receive the support of some soldiers who decided to join forces with them. The result was that 3 of them were shot died right on the spot. There was no way to defeat them. In the unsuccessful coup, the Texas real estate developer businessman was the primary sponsor, and because they broke the neutrality law, the UAE prosecutor sued him. He only sponsored $220,000 as he only wanted to be a president once. Now, Robert felt like he was doing the same thing. Except this lunatic was even more insane, he was willing to put in $100 million. 100 million USD to buy an entire country. Not only that, as well as the cost of mercenaries. Damn it, let me ask you, are you serious? Robert's fingers were trembling. He couldn't even hold on to his phone. It was not because he was afraid, but rather he was excited. He was an adventurer at heart. If he were to really be successful, then the small firearm merchant could make history. Of course, he didn't really care about the reputation. The key was still the profit involved. He had a feeling that if he could establish a connection with the force behind Jiang Chen, his return would far exceed his previous total earning. That's right. I think you should ask for a break from your friend Lawrence. I don't want the FBA to be involved again. The tone sounded light. Of course, I'll think about it. It is getting me excited. His finger constantly rubbed the phone as there was clear excitement in his eyes. I don't care if you are excited or not, I want results. Let me be clear. This movie can only be shot once, you have to consider it carefully, Jiang Chen said slowly. Trust me, as a renowned producer in Hollywood, Robert, will make you extremely satisfied with my script. I'll have to take your word for it then, Jiang Chen said casually and then hung up the phone. There were already people waiting at the airport exit. Beside a limited edition black Mercedes-Benz was a middle-aged white man with a beer belly, constantly checking his watch. He made the loose suit look rather tight. Beside him, an Asian stood there, appearing to be his bodyguard. On another note, in this small country with only a population of 20,000, the entire military was only 100 people. They occasionally had to play the role of police as well. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he saw Robert and Johnny walk out. Oh, Mr. Robert, you are finally here. Is this Johnny? The white man opened his arms and greeted Robert with an amiable smile. He also looked excitedly at the Irish next to Robert. *T, is he gay? Johnny asked Robert with his voice lowered. Shut up, dumb *SS. The shooting already started, Robert moved his head and cursed, but immediately changed into a smiling expression and walked up to the man. That's right. This is Johnny, a billionaire from Los Santos. Just like old friends that haven't seen each other for years, they hugged each other and backed away. Robert turned around to look at Johnny. This is Panu Island's president, Edward. British descendant, basically from your hometown. Also, acts as the finance minister, and, from your hometown was said full of malicious intent. As well as generally, my friend. Edward courteously shook Johnny's hand and shook it furiously. His face did not have any disdain for Irish people like usual Britons do. The reason why he would display this expression was purely due to what Robert had said. This Johnny guy was an Irish billionaire from Los Santos. No one had invested in Panu Island for a long time, there was finally a billionaire, so this fake emperor did everything to please him. As to being Irish? Who cared? He only cares about the bills printed with Franklin's. After some small talk, the president invited them to get on his luxury vehicle, and personally drove them to the mansion. Robert purchased it 2 days ago under Johnny's name. It was worth $500,000 USD. Damn it. President, the finance minister, general, what is he not? Seated on the comfortable sofa, Johnny counted his fingers. And Supreme Court judge, education minister. He would not take any positions without benefits. Don't worry about it, do a good job on what I told you to do. Robert took a bottle of whiskey from the fridge, put it on the table, and poured himself a cup. Nice, these is booze. Johnny excited grabbed it and poured himself a cup as well. Robert glanced at the alcoholic that gulped down the entire cup as he took a sip. Then he said, there is a banquet tomorrow night, the local influentials will all be attending. Come with me, and I'll teach you what to do. The day after is an investing tour. You'll spend $2 million USD investing in a cargo port on the main island. Learn from me, see how I am stuffing the money, and establish a relationship with the officials, Robert continued. Also, not long after that there will a Han merchant contacting you. He is an old friend of mine. He is currently in the food processing business, help him a little, I don't think I need to teach you more. Gulp dash dot. Okay, Roger. Speaking of filming, where is the cameraman? Buddy, we are shooting a movie, right? Johnny burped with the cup in his hand. In a few minutes, who knows how many shots he had taken already. Yes, we are filming a movie. This is the newest filming technique. You'll be part of history. Don't forget to build a statue for yourself in the city center, and the film team will do a special shot of it. Robert resisted the urge to laugh as he took another sip of the whiskey. In this case, I only need to spend money. Johnny chuckled as he poured himself another cup. This is a great job. What's the name of our movie again? A Billionaire in the Slum. Don't forget the piece that will make you famous. It's not only about spending money, but you also have to act as cocky, arrogant, and unbearable as possible. Such as cheating on the neighbor's wife, seducing the woman in town, just do everything you wanted to do. Los Santos. Be yourself. Do a good job. If the reception is good, then there will be sequels. Robert leaned against the sofa as he mockingly looked into drunken eyes. Burp dash, sequels. What's the name? Just as he finished the sentence, he dropped the cup and fell asleep. What's the name? A Kingdom's Destruction, idiot, Robert continued to mock and put down the whiskey in his hands. Alcohol, it's better to just have a taste. Note, Panu Islands is a fictitious location. After ending the conversation with Robert, Jiang Chen returned to the pool. Just as a smirk spread across his face and he was ready to jump into the pool and have an intimate moment with Aisha, his phone rang again. It was Xia Xiu. It was not the right time. He cursed in his mind, as he unhappily picked up the phone. But when he heard the news from the other side, his unhappiness faded. First was from Future 1.0. Because they were approaching 250 million downloads shortly after the software was available. In a few days Jiang Chen was gone, and based on the marketing department's plan, Future 1.0 welcomed its first update. Now, the earnings were already evident as a result of the update. Rather than an update, it was releasing a previously locked function. The update opened up the community system. Everyone would acquire a random account after the patch. Other than cleaning the exquisite design, the chat interface had nothing special. To put it simply, everyone had an account that they could freely add friends, set up chat groups, and post statuses on. The functions were not unique as all the other chat program had it, but the one thing that made it stand out among its competitors were Smart Friend Search. Based on the user's description, Little White can accurately search for the chat partner based on the description. Of course, it was up to the user to decide on what information to make available or not. The user's personality was based on the data collected during daily interactions and analyzed based on a special software. The results were 97% accurate and would be hidden from the user and stored on the server side. The personality only recorded positive traits and did not include negative traits, since no one would want to expose their weakness. The user could choose to publish these traits or re-evaluate after a period, but could not change the traits. For example, if a man wanted a big-boobed, gorgeous, energetic, being able to cook, nice to parent girl, Little White would find it since the user base was already at 250 million. Except that it would be up to the other side to add you or not. Even if you get rejected, Little White would suggest you lower the standards, and improve upon oneself. If the random selection were activated, Little White would use smart setting to match friends with the highest compatibility. Apart from that, Future 1.0 also introduced VIP. Although it was similar to QQ's member policy, there was a slight innovation. Other than putting the red VIP symbol beside the user ID, it also introduced contribution system correlated with levels. There was a funny joke on Weibo before. The designer was driven insane. Suddenly, he jumped up and yelled, I want to design a game with only two functions, pay and ranking. So, in the end, the game was actually introduced, which was Bilibili's new anime sponsorship plan. The innovation was replicated by future technology. 1 renminbi equal to 10 contributions, 100 contributions would level up to VIP 1. To upgrade to VIP 2, it would require 1000 contribution, which was equivalent to 100 renminbi. Based on this scale, VIP 5 would need 100,000 renminbi. To maintain the current status, 10 renminbi would be enough. Not paying would hide the VIP symbol, but it would not level down. Other than that, there were also 10 diamond VIPs that were granted automatically to the top 10 contributors. Would people actually pay? Yes. 2 days after the introduction of the community feature, there were 200 VIP 5 users born. The top of the contribution list was a coal tycoon with a contribution of 100 million. That meant he paid 1 million. Why would people be so willing to pay? Imagine this. If a beauty searched you, the first thing she saw was a VIP 6 or diamond symbol, what kind of reaction would it be? Or some would actually put a VIP limit on the search, prohibit anyone below VIP 3 from adding them. Showing off and bragging were common flaws of all humans, especially rich people that have too much money. They only needed to be recognized. The massive user base of Little White and the existence of the contribution system gave them the perfect platform to show off. Based on the back-end stats, the guy at the top of the list almost had his friend request feature blow up. Although it was not Jiang Chen's intention, the pure Little White became another great app for one-night stands after Momo and WeChat. Other than that, VIP user also had other exclusive privileges. For example, the invitation for beta testing of the mobile game New Era, it would select 10,000 users from each of the different levels. Therefore, the 100 million users would split 10,000 codes. The millions of VIP 1 would also split 10,000 codes, the VIP 5 users would each get one as there are only a few hundred of them. Do you want the invitation code? Then pay more money. This era-defining mobile game had a lot of expectation and hype. Based on the marketing department's research, on Taobao, an invitation code was propped up to 1,000 renminbi, which almost broke the record for highest price paid for an invitation code. Of course, this design certainly caused some people to be unhappy. Especially those people with ill intentions who hired internet armies to control the direction of criticisms. The only point was that it was unfair for so many normal users to split only 10,000 codes. That's unfair. We are going to protest. But those brain-dead comments did not have any negative impact on Future 1.0, but rather it triggered angry responses from Little White's fan. Once it turned into a debate, it became a hot topic which was a form of free for Future 1.0. When the people with ill intentions realized that the internet armies they hired did not create the perception they wished, it was too late to regret. Part of the success was because of Xia Shiyu's effort. When she discovered the signs, she immediately responded and hired her own internet army to steer the direction of the conversation. She perfectly used the tricks of the opponents to turn this into a successful marketing campaign. All in all, Future 1.0's financial report was very impressive. Within 10 days of the community function, the company's net earning was 100 million RMB. The number would only increase with the continued operation of Future 1.0, as well as higher user dependence. Xia Shiyu even confidently stated that within 2 years, she could break the yearly revenue record set by the member system of Penguin Group. The other area was the mobile game. After a period of marketing, the invitation code was already distributed to the market through Little White. Part of the invitation codes has been circulated through the VIP system. Even if it has been circulated to people who didn't want to play, because it was not tied to the account, third parties could purchase the code and sell it for margin. As to the code being propped to 1,000 renminbi, even if they were not fans of New Era, they would be interested in the invitation code. If they didn't play the game, they could always sell it for money. There was nothing to lose. So naturally, it turned into another form of. Since the little white user base already reached 250 million, those people would pay attention to the game because of the expensive invitation code even if they didn't play the game. Within 2 months, future technology was already profitable. It made the venture capitals that were waiting for the opportunity frustrated that they missed the hen that laid golden eggs. They previously planned to wait for future technology to have cash flow problems before they opened their greedy mouths and took the company with endless amounts of potential. But who would have thought that future technology didn't lack money in the first place? Even Penguin had to beg venture capitals. When he heard 100 million in profits, Jiang Chen straight up told Xia Xiyu that he would use 1 million as a bonus. Unlike other tech companies, future technology's cost was insanely low. Other than the cost of labor and server maintenance, after tax, the rest would be profit. As to research and development, what was that? Only a couple of cans of food. Seeing that you are working so diligently, should I give you a raise? Jiang Chen laughed. His mood was indeed delighted. Although the 100 million was nothing to his net assets, it was a good start. It was the first stream of clean money he earned. No need. My 1% dividend is already enough. From her voice, that girl was also in a good mood. It was a feat being able to accomplish this with a new team. After the 100 million equity infusion, she proactively brought up decreasing her share percentage. So after the change, her share in the company changed to 1%. Although Jiang Chen was surprised, he didn't stop her. Even if it was just 1% share, the 100 million profit this year was a lot. Because she was not the legal representative, there was a 20% income tax. But even after that, it would still be 800,000 renminbi. 2 more months until year-end, with this year's profit, any dividend would exceed her current salary. Bonus and salary were meaningless to her now. Because it was work time, Xia Xiyu ended the call after reporting to Jiang Chen. It wasn't until now that Jiang Chen noticed that there were a bunch of missed calls. Starting from yesterday, there was a call every half an hour. After going to the apocalypse, the phone was in his storage dimension. He only took out the phone after calling Robert, so all the missed phone call messages came in. This girl, a smile curled up on Jiang Chen's mouth. Although she always kept a cold and serious face, she could be surprisingly cute at times. Aisha leaned beside the pool. Her mouth pouted slightly. The graceful and serene legs were moving through the water disinterestedly. She was not the type to get jealous, but for the phone call that clearly interrupted the intimate moment with her and her husband, it did make her a little unsatisfied. Jiang Chen threw the phone into the storage dimension before noticing the expression on Aisha's face. He smiled. He didn't even take off his clothes before he dived into the water. In Aisha's light outcry, Jiang Chen hugged the gentle and loyal girl with a smirk. Compared to before, they were no longer awkward. From her daily actions, he clearly sensed her love. To be fair, he did not have feelings for her in the beginning. He just somewhat accepted her. But because of her proactiveness, Aisha's love finally slipped into his heart. Her gentleness, her understanding, and her sacrifice were almost extinct in the modern world. Just by looking into her eyes, he would be melted by the love. He was uncontrollably drawn to her. It was time for him to be proactive. "Can you teach me how to swim?" Jiang Chen said with a smirk, as he blew into her ear. Aisha lowered her head shyly, and then she put her hands on his wet shirt. Aha! The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up from his sweet dream. He looked at the adorable girl beside him, sleeping as calmly as a cat, and his mouth curled up. Mouth slightly closed, graceful eyebrows, eyelashes gently trembling, and the somewhat messy hair. The porcelain doll-like white skin was cast with slight redness on her cheeks, and from her rhythmic breathing, Jiang Chen could hear a hint of tiredness and joy. It was a bit too crazy last night. Jiang Chen thought about last night as his face turned red. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that every time Aisha was treated roughly by him, she would be excited, especially with her hands pulled behind her back, from the back. He awkwardly touched his nose, and then gently tucked Aisha in before quietly sneaking down from the bed. He hadn't cooked breakfast in a long time. Jiang Chen, satisfied, looked at the buttered toast and oatmeal with milk on the table with a great sense of accomplishment. "I definitely have the potential to be a great man," he narcissistically murmured. He then relaxingly sat beside the table to enjoy the breakfast. He still had a lot of important things to do, so he had to wake up earlier than usual. He cleaned everything up and left a sticker on the table before he left the door humming. He drove straight to the rural area with his Maybach. Jiang Chen still needed to do some preparation work for his island purchase plan. The sooner, the better. Robert probably started the plan already on his side. To be fair, he was even scared by his own plan. If he made a mistake by accident, he would enter the blacklist of the international police. But then he just needed it to succeed, right? Aisha opened her weary eyes and slowly sat up on the bed. She smoothed her slightly messy hair and stared blankly at the empty pillow, her mind just zoned out for a moment. She didn't know why she fell in love with Jiang Chen, but the feeling was that intense. Whenever she saw him, her heartbeat would increase. Whenever he hugged her, her entire body would feel hot. She blankly smiled as she remembered last night. Suddenly she woke up from her drowsy state. "Oh no, I forgot to cook breakfast." In her perspective, to be a qualified wife, she should put the prepared breakfast on the table before the husband headed out for work. Although it was not written in the religion, it was the family tradition from her mother's side. That's how she had measured herself. She knew that her husband was a great man, including the woman that came back with him on the car. He probably has a lot of wives. Even if she wouldn't get jealous, she still craved more attention. This included a controlled diet. She did not know the genetic vaccine improved her digestive ability. She didn't need to control her diet to avoid that extra fat on her stomach, proper exercise, to make herself look fit and charming. The nutrient was also marvelous, as it seemed to improve her skin condition. The only drawback was the awkward pee tube. She also worked diligently on housework. But she was too tired last night. Even when she woke up this morning, her legs still felt sore. That's why she slept in. She quickly got out of the bed. Aisha put a long white dress shirt on her gorgeous figure and then ran downstairs with her legs exposed. However, she was disappointed. Jiang Chen already left. Frustrated by her own mistake, after washing up, Aisha grumpily came to the kitchen to make some food for herself. When she saw the breakfast already on the table, she paused. Her heart felt warm. There was a note on the table. The writing was really neat, and she could understand it with her Han level now. "I won't come home to eat, you don't have to wait for me. Take care of yourself." Jiang Chen, she put the notes in front of her chest as a flush of warmth appeared on her face. She suddenly remembered why. Because of this gentleness, that was what made her uncontrollably fell in love with him. Although he always gave off a naughty feeling, he always took great care of her. He didn't discriminate her because of her refugee status nor treat her brutally. Her hand subconsciously crossed her chest as her finger gently pressed the button on her shirt. "Dad, Mom, I am living a happy life in this foreign country. Don't worry about me." She grasped onto the note tightly as she prayed. Xinlong Food Processing Plant. The gray concrete wall looked relatively clean. The surrounding environment was not too bad either. Although it was small, it had everything in there. Just from the outside, Jiang Chen was quite pleased with the plant. He got off the car and looked around before he quickly found the person he was looking for. A middle-aged man squatting in front of the door, smoking, quickly stepped on the cigarette after he saw Jiang Chen. Forcing a smile, he came to greet him. But that smile was no better looking than him crying. The information said he was 31 years, but the 180 centimeters man has a hunched back like a 50-year-old elder. the whiteness on the side of his hair and the engraved face was not because of the passage of time, but rather the misfortunes in life. Jiang Chen, you should already have seen my information. Jiang Chen didn't judge this man too much, as he extended his hand with a smile. Zheng Hongjie, owner of the Xinlong food processing plant. Zheng Hongjie shook Jiang Chen's hand, and forced another smile. He then gave Jiang Chen a welcoming gesture. Mr. Jiang, follow me to take a look at the plant. Aha, Jiang Chen nodded. Both of them entered the plant side by side. Jiang Chen noticed the dust on the production line. This place hasn't produced in a while. 2 canned food processing lines, an instant noodle line, and a cookie line. Our work was mostly in processing before, but no one wants to work with us now. Zheng Hongjie's smile was bitter. He then led Jiang Chen to back of the plant. This is the warehouse, including the 4 empty acreages of land. We previously had the plan to expand the plant, but now it looks like it is not necessary. I'll sell you the production equipment at 70%, we'll make it 300,000. The land and plant itself are a bit more expensive, 2.4 million, can't go lower than that. After finishing, Zheng Hongjie stopped talking and looked at Jiang Chen's reaction. He estimated in his mind and nodded rather pleased. The price was fair, even a bit lower than the market price. He already asked the intermediary before, the plant's cost was around 3 million. This guy must have met some trouble with money, or else he wouldn't need to sell the plant at a lower price this hastily. Although he already decided to purchase it, Jiang Chen's eyes moved slightly. He didn't reply, but rather he gave Zheng Hongjie a cigarette with a smile and dragged him aside. Mr. Zheng, I am quite pleased with the price. But I am curious, based on the construction of the plant, you are not the type to have improper planning. What made you want to sell your asset? Zheng Hongjie didn't reject the cigarette as he skillfully lit it up. He blew a smoke ring. The just 31-year-old man had wrinkles squished together on his face, and he bitterly smiled again. Stock market. Although it was only 2 words, Jiang Chen instantly knew his sadness. There is a famous quote in Fortress Besieged, marriage is like a siege, people want to go outside, people want to come inside. The same word would apply to the stock market without it being the slightest bit unfit. 5 years ago, Zheng Hongjie was only an ordinary taxi driver. Because of chatting with a passenger once, he heard about the food processing industry. The slight drunk boosted to him how processing food made money, and at that time he was tempted. Being only 20, he didn't want to be a taxi driver for his entire life. From that point on, he started to learn about the unfamiliar industry. With the family saving as well as borrowings from relatives, he successfully purchased a poorly operated small processing plant. Although he didn't go to university before, because of his hard work and desire to learn, he used his learned on-the-spot operation knowledge to expand the small facility to a large plant. Contracts flew to him like snowflakes. The canned food and instant noodles he produced were not only high in quality, but the price was also superior compared to his competitors. The plant was getting more and more profitable, buying land, purchasing production lines, hiring more employees. Even the famous Master Kung sent them a contract for food processing. Within 5 years, Boss Zheng's name spread throughout his hometown. His former friends began calling him Boss Zheng, Brother Zheng. From nothing to starting his plant in Wanghai City. Being able to buy a car, buy a house, and returning to his hometown in glory. From a taxi driver to a boss, his experience in the 5 years could be written into a book. But everything changed at the end of last year. The stock market sunk to the bottom, rumors of the index striking 6124 finally faded. The stock market was averaging around 3,000 at the time. One of his business friends told him once when they were drinking that stock markets were a good place to make money, and if he had money, he should give it a try. Although he was a bit drunk, Zheng Hongjie's head was still sober. His consciousness told him that this zero-sum game was not right. How could a market without producing any goods create value? Zheng Hongjie didn't listen to his friend, but rather he told his friend not to be so drawn into tricky things. But his friend only laughed and didn't bother with him. 4 months later, his friend bought 2 apartments in the city. His previous car was upgraded to a BMW. When they were drinking again, the friend gloated on the fact that he used 1 million to make a stunning return of 5 million. Seeing his friend was now wealthy, Zheng Hongjie felt regret. If he listened to his friend's words, it wouldn't just be 2 apartments, he would probably be living in a mansion by now. He worked hard for 4 months, and in the end didn't even make as much as his friend made in a few days. After a few more rounds, perhaps due to envy, Zheng Hongjie casually asked, "Is it too late to get in now?" When he heard those words, his friend was immediately drawn to the conservation. He constantly boasted at how the economic condition is superb, it is only going to go up, there is no backing down this time. After a passion-filled conversation, Zheng Hongjie was tempted. With only the food processing plant, it would take 10 years before he could become a millionaire, but he could with only a few days in the stock market. When he returned home, he hesitantly opened an account. Under the guidance of his friend, he tested the water by putting in 20,000. He didn't pay too much attention to the account as he was busy with his business until 1 month later when he remembered that he bought stock. He only opened the account out of curiosity and wanted to see how much money that 20,000 turned into. If it were a small amount, even if he lost it all, it would be okay. It would have been better if he didn't look. He immediately jumped up when he saw the number. The 20,000 turned into 50,000. He felt the world dazzling around him. It was not excitement, but regret. That's right, it was regret. If he put in 2 million, it would have become 5 million. If he borrowed some money to buy 10 million, he would be a millionaire already. Humans' greed was infinite, the piercing 5,000 red number. He remembered Renren newspaper, the bull market is only halfway to the top. He immediately put all 2 million from his account into the stock market. Out of the 2 million, there was a 1 million loan used for the plant's expansion. Renren newspaper would not trick its citizens, right? XXX can't be lying. If the stock market crashed, then XXX would be the first one to react. Aha! It's hard to believe, but they did the trick. What can you do? In the start, he did feel excited as a 2% increase was 40,000. By just looking at that red line, he felt his entire body shake with excitement. He was starting to daydream about the life of a millionaire and forgot the caution he had before. With just half a month, he experienced the feeling of dropping down from heaven to hell. The index headed straight down, thousands of stocks with 10% decreases became the norm, but the media kept pushing it up. The right opportunity to get into the bull market. Short-term adjustments for higher adjustment. Stock hits rock bottom, now is the time to buy. The index can't drop anymore. The central government is discussing interest rate drop. 80% of organizations think the stock market is at the bottom. Pension plan is in discussion to enter the market. He continued to buy and only to continue to lose. The friend that promised him that it wouldn't drop below 4,000 points was nowhere to be seen. It was rumored that he borrowed money he shouldn't have, left his wife and children and escaped to the south. Zheng Hongjie wanted to die, but he couldn't. He has a wife that loved him dearly, and a daughter that idolized him. The plant expansion was a no-go. Because he used the loan for other purposes, to avoid legal consequences, as well as being forced by the bank to sell assets to repay debt, Zheng Hongjie decided to borrow elsewhere to fill the hole. He borrowed money from his business friends and repaid the bank loan. Then he put the rest of the money into the plant, hoping he could slowly repay the debt. However, another unfortunate event occurred. Within less than a month, the high rising pork price increased the price of other foods, which directly increased the cost of producing canned foods and slammed the food processing industry. But to repay this debt, he practically accepted all orders and used the guarantee fee to maintain production and repay debt. With the price from the previous month, based on the high rising cost of production. For every canned food he produced, he lost 1 renminbi. But he had to keep producing, or else he would have to pay for breach of contract. If it was before, he could have easily handled this crisis with the cash on hand, but now, after debating, he chose to breach the contract and lost every single cent. He lost all opportunities to start up again. The bank would not loan him money, and he could no longer pay for the workers, so he had to let go of all employees. The 5 years was like a dream. Because of a legal Ponzi scheme, he went from high up in the clouds to hell. The stock market was like Inception. People on the outside were afraid, people on the inside couldn't escape. He left a sentence worth thinking about. Then he blew the last smoke ring before stepping on the cigarette butt. If he knew what would happen today, he wouldn't have done it from the beginning. To be honest, Jiang Chen also followed the stock market before, but before this July, he had no money in his pocket. He was quite lucky that he was always an outsider. Silently listening till he finished, Jiang Chen let out a sigh. Your experience could be written into a book. Do you have any plans? Probably driving. Selling the factory should be enough to pay off the debt, and the missing salaries. Although I am not a boss anymore, I still have to maintain my morale as a person. He laughed self-mockingly as he shook his head. Morale is a bright spot. Jiang Chen secretly nodded his head as he heard Hongjia's words. He didn't know how to operate a plant. Rather than going to a headhunter to find a manager, it would be better to hire this expert right away. I am talking about your future plans, not your plan for tomorrow. Jiang Chen smiled. He looked at the wry face, unfitting for his age, as he spoke lightly. Zheng Hongjie paused for a moment. Me? Probably driving a waste of talent. I personally look highly of people with ability. Jiang Chen waved his hand and interrupted him, and he continued with a smile, what about this? Do you have any interest in working in my factory? Xinlong food processing plant is still called Xinlong. You are still the head. Finishing his words, Jiang Chen extended his right hand and looked at him with a bright smile. Shocked, the aged face suddenly regained some liveliness. From the initial shock to the final excitement, Zheng Hongjie extended his hand out, trembling, and held on to Jiang Chen's hand. He never imagined that the new owner of the factory would risk the bad luck and hire a failure. Regardless, the plant went down because of him. The closure of the factory was not because of your operational mistake. I think Xinlong would only be able to generate maximum value in your hands. I trust that you won't easily just let go of so many years of hard work. What do you think? I do. An answer without hesitation. He put Jiang Chen's hand down as Zheng Hongjie picked up the cigarette butt he threw on the ground. What are you doing? Jiang Chen was bewildered. Sanitation is critical in a food processing plant. When I was the head, without exaggerating, there was not a single bud in the entire plant. As if the spring breeze just blew by, all of a sudden, the rigid face returned to its former day liveliness. Jiang Chen shrugged, extinguished the bud, and followed him to the trash can to throw it in the bin. Now that I have purchased the company, I will inject 1 million into it. I demand you to restart production within half a month. I just want to ask one thing, are you confident? Yes. Seeing Zheng Hongjie shout out at the top of his lungs, Jiang Chen laughed and patted him on the shoulder. That's the attitude. I trust you. Now go with me to the bureau to finish the process. Boss, could I invite you to lunch after the process? I don't have a lot of money, so I can't treat you at a restaurant. The 30-something man forced a laugh. Regardless, he wanted to invite the person that gave him a second chance for a meal to express his sincere gratitude. It was the tradition of his hometown, and his insistence throughout his life. Slightly unexpecting it, Jiang Chen immediately laughed. No problem. He noticed out of a sudden that the abject man's chest finally rose up. As if he received a new life. Chapter 119 It's You Again. The process was completed quickly, and Jiang Chen acquired the rights to the factory. When the 2.7 million was transferred to Zheng Hongjie's bank account, and he received the confirmation message on his phone, the man finally lets out a sigh of relief. He still acted as the plant manager with a base salary of 8,000, and based on sales there would be bonuses. Just like before, he would have to take care of everything from marketing to production. Although a bit overwhelming, Jiang Chen gave him a lucrative bonus plan. It would depend on his sales to see how much he would get in the end. I won't care too much on how the plant is operated, but you have to do a few things for me. Although he said it casually, Zheng Hongjie still sensed the inflexibility in his tone. Please go ahead. Zheng Hongjie nodded with an earnest expression. First, if you want to do it, then go big. Processing for other people can be put aside. We'll have to develop our own brand. Our own brand? Zheng Hongjie forced a smile, and continued, to be honest, I tried to start my own brand before, but the cost is too high, sponsorship, distribution channel, it was incomparable to the profit margin of processing for other people, there's also more risk. Jiang Chen shook his head laughing. Processing for other people is enough if we want to remain small, but I don't plan on doing that. I'll continue to invest in the early stages, including research and development, upgrading to the larger production lines, and expanding the plant. You don't have to worry about the sales channel, I'll mention it next. As to distribution I'll take care of it. Funny, there is no channel better than the internet, right? Promotion could be done on Future 1.0, such as free moon cake during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Or when he makes Lu Yao famous, getting her to promote the brand would be simple. Seeing the boss so certain, although Zheng Hongjie was still unsure, he didn't continue asking. Second, this is the most important point. We'll transition to international trade. I need you to register for import and export requirement, the destination is currently Panu Island. We'll import the fruit to produce fruit can and sell domestically, then export other canned food. When he heard Jiang Chen's words, Zheng Hongjie slightly raised his eyebrows. He asked wondering. I considered export before, but it was not as easy as it seems. First being that we don't have a strong brand, second being the cost. We don't have any advantages compared to corporations in Australia, or the Philippines. And the most critical factor is transport. I know a little about Panu Island. It's a small island country in the Pacific, and it doesn't even have a deep water port to dock larger ships. You don't have to worry about that. It won't be long until an investor builds a cargo port there. You only need to expand production and sell to them, and produce the cheap food imported from there into food cans. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously and didn't explain more. Zheng Hongjie paused as he had a weird expression on his face, looking at Jiang Chen. Although he was curious as to why the boss knew a lot about the third world country, but since the boss didn't plan to say more, he stopped asking. Third, this not something official, so you only need to keep it in mind. I need you to have surplus goods every month. It was okay to buy from the food store owner in the short term, but it was not a reliable long-term situation. Since goods only went into the warehouse and never out, 1 or 2 times, it wouldn't cause any suspicion, but any more than that would be problematic. Once the fishbone's population increases, it would have a higher demand for food, a food processing plant would be the safer choice. Surplus goods. Zheng Hongjie almost thought he heard it wrong. Surplus goods referred to goods overproduced. Usually, it would either be given out to employees for free or discounted at a low price. It was the first time he heard someone wanted surplus good. I'll let you know the amount, you only need to keep that in mind. These goods don't need to be branded. It's not for selling. I have other uses. After hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, Zheng Hongjie didn't ask more. Although it was an odd request, it was nothing complicated. Him, being a boss before, knew that he only needed to listen. Dad. My cute daughter, Daddy is back. Zheng Hongjie hugged his daughter, who leaped towards him with a warm smile. "Dad, who is this?" The adorable girl blinked her big eyes looking at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen kneeled down and looked at this energetic little girl with a smile. He then said with an amiable voice, "Uncle is your dad's friend. What's your name?" "My name is Jiang. I am in 2nd grade at experimental school," Jiang replied in a cute tone. Jiang Chen paused when he heard experimental school. "Uncle, are you okay?" Jiang tilted her head. "Oh, nothing, hee hee." Jiang Chen forced a laugh and answered in a light-hearted tone. "Sun Jiao is probably still waiting for me on the other side." He peeked at his right hand. "He tried this morning, but it still didn't work." "You are back, and this is?" A virtuous-looking woman came out of the kitchen and asked her husband when she saw Jiang Chen. "This is my boss, Mr. Jiang." Zheng Hongjie smiled at his wife. "You, finally sold the plant?" "Aha, I did. But Mr. Jiang hired me to continue to run the plant." Kong Jie looked at the smile she hasn't seen for a long time on her husband's face as her eyes became moist. She took a deep breath in, and to both Jiang Chen and Zheng Hongjie's surprise, she sincerely bowed towards Jiang Chen. "Honey. What are you doing?" Jiang Chen looked at her actions, not knowing how to react. For a while, Hongjie had been worried about the plant every day. He regretted trusting his friend's word. "I was really scared that one day if he couldn't think things through, he would leave us." Tears began to emerge from Kong Jie's eyes. Seeing the tears in his wife's eyes, Zheng Hongjie suddenly hugged her. "Fool, there is no way I would leave you." The tough man's voice had a sob tone to it. Jiang Chen silently watched them as a smile emerged on his face. It would best not to interrupt them right now. "Uncle." Jiang looked up and blinked her big eyes at Jiang Chen. "Do you have something, little Jiang?" Jiang Chen regathered his thoughts and kneeled down again, rubbing her hair. "Thank you," Jiang said sweetly. "Ha!" Jiang Chen suddenly burst out laughing. Jiang tilted her head and looked at the uncle in front of her, confused. "No problem, Jiang is very courteous." For some reason, his mood was delighted at this moment. Hee hee. Because she received recognition, Jiang smiled shyly. After Zheng Hongjie had finished hugging his wife, he looked awkwardly at Jiang Chen. It was rather impolite to leave the guest hanging during a display of affection. The thin-skinned Kong Jie already fleeted to the kitchen. Jiang tilted her head, not knowing the situation, while Zheng Hongjie expressed his apology with a blushed face. Jiang Chen, with a smile, motioned it was okay. He then began to chat with Zheng Hongjie on the sofa. Zheng Hongjie was a talkative person as he was a taxi driver before he started a business. Although his experience was nowhere near as exciting as Jiang Chen, his depth of experience far exceeded Jiang Chen's. His wife Kong Jie was a traditional woman. She virtuously cooked the meal and asked everyone to eat. On the table, Jiang Chen and Zheng Hongjie had a few drinks. Jiang curiously reached her hand towards the cup, which made Jiang Chen chuckle more. "Is this the feeling of home?" He thought about it, and it did feel like this when he was at the wily old fox Wang Dihai's place. He was suddenly envious of the feeling. He didn't know why. Maybe it was time to go back to his hometown Lake City. Perhaps during New Year. It was already October. Jiang Chen fell into a deep thought while watching the table filled with home-cooked dishes. But suddenly, a fierce door-smashing sound transmitted from the outside. It forced him out of his thoughts. Who? Jiang Chen was lost as he looked at Zheng Hongjie. But Zheng Hongjie was confused as well. He exchanged a confused look with his wife before he got up and walked towards the door. "You are?" Zheng Hongjie opened the door as he looked confusedly at the men in front. "Fu *ku, we are here to collect our money." A few young men in shirts saw that the door was opened and they didn't hesitate to force their way in. Wait, do you guys have the wrong person? After being pushed aside, Zheng Hongjie struggled frightened. This is the loan agreement, 3 million. We are debt collectors. A young man with a buzz cut aggressively pushed Zheng Hongjie as they surrounded him, sneering. What are you guys doing? Let Hongjie go. I am going to call the police. Kong Jie took out the phone as she said shakingly. Police? Don't use cops to scare me. Let me get this straight. Do you know who my boss Sir Chang is? The young men said cockily. A man in shades stood behind him with a cigarette in his mouth. He didn't speak. This guy was probably Sir Chang. Dad. Jia saw that her father was in trouble as her adorable face twisted, with tears in her eyes she wanted to run up. Don't come, Jia. Dad is okay. Zheng Hongjie immediately stopped her. Kong Jie also grabbed Jia and hugged her. He took a deep breath as Zheng Hongjie looked at the young men. I already prepared the money, and I'll borrow from my relatives some more in the next few days. Next few days. I want to take care of this today. At this moment, the young man suddenly saw Jiang Chen, his thuggish look instantly froze. To be honest, Jiang Chen was surprised from the start. He didn't expect to see him here again. Jiang Chen mischievously examined the young men as he opened his mouth. Oh, what a coincidence, it's you again. A young man who didn't finish high school followed by a few tattooed subordinates who also didn't finish high school. It would be more satisfying if he managed to hook up with a rebellious girl while still studying and act as the boss in front of a bunch of students. Although in front of a real boss, Lu Hu was still nothing. But compared to other punks, he was at least somewhat competent. He practiced a bit of martial arts, overlooked a construction site in the past and hustled cash from grade schoolers. Ahem, that last part didn't count. In any case, the Hongyi gang leader, Lu Changlong, recognized his ability during a street brawl. After being released by the police, he joined Hongyi gang, and through his fighting prowess, he finally climbed to success. However, his blissful life changed completely one day. His brothers surrounded *TCH with a beautiful face without a background during one of their modi operandi. Paying off debt was expected from anyone, otherwise, paying off using one's body also worked fine. It wasn't his first time doing something like this. But an average-looking guy came by and not only he was physically strong, but he was also wielding a gun. Lu Hu was scared, and it suddenly dawned on him that he messed with the wrong person. The man didn't even bat an eye when he shot and maimed the leg of one of his thugs. When he felt the hot muzzle pressing against his temple, his hands went cold, and his legs turned weak. In short, although he had brought the money back, he failed to complete the task given to him by his boss, which was to bring the person back, and made an enemy with someone he shouldn't have. This normally shouldn't be a big deal. After all, Lu Changlong had worked for Hongyi gang for so many years and had earned plenty of merits, so he shouldn't be kicked out just because of this. However, something unexpected happened which made him relive his former street thug life. It went something like this. Lu Changlong had received a phone call from his younger brother, Lu Anshan, asking him if he wanted to get rich. Lu Anshan recounted the story about Jiang Chen selling gold and had emphasized the fact that this person had a lot of gold, and there must be a stable source where it came from. Lu Changlong was tempted, but gold alone was not enough to sway him. However, if it was a stable source of income, that was something entirely different. He didn't care if it was a private mine or an ancient tomb. After all, how hard could it be to pry the secret out of someone with little or no background on his turf? Though before making a move, he cautiously investigated beforehand. The result of the investigation frightened him. This Jiang Chen was no simple character. Being the chairman of Future Technology was not the important point. The crucial point was when he hinted at his friends in politics, the response he received was, "Do not touch this guy." Even worse was the old city mayor personally made a directive with one word, support. His friend only vaguely explained to him that if he dared to touch him, all his hideous secrets would be exposed the next day, then he would be incarcerated and he would be beyond saving. The gang could only scare the ordinary people. Not taking into consideration the people the city official personally stated to support, anyone with some background would be difficult to offend. Because of this, his action couldn't be seen under the light. Of course, he didn't dare to make a move on Jiang Chen at the moment. He also didn't dare to use Lu Hu, who had offended Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen might not remember it, there was no point in taking the risk. So Lu Hu lost his job and the thugs, who followed him, left one by one. Fortunately, one of his drinking friends recognized his talent in debt collecting, so he employed him to work in a debt collection agency. Scaring and hoaxing people. This combination would certainly put pressure on most ordinary citizens to pay off their debts. 28% was not a bad commission rate, especially the faster it was completed, the higher the commission would be. For the stubborn ones, some punches and kicks would easily solve the problem, and as long as he didn't do anything extreme, the cops couldn't do anything to him. But what he didn't expect was meeting the demon Jiang Chen again. Lu Hu's face looked like he just ate a piece of sh*t. Jiang Chen ignored him and looked at the person behind him, who got up and said, "Boss. Why can't you collect debt nicely? What's the point of being so angry and starting a conflict?" The man wearing a pair of sunglasses looked over when he heard the words and guffawed. "Are you involving yourself in something that's none of your concern?" "None of my concern. Isn't that the job of an employer?" Jiang Chen surprisingly shrugged. His face betraying not the slightest hint of fear. The one called Sir Chang burst out laughing, then slowly took off his shades. The thugs saw their boss was about to make a move, so they maliciously surrounded Jiang Chen. "You son of a b***tch. Who do you think you are?" "Boss Jiang, this is my business, so you don't have to stand up for me." Zheng Hongjie smiled bitterly while trying to persuade Jiang Chen. He did not expect that his former good friend would make use of a debt collection agency to make him pay back the money he owed. He probably thought he would run away, since one of their friends, whom they also had drunk with regularly, ran away after being deep in debt after losing big in the stock market. "Sir Chang, you can't touch this person." Lu Hu rushed forward to stop his brother, but Li Chang didn't care at all. Debt collection was all about the aggression. What's the point in collecting debt if they would just get scared? They should have just studied law instead. "Can't touch him. Li Chang, although I don't know who you are, I won't tolerate you cursing my mother." Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed and fastly becoming enraged. "Funny, Daddy didn't even curse. I'm going to k you up." Li Chang's eyebrows shot up provocatively and he became even more aggressive. The man in front of him didn't look like he could fight. However, before he could even complete his words, his eyes began to blur as he flew into the closet. Kong Jie covered Jiejia's tiny head to prevent her from witnessing this violent scene. Zheng Hongjie looked dumbly at his boss. He could not imagine his boss, who was not even taller than him, had the ability to send someone flying with a kick. When the thugs saw that their boss was beaten, they hesitated for a moment before lunging at Jiang Chen with their fists out. Jiang Chen let out a sigh, his eyes suddenly turned fierce, and then he stretched out his hands. Lu Hu, on the other hand, didn't make a move. He smiled wryly and closed his eyes. He had experienced firsthand how vicious he could get. The fight ended almost instantly with the previously mocking hooligans splayed awkwardly on the ground. What a joke. With muscle strength plus 30, even a boxing champion wouldn't be his opponent. With reflex plus 32, even if they sprouted 2 more hands, it would yield the same result. Jiang Chen shook his fist and looked at Lu Hu, who was standing on the side, with a sardonic smile. "You don't need to do anything, I'll do it myself." Lu Hu smiled bitterly before raising his fist ready to knock himself out. "Don't be nervous. Do I look that vicious to you? Just hold still, and everything will be okay," Jiang Chen smilingly told him. Is there even a point of watching? Of course, Lu Hu would not dare to say it out loud. His raised hand was frozen in midair, and he had a peculiar expression on his face. I thought you were collecting debts for Hongyi Gang. What, the pay is too low, so you started your own business? Jiang Chen watched Lu Hu thoughtfully, and a hint of mockery laced his tone. Zheng Hongjie and Kongjie were utterly stunned. Jiejie was flapping her hands in her mother's arms, wanting to get a good look at her surrounding. Lu Hu glanced at his brothers on the floor and sighed. Got fired. Lu Hu explained everything that happened after that night, including the things he knew and the thing he shouldn't have known but heard. When he heard the gold store manager, Lu Anshan, had leaked his information, the Hongyi Gang leader, Lu Changlong, was ready to make a move on him, Jiang Chen cursed in his mind. Although he was not afraid of these scums of society, what happened here made him reflect on the carelessness of his past actions. Selling gold attracted unwanted attentions of a different kind. He was lucky that his improvements skyrocketed that made Lu Changlong backed off right away, or else he would be facing far more treachery and danger. All right, you may now excuse yourself. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste too much time on a cannon fodder. Upon hearing those words, Lu Hu immediately left, leaving his comrades on the floor without a second thought. Zheng Hongjie saw that Lu Hu had left. He glanced at the thugs on the floor and asked Jiang Chen with a troubled tone, Mr. Jiang, how do we take care of this? Jiang Chen watched the people lying on the ground and scratched his head in annoyance. 3 of them probably had their ribs broken and 2 of them definitely had their hands fractured. Li Chang was knocked out with just 1 kick. Because he didn't fight that often, he didn't know how to control his power. Jiang Chen secretly activated fury, and when he saw that no one had died, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. He took out the phone from his pocket and called 110. Hello, 110. I want to report a crime. This is what happened. Better blame it on them first. After explaining the situation, Jiang Chen hesitated for a bit before calling Wang Zhiyong's number. Hello, Brother Chen, what's up? Wang Zhiyong's brash voice came through from the other side of the phone. Just a bit of trouble. Some punks were giving me trouble, so I injured all of them, Jiang Chen cut straight to the point. The last time they had a drink, they started calling each other brother. So in the moment of trouble, the only one Jiang Chen could think of was him. Fu *K, who dares to touch my brother? Where are you? I'll bring my people to beat their asses, Wang Zhiyong cursed and was instantly incensed. Jiang Chen was speechless at his words. This guy didn't even inquire about the injuries but was already ready to give them a beating once again. Ahem, I already beat them down, but I have to go to the police station to give my statement. Do you have some connections with the police? Whoa, you beat all of them? Don't worry about the evidence, it's self-defense. Although I am not close to the police, I am tight with their superiors. Wang Zhiyong chortled. I hit them first. Don't worry, if I said it's self-defense, it's self-defense. You only need to say that during the investigation. Damn. Political influence sure is a great thing.